Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on this lovely October 6th, Monday, 9:55 a.m. on the West Coast. So I think that would be what? Uh, almost almost 1 on the East Coast, and yeah, in Europe it's sometime. What time? I don't know. Maybe like 6 p.m. I don't know. It's wild guess. Bring back the music. Aiden Donovan, music streamer. I'll have to add that to my resume. Okay, what do we got now? Philosopher, intellectual, biggest streamer on earth, child prodigy. Add it to the list of titles that I'm now a music streamer. So, you all know why we are here, but I'm going to explain anyways. Give me 1 sec. So, for those of you that don't know, okay, there is a YouTuber out there by the name of Pyrocynical, okay? I used to know him when I was much younger. He was always nice to me, okay? I don't have anything bad to say about him. Quite some time ago, he got accused of inappropriate conversations with a minor, Ivory Rasmus, who I also used to know. And these allegations involved like furry inflation fetish role play, etc., etc. Now, Turkey Tom kind of spearheaded this in his video on Pyrocynical, but Pyro then issued some sort of response that, turned public opinion in his favor and against Tom. Now, many of my peers in the commentary community believe this response was inadequate and public sentiment was incorrect. And Pyro had been completely vindicated way too early and unnecessarily. Now, I believe the contention was, right, whether or not Pyro had actually... Wasn't it contested whether or not Pyro had actually known the age? Also, Soul Skibbity, thank you so much for the 2. My Streamlabs, for some reason, only shows if it's 3 or above. So whatever message you'd like me to read, just type it. I'll read it out. Oh, nice shirt from Soul Skibbity. Wait, hold on. I thought you donated through Streamlabs. My bad. Nice shirt. Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad. For some reason, it came up as like a stream. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. Anyway, it came up on OBS as like a Streamlabs dono. Anyways, so I remember the contention was... Okay, thank you. I remember that the contention was over whether or not Pyro had known the age and whether or not he was just engaging in roleplay with a minor or actually attracted to said minor. Regardless, even if I am to believe that version of events, he was like laughably reckless in entertaining his sexual fetishes, with minors. Now, the reason that this is ironic is because a Roblox YouTuber who's controversial in the Roblox community for various reasons that I have not looked into, okay, has been announcing for quite some time the release of a video meant to relitigate these allegations in a expose that would potentially reshape public opinion on the Pyro allegations. Now, Parlo himself was accused of grooming a minor. He was in relations with somebody who he had believed to be, if I remember correctly, about 3 years younger than him. And how old were they actually? Like 12? Somewhere 12 to 14, right? Now, all the evidence suggests Parlo didn't know the age, right? And, if we're to believe that, which it seems like that's the case, the criticism for Parlo would also be that he is super reckless in regards to his interactions with minors, but in his case, he was actively deceived. So I think it's a little bit different, right? There were active lies being told to Parlo about the age. Parlo seems like he's autistic or something. He's like some terminally online dude. And he just did not do his due diligence. He was, 18, 19 himself? It's totally plausible he was reckless. And that does not make him a pedophile. It just makes him reckless, right? But the but Pyro's subreddit was actually running with this as though there was something substantial to like accuse Parlo himself of being some kind of pedophile. Now, this video has been, I have never seen a video with more hype and demand surrounding it in recent years, okay? This video, you would think it's going to be like the holy fucking grail, like of exposés of commentary content with how much it's been teased, delayed. I mean, I'm expecting like, I don't know, I'm expecting the fucking greatest thing I ever watched. I'm expecting tears to roll at the end based on like how great the video is. He was 19, got it, okay. I'm expecting tears to roll at the end from how great this fucking video was. But I have to be honest, I've not pre-watched it, but Parlo, I guess for the sake of criticizing or reviewing it, had decided that the person to critique it and air it to the first time publicly would be Himpleton. So Himpleton had a stream 2 days ago where he was talking to both Parlo and the person that reported Parlo to the police, if I remember correctly. And I didn't even bother watching that because Himpleton does not know how to make good content, and his stream had like 20 people in open VC. Now, last night he did a bit of a better job in controlling the conversation. He still was having everyone on, but he did a better job in controlling the conversation. I guess he took the criticism, but he was the first one to show this video to the public, and apparently he got Parlo's permission to share it with me to watch. So that's what we're going to be doing, okay, folks? I'm not going to say I'm the first person to show this video because Himpleton showed it and then Parry did, but nobody watches either of them, so we'll just lie and say that this is the first time this video is being aired to the public. I'm expecting to see great stuff. I mean, it was, for some reason, 17 fucking gigabytes, so... Yo, $2 from Midge, nice shirt, thank you so much. $5 from Sardino, make goal. Oh, shit. Yo, thank you for reminding me. Holy fuck, much appreciated, guys. Let's check this out, okay? And I've heard it's going to be a bit boring. Okay, so bear with me. We're going to try to make it entertaining. If it's not, I'm going to be looking at this video objectively, purely from the, I'm going to be assessing, does it hold as like a video that's going to appeal to the public? Is its watchability good? I.e., like, is the editing, the presentation of evidence, etc., done in a way that's like going to be appealing, the average viewer is going to sit through? And then I'm also going to be attempting to verify the claims in and of themselves. So let's take a look at this. Can you recap the Pyro draw? I just did, I think. I mean, unless there's like something quick I could watch. I'm not gonna rewatch the full Tom video. Did anybody? You know what? Okay. You know what? You know what? I see this guy. He does like 10-minute summaries of like big videos. Somebody should do one of those channels, but like exclusive to drama, where they just summarize every single drama in 10 minutes. Money-making machine. I don't care. Use AI. Okay? Use fucking AI or some shit to make the video. Money-making machine. Do you have the 300-page Google document? No, and I will never read it. Hold on. Is there something that can quickly recap this for us? Pyro drama. How long is this one? Apparently, okay. Internet Archivist on line 2. Hold on. How did Pyro get away with it for so long? Who's swept for Pyro? We all have. Alright, let's take a look at this. Apparently this guy summarized the Parlo document.
So as some of you may have known, a large document has been in the process of being made on the YouTuber Pyrocynical for quite a while.
Wait, dude, there's got to be something. Does anybody know of a video that just like quickly breaks this down for us? Hold on, one sec, one sec. I know. Best Researcher Award. Also, Puddle, I have to tell you, if you keep finding human bones, I know you've just like with your expertise concluded that they're just like Native American or whatever. But report that shit to the police. You're not qualified to determine that the dating of those bones, okay? If you find human remains, go to the fucking police. Aiden, I have a good 5-minute recap video. Do you want it? Yes, I would love it, but you don't actually have one because you're fucking Lumpy Willy. Nobody actually has one. So, no, you know what? I bet somebody has one, but they're just not going to type it out, so I'll find it manually. Where the All right, forget it. Forget it. There's no recap. Let's just get into the Parlo video. I think I have a baseline understanding of what happened here. Let's look at the Parlo video. Okay, let's take a look. All right. Better yet, if there's something I can read, I'll take a look. I mean, probably there's a Wikitubia section, but according to Wikitubia, my father is Benjamin Netanyahu, so I don't know if I can really rely on that one. All right. All right, we have this pulled up in VLC media player. Wait, did Toastify make a video on this? Toastify Pyrocynical. You know what? We'll check out Wacky TV's video on it. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. I beef with this guy in the past. He's very wacky. But hold on. We'll just look at this guy's video.
It's been nearly 2 years since my first Pyrocynical video first came out. And in that time, a lot of new information has obviously been out. Toastify made his video, which gave a lot...
Alright. We'll take a look at this. It's only 10 minutes. So, give it one... Dude, I hate my life. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. Great. I just, like, I rushed to do this stream because Dicker said he was trying to do it earlier than me, and I just wanted to spite him, so. My life is not built around my own success. It's solely built around spiting Dickers. Fuck that guy.
It has been nearly 2 years since my first Pyrocynical video first came out. And in that time, a lot of new information has obviously been out. Toastify made his video...
Wait! We'll watch his first one. That seems... How Pyrocynical got away with it. Okay. Got away with it. There we go. Okay, this one is... Alright, 20 minutes. We'll watch it real fast. Alright, really fast. I promise. By the way, guys, I rewatched the H-Bomber guy, James Somerton video. I was away for that shit, so I didn't actually watch it when it had come out. I watched it like months later. But the 2-year anniversary is coming up. I might do a drama retrospective on that because it's very interesting. And apparently, I've heard down the rumor mill that James Somerton started like a wedding photography business and like plagiarized his portfolio.
Pyrocynical is a YouTuber that got himself into a bit of controversy
back in a sec.
Back in December 2020. Before we jump into those allegations, I think we should dive into who Pyrocynical is and why do people still respect him to this day. Pyro Comas, probably saying that wrong, but who cares, is one of the biggest commentary YouTubers on the site with a whopping 4.62 million subscribers. Starting his channel back in 2013, Niall didn't upload his first video until March 31st, 2014, 8 months after.
Big mistake. Anyone who's watching this already knows who Pyro is, just to be clear. And if you're using his name in the title, the assumption is you're appealing to an audience familiar with him, so you don't need to do these, like, big recaps at the beginning that everybody likes to do about what he was doing in 2016.
Videos later, Niall had reached 250,000 subscribers, which for only making videos for a year was pretty impressive. But in 2016, Pyro had pretty much moved away completely from MLG, with his channel even having a different look.
Right, he's doing a whole biography. We don't
hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France, all right? That he was technically like a pedo or a weirdo or something, right?
Now, looking at this at face value, it looks completely horrible what Keemstar's doing here. He brings no proof to the table, and he's just stating that Pyrocynical is basically a pedophile. But Pyrocynical had taken this clip completely out of context and tried to make it look like Keem had said something this horrible and incriminating thing, when in reality, Keem had said this.
This guy was fucking furries in a fursuit.
I used to have a lot of friends in that scene, right? Well, those people got in contact with me and told me that fucking Pyro was trying to hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France, all right? That he was technically like a pedo or a weirdo or something.
One of these people who had told Keemstar were actually Alex. I know, who would have guessed? This was something that actually ended up with Pyrocynical's dad threatening to beat up Alex. This was at a convention Pyro and his family were at. I really wish this was a joke, by the way. It's just too good to be true. Pyro had responded to these allegations in 2016 with a Reddit post stating this. Pyro had denied these allegations and stated how Keemstar couldn't keep the age of the girl consistent, which is true because Keem is a fat gnome and it's hard for the man to think.
Dude, it was okay, like back then when Keem was like simultaneously like beefing with like Leafy. Listen, I don't hate Keem. I do not hate Keem. I kind of respect the game. I think he might be some shade of psychopath, but I respect his game. All right, he's a ruthless businessman. That you know, I don't know if he has any real friendships, but back then when he was going at Leafy and Pyro and like there was and Grade, right? He actually got vindicated on so much, and it was insane too because like Grade and Leafy were collaborating on like simultaneous videos on Keemstar, and in one of those videos, Grade alleges that Keem was like talking to a 14-year-old on Skype or some shit, and that he had stabbed his girlfriend with car keys in the face, which was just not true, by the way. And Grade just like got away with it.
Just says things. When he hears she's 15, he says on Twitter, "Hey guys, she's 15."
Apologize to Soul Skibbity for what? Hold on.
Pyrocynical is a YouTuber that got himself into a bit of controversy.
Wait, fuck. Sorry, hold on. I'll read the dono. My bad. Soul Skibbity at the 5. Parry is fat. Aiden is slender. Parlo's an idiot. And probably a bender. What is a bender? What does that mean?
And then probably heard someone say 14 and says, "Hey guys, she's actually 14. Now obviously most people wouldn't do this, but Keemstar doesn't care and tries to his best to hurt his enemies in any way possible. And Keemstar really thought he had a moment to end Pyro. At the time of this, people believed and sided with Pyrocynical in this situation. He had as much credibility as Colossal's Crazy does. Well, I would argue otherwise now. Over the years, Pyro kept up his content of making commentary videos and eventually moved on to facecam videos in 2017. Things were actually looking good for Pyro until late 2020.
Yeah, like this is the big mistake a lot of these video essayists do. Okay, you want to retain the audience. You have to understand who's going to be watching this, and like the people watching this know who Pyro is. I would not go for 5 minutes in a 19-minute video about like shit majority of people watching are already gonna know. You could just briefly skim over it and then say, if you want to know more, blah blah.
Hug you one to his face.
Each other. And some of the stuff looking at it now looks quite damaging.
I'd love for my Sona to be looking at his fat, sweaty ass while rubbing his belly from behind, and then just having him gas all over my Sona's face. That would be so nice. Or if mine was just underneath him, getting railed underneath his huge belly, and your Sona could be gassing non-stop as he
I would laugh, but I've been desensitized by seeing morale DMs from every single female that's ever existed in like a 5-mile radius of this space.
mine like, huh? Well, to be honest, I'd pick you up, hug you while... to be honest, I'd pick you up, hug you while rubbing you against my huge, sweaty moobs, then kiss your cheeks, telling you how much I loved you, and then kiss you on the lips and let out a hard, long belch into your mouth.
Dude?
Come on.
After finding out the age Pyro was, it becomes more damaging since he was 18 and Ivory was 15. This brings me to ask this simple question. How did Pyrocynical get away with it? Well, it's simple. He denied the fact that he ever knew the age. He took to Reddit again to talk about these allegations
I'm not vague posting about morale. Somebody made a shitty exposed video on morale, which I agreed was shit. They even got his fucking name wrong. They called him Monroe, and they referred to lyrics as Lutherix, okay? But in that video, some sort of clip was shown where morale is like, if I remember correctly, seen saying some like weird shit with like people that sounded very underage in the call. So knowing that the guy who did it probably didn't do a lot of research, I'm sure it might be just like an old clip that had previously been used against morale. But curious as to, what was actually going on there, wanted to get morale's side, and I tried to call him and he didn't pick up. And then like a few days ago on a stream, he was in chat and I said I wanted to talk to him and he was and radio silent. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with that.
Started it by saying, "Hey gamers, the grooming allegations, bruh." In his Reddit post, he explains how he was just focusing on the roleplay side of things and the furry stuff they were sending to each other. Some people don't believe this, since there were multiple times Pyro could have found his age, but to me it doesn't even matter, since Pyro's response video, he admits to knowing the age and continuing to talk to Ivory.
In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learned of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem. Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual sex.
Of course, he says he found out when he was
It wasn't okay, dude. What was this fucking defense? This would have been occurring when Ivory was, correct me if I'm wrong. What was Ivory's age at this point, right? He was 16 himself at that point, right? And Pyro was what? He was 19, 20, 21? I forget what the fucking age gap was here. Refresh my memory. I'm pretty sure I had it right. I'm pretty sure I had it right. Let me look it up. Does Pyrocynical have a Wikipedia page? I think this would be on his maybe official Wikipedia page. I love Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. No, he doesn't. Okay. What was the fucking age gap again, dude? It was like 16 and like 19, 20? I'm just gonna double check. I just want to double check to make sure I'm getting it right, okay? 15 and 19. Got it. 15 and 19. Hold on one sec. Dude, all the fucking coke. I'm pretty sure you guys did not want to see me, you know, wipe my nose with a tissue. All the coke I'm doing, it's having really negative side effects, man. 15 to 19 is what the video just said. Okay, I gotta lock in. Sorry. 15 to 19. Yeah, that's weird as shit.
16, which is the age of consent in both their countries. This makes it look better from a moral standpoint on Pyro's side, since we believe he only carried on because he knew it was legal. Where I have a problem with it was when he found out that he was—
No, that would do the opposite, just to be— But then why are we reverting to the age of consent being 16 if Ivory was 15? Wait, then why— Okay, then why are we reverting? How would that be a defense at all if the age was fucking— So was it the case that it started when he was 15 and then he turned 16?
16, is it not logical to think about when you first started talking to him, he might have not actually been 16? To me, this shouldn't even be a point I have to make.
True. But like, okay, but then when we're okay, got it. But then when we're going to be criticizing this, what we're going to be looking at is what was the age when the person DMing them knew? Unless you're making when we're DMing what they knowingly and intentionally did, okay? And even though Ivory was no longer 15 when Pyro found out, Pyro should have realized, wait, I've been doing something fucked here, and ceased anyway, even though he's now just become the legal age. Also, this wouldn't be a good defense if you, morally, unless you, like, derive your sense of morality from the law, which, if you do that, you're a fucking idiot, right? You can't revert, when we're making moral arguments, you can't revert to the age of consent in whatever country this is occurring, because if you're not deriving your morality from the law, right? Like, it's not okay in one country, but not in the other, morally speaking, right? Ooh, look who just showed up. Morale, I have some questions, buddy.
Since Pyro should have asked for his age, because with his massive platform, he has a big responsibility to make a good role model for his audience, since that's what most of them think, and a lot of them still do. They see Pyro as this indestructible force that can destroy any criticism thrown at him. When this was all going on, Turkey Tom made 3 videos about the situation, with the last one being a response to Pyro's video.
People claim that Pyro disproved everything and that my videos are now null, and that everything is paper thin. Pyro's video itself managed to convincingly disprove one argument. The rest he admits to. He acts like a victim, when the reason all this happened is his own fault, because as an adult, he sexted minors on Discord, and there's no real wiggle room there. Hats off to another YouTuber who has to—
But then also, wait, okay, because then we're morally speaking about this. Did Pyro for some reason, I feel like I remember Pyro turning 20 during this allegation, right? But if it's 19, but if Pyro turned 20 and Ivory turned 16, what was this? Like a fucking 3-year age gap? Like, yeah, I think it's weird as shit. I think it's weird as shit, especially since this isn't occurring in like the high school context or whatever, where I'd still think it was weird. but like also considering that this had been what in 2017 at that point. I mean, I think his like defense is shit, but at the end of the day, it's like,
admit to being a sexual degenerate. Lots of people have seemed to claim that I am merely a clout chaser who is insulting Pyro and going after him for views. If you take one look at my backlog of videos and the work I've collaborated with others on, it's obvious that I have time and time again defended people who did not deserve the hand they were dealt.
The amount of colossal backlash Tom got is something I have never seen before. Once Pyro's video came out, the blood was already out for Tom. They bombarded his comments, likes, and Twitter. I don't care who you are, getting this much hate with any sub-count size must be the most stressful and horrible thing ever. Tom left the internet for 2 months since it got that bad for him. Even on his first video back, the dislikes were still high for the amount of likes.
dude, nobody has any excuse, but I'm not trying to glaze Tom here, okay? I don't even know if he's on good terms with me right now. But nobody has any excuse anymore when you look at, like, Tom's comeback, okay? That guy, like, just sat for 2 months in a room grinding shit at, like, making videos. And, like, you know, like, his videos were getting so much shit, so much bombardment, and he just out-uploaded the fucking hate. It's crazy. 2 from Soul Skibbity. Pair character putting his hand in front of his mouth while blushing. Interesting.
It had, but not long after his return, the Pyro stands eventually got bored and left him be. I want to touch on the term grooming. By just reading the definition itself on Google, we can see this. The action of a pedophile of preparing a child for a meeting, especially via an internet chat room with the intention of committing a sexual offense. And this is not what Pyrocynical did with Ivory. Ivory went on to Tommy C's streams to talk about the situation, and Tommy had asked, how were you even groomed?
How were you groomed? Because you don't need to be groomed for this to be wrong. Is it really fair that you use the word grooming?
Ask him a question, unless this is deceptively cut. Asks him a question and then provides him with a fucking what?
And if that's true, if you feel that's true, where was this going?
That's actually, you know, I'll be fair. That's a good question.
Yeah. See, I'm not like, I don't know. I was in a call with my friend when I like typed it out, and I typed like, I remember I typed that and asked like, is that okay?
Because it reads more like a YouTube like thumbnail. Do you honestly believe? Did you not understand the definition of the word?
I feel like it was like
Okay, but I will say, I think this is a good, I actually think this is a good dialogue, but what I will say is he's talking about definitions, dude. Current, present Tommy C, the word definition, that's debate, bro, dude. What are definitions, man? Oh, where the fuck is Morale, dude? This guy hops in chat. I'm like, Morale, I want to talk to you about that, like, voice chat or whatever, and then he disappears.
Like manipulating a child into a like sexual situation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what that word means to me.
As you can see, he doesn't even know how it was grooming himself. So to use this word without knowing what it meant is something that he should have looked up before coming out of this situation. Tommy stated at the beginning of this video how he had looked at some proper ID of Ivory to confirm his age. And to me, Tommy doesn't have a reason to lie or get this wrong, so we can 100% confirm that he was underage when Pyro was sexting him.
I agree. I don't think Tommy lied here.
This is something that Pyro doesn't even deny himself. Lots of people were saying at the time how Tom was clout chasing and doing this all for attention, which is easily not the case. Tom would have gone with public opinion, which was Ivory bad, Pyro good. If you still think that to this day, I can assure you, you are wrong. In my
That's also like a moronic criticism.
humble opinion, I believe that Pyro knew of the age of Ivory the entire time and just wanted the conversation to happen rather than sex someone underage. I don't think he is a pedophile. I just think he is a horny degenerate freak. Do you now understand why these furry videos are now ironic? No? How about this?
When I was 19 and 20, I liked to take part in this degenerate furry roleplay with pretty much anyone that would reciprocate.
People pointed out in this tweet where Pyro isn't talking about furry stuff and just about his cock. People were basically saying how this isn't just furry stuff. During Tom's hiatus, Pyro had won due to him having a bigger audience to back him. Tom was losing subs and many people continued watching Pyro
Yeah,
as
but
normal.
just like, but the other thing too is like people are like apply way more, and I agree nuance should be applied, but people apply way more nuance to assessing Pyro's interactions with the minor than they do in like any other situation. Like, yes, I can agree with the assessment that he's not a pedophile, and it was probably about the role play rather than like caring about the age itself, right? But with that being said, it did result in him engaging in inappropriate as a large creator, engaging in inappropriate conversations with someone who was underage. And, you know, I think that to totally disregard that is just like, I think to totally disregard that is completely absurd. I think, I haven't rewatched the Tom videos, so I don't remember how harsh Tom's opinions on Pyro were at that given point in time. But what I do remember is, like, if Tom objectively described the situation as I've just described to you, just because he has an opinion that may be more extreme than mine, that's, like, hardly an excuse to, like, try and say he was, like, dishonest in some sense.
Ivory made his final statements and left the internet. Things were becoming good again for Pyro. That was until a certain gnome came back into the news. Keemstar
Morale said to call him. He typed in chat. I'm going to verify, because you always say that. He's not going to pick up. Oh, look. No, he did not. Okay, I would just call him and he would not pick up like he did last time. Morale is welcome to call in if he'd like to clear this up. I just want to know what the fuck happened. I'm not even making an accusation. I just know that there was an additional accusation made against him in the course of this shitty video I was watching that actually had some video to substantiate it, and who was participating in that call, its nature, its context, etc. doesn't really seem to be clear, so I would just, like, love to talk to him about it. So I don't know why he won't fucking call me.
Has many grudges against Pyro since he has taken clips of him out of context to make the man look worse than he actually is, which I'm sure would piss anyone off. Keemstar had actually come out with this French girl interview after years of thinking it was all a lie. Granted, Pyro has never responded to this video in any way, so his side of the situation is still not out, and I doubt it will anytime soon. Keemstar claims to have spoken to Pyro after the interview with the girl and tell him about it, and Keem explains how he lies about the situation to get out of it. So Pyro was clearly aware.
I think I have a baseline assumption, or a baseline understanding of what's gone down here. I will, if I turn this into a segment, anything that I find out that I may not have known in the course of watching it, I'll add in post. You know me, it might not be a segment, but I think we basically understand what's occurred here. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if I would agree with the assessment of, like, I think Pyro, like, absolutely got out of it way more than he should have, but at the same time, like, when I'm asking about what consequences he should face now, you know,
AIDS gang represent, okay?
I don't know. It's a fucking tricky one. $3 from Navakva. I don't think Pyro's a predator, but he is such a porn addict and he's willing to fetish roleplay with anyone without checking age, which is absolutely, it's still dangerous. Absolutely, it's still dangerous. But then again, right, this occurred in 2017 when he was, what, 19 to 20. And it's like, if he has not engaged in, like, that behavior, and I know that's not an excuse for, like, actual acts of pedophilia, but with my understanding of this situation, if he's, you know, not engaged in this behavior since, I don't really know if my judgment is going to be, like, as harsh as others, right? Say I'm sweeping or whatever, but unless there's something I'm missing here. No, he did check the French girl's age and said wait till 16. Okay, that's a separate I guess we're gonna have to figure out what the French girl's situation is. Okay, we'll watch Toastify's video now. Okay, I think we have a good understanding of the Ivory situation. Let's check out the French girl. Shout out to Wacky TV, okay? Wacky TV, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good summary. 56 minutes! Okay, I guess we could watch a singular... We're not watching the full thing. I think there's a singular segment from this we can watch that might sum up for us. Morale's calling you, Aiden? No, he isn't. And if you say that again, and there's not a fucking call from him on my Discord, you're banned for the day.
Group.
Just get to the... Yeah, let me just, like, go into covering this before I have, like, a full understanding of the situation. Well, I've done that before, but I want to grasp a full understanding of what's occurred here before we continue those.
Per his words from a statement in late 2020, Chili and Pyro were at each other's throats during 2016, and Chili wanted to completely destroy his career, so he joined the group chat. However, this same statement also has Chili seemingly admitting to fabricating the French girl story and faking evidence or taking it out of context, which isn't really true when Pyro and other reasons, 3 individuals known as Chili CSGO, Snipers, and Vagabonds created a Skype group with the sole purpose of exposing Pyrocynical. This group had a lot of misinformation and inconsistent theories, but above all, they believed that Pyrocynical was dating a minor. And they were right. Pyro had recently gotten in contact with and began dating a French Twitter artist named Lou. Pyro was 18, 2 months away from turning 19. And as for Lou, Pyro states she was 15, but she testifies that she was 14 years old. As evidence for Pyro's own admission in an old Reddit post, this was a relationship where the two of them dated. It did not get sexual, but as seen from their DMs, Pyro admits that he was completely willing to wait for her to turn 16 so they could have sexual interactions. 16, for those of you unaware, is the age of consent in the UK, where Pyro lives. The two dated for approximately 2 weeks until the relationship was interrupted by the prodding of the Skype group members, and they broke up. Soon after, one of Lou's friends logged into her accounts, recorded the
Okay, so so has he ever directly responded to the French girl shit? Because in regards to the Ivory stuff, okay, I think that's one where it's like, if it happens, but like also, this is around the same time period, correct? So it's also like, sorry, he was 18 about to turn 19, so it was in the same general time period. And it's like, yeah, this guy, like, absolutely fucking knew better. This guy, like, he knew better even in the sense like he's acknowledging, yeah, we'll wait until it's legally permissible, right? Meaning morally he would do it then and there, right? He responded then oh, Moral's miraculously typing again. Miraculously typing again. Moral, can you fucking call in?
DMs of the breakup and sent it over to the Skype group, who then contacted Keemstar. On March 22nd, 2016, Keem first messaged Pyro about the allegations. It actually wouldn't go public, however, for a few weeks.
Okay, so we got that. Let's see Pyro's response.
2 days after the French Girl was hacked, we resumed our efforts in speaking to ex-associates of Mick. One of these was former MLG YouTuber Cyrenek. Not expecting much, he was contacted as almost a kind of shot in the
I
dark.
used to know this guy.
After a bit of small talk, we asked if he remembered anything strange or memorable about Ancient Reality. He started by mentioning points we already knew, such as his work with Filthy Frank or the Minion incident, but then the former associate offhandedly referenced something that really caught us off guard. As stated before, we believe Mick's last public activity—
You know what? Cam, and Fixed. Did I just dox you? Call in, buddy. Call in. You know what? It's your time to shine. We haven't spoken in a long time. Call in, buddy. Call in why? I've explained why 50 fucking times, Morale. What do you mean why? I have a question.
had occurred 2 years ago
And Fix, join callers, buddy. Join callers.
in June 2018. Well, in speaking with Cyrenek, he let it slip that Mick had made another of alt-right YouTube channels, so it makes sense why Mick would—
Okay, hold on. And then...
Didn't he clearly say it was made up in the video? With many proclaiming that—
To Pyro, he was backed into a corner with the Ivory situation since everyone had known that this was Pyro. Pyro was never backed into a corner in responding to the French girl situation, since there are still people that don't even know this girl actually exists, since it became a meme on the Pyrocynical channel, when he made references to the drama himself.
her existence entirely was viewed as a product of this lie, with many proclaiming that she simply wasn't real, becoming a meme in the community.
She ain't no 15-year-old French girl.
As an example, here's a tweet from Nopify that says, "You didn't really talk about your 15-year-old ex-girlfriend in the video." Here are some replies from the time that say, "Didn't he clearly say it was made up in the video? The one that doesn't exist? Why should he have to? It's obvious he made it up, considering how much he changed the age."
On one of Nick Durio's live streams around 3 weeks ago, he reacted to the debated podcast about I'm Alex. In his chat, the YouTuber Toastify, who I mentioned earlier, got into a little conversation with Colossal is Crazy. Clown was using—
Whoa! What the fuck did I just pull up? What the fuck did I just pull up? Holy shit! Alright. No OPSEC.
using his Colossal is Lazy account at the time. What happened to that To Be Honest podcast about ancient reality at Colossal is Lazy? I think Pyro is done with responding, and I kinda don't want to do it for him. He should do it himself, though obviously if he's brought up, as he is in this episode, obviously I'm gonna defend him. I disagree with how you defended him in this podcast, but I appreciate your response. Obviously not on you, but I would really appreciate a bigger response from Pyro. Then I thought he was 15. My main issue with Pyro is gross negligence, and I completely agree with
AIDS gang
situation is one we will
represent,
never get
okay?
If anybody wants to summarize the French girl situation and do my work for me, call in. Morale just tipped 3. I will join if you ban Soul. I do not do things like that for the prospect of joining. You'll join if you want to. You'll run if you want to. I'm not banning Soul. He hasn't done anything wrong.
clear answer on. We will never know the proper ages between Pyro and the French girl. While I believe her with the age being 14 and 18, I still am yet to see any actual proof. With the amount of times Pyro has ignored the situation, it makes me wonder what is there to actually hide from this. It makes me wonder if this really is a nothing burger, what is there to hide? But then I guess you could use the argument.
Yeah, and it's like weird if he has not yet publicly addressed this, by the way. Because it also seems like a lie by omission. Because if this did occur, in his response to the Ivory situation, it's like, oh, well, with Ivory, you know, age of consent was there, and I was just doing roleplay with anyone. But this would show, like, actual targeted relations at a very comparable point in time with somebody who was significantly younger, a minor who was significantly younger than himself. He pretended she wasn't real. Yeah, he tried to meme his way out of it. So, okay, we got all of that. We got the gist of that. Let's get into the Parlo video. Maybe Parlo will answer some of the questions that I have needed answers for, okay? So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, The video we've all been waiting for. Apparently this video was made using, like, slave labor. We'll get into that drama later. But the video we've all been waiting for, it's here. Let's go.
Away with inappropriately engaging with new.
Why the fuck is VLC not showing the video? Okay, I'm just gonna show display capture. Fuck it, dude.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo! Oh, hold on. Check donuts in a sec. So many OPSEC leaks today. Oh, is there a better way to play this where it's not going to have to do display capture? Because I'm really fucking paranoid, actually. Why won't VLC just play it?
Numerous alleged.
What is going on? I just did try to call Morale, you fucking idiot. He's not picking up. $5 from Green. Thank you so much. $2 from Belinda. How do I get this to play?
Significantly younger than himself. While
2 from Soul. Thank you so much.
he was an adult. His response video to the initial allegation.
Does anyone know why the VLC media player is not putting any video on right now? I am pressing play. There's no... I can see the video. Aiden, put the file into a new Google tab, then full screen them. I don't think that works with videos. Does it? Alright, I'll try. Hold on. Dude, professional streamer, okay? Professional streamer. Real professional over here. Professional, people. I'm a professional. I know.
It has been nearly 2.
Alright, let's try this.
Over the course.
Oh, it worked. Okay, never mind. An hour and 53 minutes? Holy shit. Buckle up, people. Buckle up. Buckle up. It said 53 on VLC. Okay. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a long one. Can we... Oh, we can... Okay, cool.
Across the past decade, Pyrocynical, also known as Nile, has consistently gotten away with inappropriately engaging with numerous alleged significantly younger than himself while he was an adult. His response video to the initial allegations.
Ooh, nice sound effects. Nice sound effects. I did not pre-watch it. I heard the sound effects were a big point of contention for this video. How many sound effects is he going to use?
Pushed by
This is just for the intro, right?
Ivory created over 4 years ago, while at first may have seemed as a cohesive defense, actually in reality served to muddy the waters of the situation and was in fact riddled with many lies in which this video will entirely address. My document in which I have created comprehensively going.
Finish goal. 5 from Lumpy. Aiden, that video has a keylogger embedded in it, by the way. You didn't download it. Great. Thank you so much. Cool stuff. I have a 10-minute recap of the video. Yeah, put it in the inbox if you have it, obviously.
Of this situation has been split into numerous videos. This video will highlight how Pyrocynical had consistently lied to his viewers and will prove him to be a compulsive manipulator who engaged inappropriately with while he was an adult. This video will highlight how degenerate Pyrocynical's dynamic with Ivory actually was, with Pyrocynical continuing to message Ivory after he knew him to be 16 while he himself was 20, and despite Pyrocynical using the age of consent justification to excuse the 4-year age gap, it will also highlight succinctly how the dynamic between them was, as well as the pattern of Pyrocynical having posted
Okay, so this guy's actually going to delve in to the Ivory allegations, explain what is wrong with this dynamic, okay? We're getting a fresh look at this, a fresh analysis years later. I'm excited. Okay, this is a compelling intro. Okay, I'm very glad this guy didn't do a fucking summary of Pyrocynical's entire life at the beginning. Cool stuff.
To Ivory over the course of well over a year, which was illegal in Ivory's state of Pennsylvania. It will also highlight examples of Ivory and Pyrocynical attempting to commission furry content of their characters.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, where would the law default to, by the way? Wouldn't it matter where the perpetrator is doing it from?
Together, as well as role-playing with...
I could be, actually, I'm totally off on that. I don't remember exactly. if the age of consent is if it's occurring across countries and the age of consent is one way in one place and another in another country, where would it default? I have to go to work, Aiden, but I'll be listening. Okay, thank you so much, Soul.
One another, despite Pyrocynical using a Discord script to systematically wipe and delete his messages as to not incriminate himself. This video will also highlight how Pyrocynical most likely knew that Ivory was a long before he claims to have known, with numerous statements Ivory made serving to be distinct red flags indicating that he was. And despite these red flags being present, it did not dissuade Pyrocynical from
Also, you don't even really, just to be clear, okay, why do we even need to harp on the whether or not Pyro knew? Because he acknowledges to figuring out his age and continuing anyway. The age gap stays the same, regardless of if it was occurring, months prior. The age gap between the two is going to be the same. And in between when it began and when Pyro found out is, how long did this go on for? It wouldn't, substantially, right? Not a whole lot of a difference, would have been made. Because if it was, if he found it a few months later, after Ivory turned 16, or had known before, the age gap's is the same. I guess that it depends on if it was, years prior or whatever, right? Then it would be, okay, the age gap could be a lot more profound, because we're talking about minors, the younger the youngest is, right, the more profound the age gap is going to be in this case. A 3-year age gap is not always going to be the same when we're talking, a 3-4-year age gap is not always going to be the same when we're talking about minors, right?
engaging in topics to do with Ivory's life and his experiences. This video will also prove that the French girl existed and that Pyrocynical had dated the girl, named Luan, when she was years of age, and her age was publicly known on Twitter and attested by her in an interview she had with Keemstar. This was all while Pyrocynical himself was 18 years of age in 2015, as detailed by Luan. Most importantly, Pyrocynical stated he would wait for Luan to turn 16, the legal age of consent in the UK, to then engage in a proper relationship with her while he would have been 20, which is a massive red flag and clearly indicative of. This video will highlight how Pyrocynical actively lied to his fanbase for over 6 years, claiming that the girl never existed and that Keemstar was a liar, to then being caught by Keemstar with Twitter message logs proving that he was in direct contact with her, to which Pyrocynical then responded on Reddit.
This is good, by the way. This is what you should be doing, okay? This is what you should be doing. If you're thinking about a video essay, like a video essay, we should get, without giving the whole thing away, we should, at least in the first 2 minutes, have a basic understanding of what the rest of the video is going to be about, right? So I will say it's good that Parlo didn't feel the need to summarize Pyro's entire life like everybody else did.
Conceding that the girl was real, however lying about the age gap dynamic, and lying about never having a relationship with her, to once again manipulate his fanbase and to lie directly to their faces. And finally, this video will also highlight—
Yes, I get like some people are autistic and certain sounds really bother them, so I know that the sound effects may be a bit too much for certain people in the audience. But this, to be fair to Parlo as well, this is a prototype, right? He's sending it out for feedback. This isn't the final product. The sound effects thing will be an easy fix.
Like how Pyrocynical at the age of 19 pushed a 15-year-old girl that he knew the age of to create for a part of his character, and severely downplayed the situation in his response video, attempting to claim that the image was not, despite it being evidently suggestive, containing a disproportionate parts with hyperfixation around the region, and with it posing in a position.
By the way, if you're gonna need to censor this many words, like maybe he's only doing it because it's the first 3 minutes or whatever, but just change the wording in your script. I know I complain about pew pew and fucking using the term, grape or whatever, but like that's actually somehow less insufferable than the constant censors. Okay, so if you're gonna be using this many words that you're going to need to censor and post, it may at some point just be a better idea. You could do that occasionally. If it's a word you can't find another synonymous term to use, or word to use in its place. But like maybe don't use that as much in like in the course of like making this video, because it's insufferable. You could say suggestive position.
Victims have been harassed, silenced,
I guess it would be more than suggestive, right?
victim blamed, and ultimately been too afraid to come out regarding Niall's actions due to the harassment often instigated from his fanbase. So this video serves as part 1, followed by others to come. All the videos that will come out will serve to unilaterally correct the record and cover many more allegations that are currently unknown to the public, and cover and substantiate a lot of victims' allegations. This specific video will prove that Pyrocynical lied to his fanbase for many years and actively manipulated them. So now I bring you the Pyrocynical files.
Near future, let me just say this right now. I am calling it right now, okay? Pyrocynical is going down.
Why is Augie so fucking loud?
Okay. This time for real, okay?
Alright, lower Augie level your audio.
Pyrocynical is gonna get caught doing some nasty.
I have a limiter on, by the way, but Augie's loud as fuck for me.
Nasty.
$2 from Will. If this is a prototype, how do you have it? Because Parlo gave Himpleton permission to send it to me.
Your friend, your buddy came out and lied multiple times on Reddit about that scenario.
All right, let me turn the limiter off just so we could hear this for a sec. This is like, compared to like Parlo's voice at the beginning. I mean, this is why like audio is like, a lot of people are so focused on the visuals, they just don't worry about the audio aspect of it. Let me turn off the, I mean, this is like, maybe it's because I have my volume up really loud. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, he's already an open degenerate. There's no telling what he's capable of, okay? Pyrocynical is gonna go down.
This is how loud the audio, my volume's at 50.
There was a long history of degenerate, unjustifiable
Holy shit, it's peaking like fuck.
behavior from Pyrocynical. This story is far from over.
What the, like, is that, like, I don't know, like, I feel like that's, like, are you hearing it? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? And to stream it? Yes, obviously to fucking stream it. He knows I'm a streamer. He had Himpleton stream it last night. He gives Himpleton permission to send it to me. Yes, obviously I'm allowed to stream it.
Now, Ivory Rasmus was once a close associate of Pyrocynical's, having originally started speaking to Niall as of the 11th of November 2016, up until Ivory made his infamous call-out post on October the 29th, 2020, accusing Pyrocynical of having taken of him when he was 15 and Niall was 19. As a result of the drama that followed, the end result left many people to believe that Ivory was a clout-chasing liar, prompting them to tarnish his reputation and spread numerous examples of misinformation regarding his experiences. People flocking to Niall's defense attempt to claim that Pyrocynical was
also, you have to remember, Pyro's a large creator at this time, and several people in Pyro's circle at that point in time or people Pyro's aware of had faced like allegations of their own. Like he, at this point, like, you know, at this point, right, he should be at the place where he's like verifying the ages of people he's sexting with, right? So, you know, at best, this was incredibly reckless.
Completely innocent, and he unilaterally never knew Ivory's age, and that Ivory purposely withheld it. This is all a categorical lie. Pyrocynical admits in his own response video that he knew Ivory was 16, once Ivory linked his Twitter account with his age present in bio, clearly stating he was 16 on July the 5th, 2017, when Niall himself would have been 20.
When Ivory linked me his Twitter
Yeah, got it. It was 20 and 16.
Profile, the age in bio says 16. This is something I acknowledged in my Reddit post, but to be fair, I probably didn't elaborate enough on it. In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learned of his age, even though at the time, I didn't see it as a problem.
This admission goes overlooked by the majority of people because Pyrocynical waited until 9 minutes in his response video to state this. Pyro had even admitted verbatim that once he learned of Ivory being 16 years old, while he himself was 20, he still continued to engage with him nonetheless, even after knowing him to be significantly younger than himself, and this can be corroborated by numerous Discord messages in which I will cover and highlight in this video, despite Niall attempting to mass wipe his messages to cover his complicity in these degenerate conversations.
But let me be very clear.
Okay. I think that if we're gonna make the claim that he mass wiped messages to cover this up, we're gonna need something more than that, because redacting all your messages, especially before account deletion, is just a habit utilized by everyone who's a creator, right? I regularly run redact. Not because I have something to hide. Well, actually, yes, because I have something to hide in the sense of, like, if I'm engaging in private communications with people, I just don't want that shit, like, leaked. But if he did it like, the allegation that he was specifically trying to cover evidence is going to be a serious allegation attesting to his, like, knowledge of the, you know, immorality of what he was doing. And I think before making a solid claim like that, it's going to be very important to establish, if you're making a claim about intent, right? Obviously, you can't get in somebody's head, but it's going to be very important to give us some, like, contextual evidence that would indicate that that's why he did it, right? Maybe he does.
I had absolutely no idea that he was 15.
Pyrocynical's only actual defense in this entire situation was that he simply didn't know Ivory's age when he was 15 at the start of their conversations, when he himself would have been 19. According to him, he only knew Ivory's age to be 16 when it was specified on July the 5th, 2017, and that is a very important date to remember. However, as we'll discuss later on in this video, this defense has numerous red flags and contradictions, as Ivory clearly made it known he was below the age of 18 far before Pyrocynical claimed to have known that he was 16 in his response video. And Pyrocynical's plausible deniability excuse where he claimed that he could not have possibly seen the numerous tweets made by Ivory where he clearly stated he was 15 because he was suspended on Twitter during the same.
Yeah, so what proving this is going to do, it's going to prove that Pyro lied, but the nature of the conversation, it's not going to make it, like, actually, it very well might make it worse if it is, like, he doesn't know Ivory's birthday, he's just known, like, a vague age, because then, like, then it's like, okay, like, the age gap is not going to, like, stay, like, the age gap that Pyro is aware of actually isn't going to stay the same, regardless of if he finds out later on, right? So That actually is relevant. It's also going to be relevant in proving deception on Pyro's end in the course of making his response.
Time frame and therefore couldn't access the platform turns out to be a lie as well.
Yo, we hit goal. Thank you guys so much for helping us hit temp goal, and we're already halfway to fucking Streamly goal. Over halfway. 40 away from, so you guys are fucking crazy recently. Holy fuck. Thank you, Oilers. Thank you, Shillers, my personal best friends. Okay, thank you, Will. Thank you, Belinda. Thank you, hold on. I'll read the name of the people who helped us hit goal. All right, my Oscars acceptance speech. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Lumpy Willie. Thank you, Green. Thank you, Soul. Thank you, Belinda. Thank you, Midgematic. Thank you, Sardino. Thank you, Soul Skibbity. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Now, the age gap between both Ivory and Pyrocynical was 3 years, 11 months, 7 days, with a borderline 4-year age gap between them, with Pyrocynical being more than aware of Ivory's date of birth, which was not only specified...
Wait, sorry, let's go back. I like that he also gives us the very, like, specific age gap.
He claimed that he...
Because, well, even you could say, oh, it's pedantic to go down to the months, but actually, yeah, like, the months are going to be relevant when, like, the younger person involved is 15 to 16.
Could not have possibly seen the numerous tweets made by Ivory where he clearly stated he was 15 because he was suspended on Twitter during the same time frame and therefore couldn't access the platform, turns out to be a lie as well. Now, the age gap between both Ivory and Pyrocynical was 3 years, 11 months, 7 days.
Yeah, so 4 years.
With a borderline 4-year age gap between them, with Pyrocynical being more than aware of Ivory's date of birth, which was not only specified...
So even for freshmen and seniors, right, I've said before, it's incredibly weird, and it, you know, I agree with, like, social backlash and ostracization over people that engage in it, right? But I don't consider it as serious as pedophilia and think it's something that someone deserves irreparable life-ruining consequences for. With that being said, right, this isn't even a high school context. It's two people that met online, and also understanding that Pyro's not your average 19 to 20-year-old. He's a creator that is in a community where allegations and, like, discussions of this type of shit has occurred previously. And if he did try to cover up evidence, he potentially had some knowledge that what he was doing was wrong. So it's going to be, I think, yeah, like, that's pretty bad. That's not something that, like, it should be, like, totally vindicated or whatever. Like, that's pretty bad.
Directly to him when Ivory was seen venting about drama that he was finding himself on in his birth.
Aiden, let me call in. If you'd like to call in, all you need to do is just, like, tell me why, and I will gladly have you on. Because I have a lot of people that call in to say what amounts to nothing. Things that, like, I already, like, to tell me they agree with me on something. And although I appreciate you agreeing with me, that's not content for the stream. So if you'd like to call in, simply say, Hayden, I'd like to call in because, and if it's, like, to challenge me on something, debate me on something, or to inform me on a topic that you know something about that I don't, I will gladly allow you to call in.
By showing Twitter messages he was receiving by a user named Eli, having clearly been sent on the 21st of April, but it was also public knowledge with him clearly having it presented on his Twitter bio. So when Pyrocynical claimed to have initially known Ivory's age as of July the 5th, 2017, after taking into consideration his date of birth, he was clearly able to decipher that Ivory was 16 years 2 months old, and that there was a borderline 4-year age gap between them, as Pyrocynical was 20 years 1 month old himself, and yet he still continued to inappropriately engage with Ivory regardless. It is important to take into consideration that developmentally, a 16-year-old and 20-year-old are in completely different life stages as well. There is a distinct maturity difference present in a 4-year age gap, and it is also important to highlight the power dynamic in play here as well. Ivory made it known that...
And it's also, not that it matters that much, but there's some cases where you, like, have YouTubers involved in gaps like this where there's clearly something like they're autistic, loners, like developmentally disabled, or not saying that's like an excuse, but it's like, in terms of, like, the maliciousness involved, that actually does, like, weigh into my calculation of that. With that being said, Pyro is somebody who was at an adequate point in maturity, actually probably had more knowledge than your average 19 to 20-year-old would have about these types of situations. And me, being 20 right now, can tell you that... I'm 20 right now. I can tell you that, like, yeah, like, he absolutely, like, should have fucking known better. He did know better, and continued it anyway for the sake of his own sexual pleasure, due to sexual impulsivity, which is really bad. Now the question is, did this behavior persist past 2017? Which apparently there are some other allegations that Parlo might elaborate on later in the video, that might attest to that potentially occurring. But yeah, he absolutely knew better.
He was a large fan of Pyrocynical, and Niall played into that dynamic. He used his position to behave with Ivory, who looked up to him, and was complicit in engaging with this fantasies, and that behavior is unilaterally looked down upon across the online community and is inherently immoral and unjustifiable. Somehow, though, Niall...
I'm being ignored. This is ridiculous. I have info about morale. Let me call in. Info about what in relation to morale? All right. Oh, wait, I know it's Ape Gamer. You're not fucking coming on. Unless you tell me what you want to talk about, Ape Gamer, you're not coming on. This guy was like offering me money to get back into Icy. He's like a fucking shitter.
Has received consistent defense and belittlement for his actions, despite other creators such as Squimbus McQuimbus' case being
Excuse me? Dude, I can't with these names anymore. Squimbus McGrimbus. What the fuck is this name, dude? It's like someone the other day was like, unban Blurt Barbus, and it's like, dude, you've just like made this fucking name up. You've just made it up, okay? Squimbus McGrimbus.
knowledge, with him clearly having it presented on his Twitter bio. So when Pyrocynical claimed to have initially known Ivory's age as of July the 5th, 2017, after taking into consideration his date of birth, he was clearly able to decipher that Ivory was 16 years 2 months old, and that there was a borderline 4-year age gap between them, as Pyrocynical was 20 years 1 month old himself, and yet he still continued to inappropriately engage with Ivory once had. Oddly enough, however, despite this, to take into consideration that developmentally, a 16-year-old and 20-year-old are in completely different life stages as well. There is a distinct maturity difference present in a 4-year age gap, and it is also as well to highlight the power dynamic in play here as well. Ivory made it known that he was a large fan of Pyrocynical, and Niall played into that dynamic. He used his position to behave.
Okay, just to be clear, none of this shows... Oh, he says subscribe. But none of this actually shows him playing into that dynamic, unless I'm none of these highlighted sections substantiate the claim that Parlo just made, just to be clear. So if you're going to be alleging that, include, when you're putting an image on screen, include an image that substantiates it.
With Ivory, who looked up to him and was complicit in engaging with this fantasies, and that...
Aside from fixed, why is he making a highly edited video with edited captions too? Actual brain rot? Well, I'll say this, from the understanding, like, viewer appeal standpoint, he's doing it right. He's doing it right. I think this is fine. I think the general concept and intro for this video have been fine so far, but there's some stuff here that's just, like, not, there's a claim that was unsubstantiated in regards to Pyro specifically redacting his messages to cover up his, act, which would show more malice, as in, like, he knew what he did was wrong and was, like, redacting to hide that. But also, there's, like, claims being made, i.e. Pyro's playing into this power dynamic, that are just not being substantiated with the evidence being shown on screen.
Behavior is unilaterally looked down upon across the online community and is inherently immoral and unjustifiable. Somehow, though, Niall has received consistent defense and belittlement for his actions, despite other creators such as Squimbus McQuimbus' case being strikingly similar. Squimbus was a popular Five Nights at Freddy's content creator who was initially 17 years old when he was seen discussing based subjects to a 4-year-old.
To a what? Why are you censoring 14?
Discussing based subjects to a 4-year-old and posting based content to their...
Why are you censoring 14?
DMs. This behavior lasted up until he was 20 and the was 16.
What if I'm blind right now? Okay, what if I'm, like, some of these censors should be done, the censor should be done in a way where, like, contextually, you know the word that's supposed to occur there. Like, you leave the first and last, like, phoneme in the word when you're censoring it. And it's like, but, like, why would you censor 14? If I'm blind right now, I think this dude is, like, talking to an infant on Discord.
This was unilaterally condemned by the online community, resulting in Squimbus being ostracized from the platform that he once had. Oddly enough, however, despite the situation bearing an exact comparison to the Pyrocynical situation, Pyrocynical has managed to escape relatively unscathed. The argument Squimbus had made that based discussions were not inherently as well was immediately discredited by the original poster of the allegations too on Twitter. The double standard is glaring and couldn't be more obvious. The age gap between both Ivory and Pyrocynical is inherently... And not only does Pyrocynical claim in his own response video that at the time he didn't acknowledge a 4-year age gap as significant enough, but he is also seen attempting to use the age of consent laws of his country...
Okay, but you've now just done a non sequitur, okay? Because I would assume the predation would play into the usage of the power dynamic, right? And it's like you just made that claim as, like, a supporting premise, but just didn't provide any proof for it. Where is he playing into this power dynamic?
United Kingdom and Ivory's state of Pennsylvania to once again belittle the severity of the situation and to try and justify it.
Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about...
This argument sucks, just to be clear. It might be like a little... But in regards to whether the situation is wrong or right, the age of consent... And the age of consent varies by country, okay? It varies by state. And an age gap is going to be wrong because it's wrong, not because the law says so. Okay, that's gonna sound bad, but like, yeah, just because the age of consent is like 14 in Malta, that doesn't mean you, like a fucking 50-year-old having sex with a 14-year-old, is now all of a sudden okay because the law says so.
And doing was so far removed from actual
Age of consent is 16 in most states. Age of consent, man, that's not what you need to go by.
Age of consent
True.
laws do not now morally justify the age gap
True, very true, Parlo.
dynamic present, and his defense, regardless, falls flat when taking into consideration that the age of consent laws do not cover Pyrocynical for the fact that he consistently posted furry to Ivory after admitting that
Also, by the way, age of consent is gonna like specifically cover sex, right? And I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but there are like other like sexual communications, etc., that they can charge you for, even if they're like above the age of consent to have sex.
he knew that he was following July the 5th, 2017, but continuing nonetheless. Ivory State, Pennsylvania, comprehensively states that the dissemination or distribution of content to under the age of 18 is illegal regardless of age of consent laws. Content can be considered any drawing with opaque clothing or focus around the area or specifically as well. The age gap is significant enough, but he is also seen attempting to use the age of consent laws of his country, the United Kingdom, and Ivory State of Pennsylvania to once again belittle the severity of the situation and to try and justify it.
Legally, age of consent is 16 in both my country and his state. I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual
Age of consent is 16 in most states. Age of consent, man, that's not what you need to go by.
Age of consent laws do not now morally justify the age gap dynamic present, and his defense, regardless, falls flat when taking into consideration that the age of consent laws do not cover Pyrocynical for the fact that he consistently posted furry to Ivory after admitting.
Also, wait. I know Pyro did send furry fetish art or whatever, but the screenshots you're showing are of like a totally unrelated sexual conversation. Why are the 3 images you keep showing not this is related, this is important, but like if you're talking about him, send the blurred furry fetish art. You're just like showing images that are not like describing the thing you're talking about right now. And I know it's true, just to be clear, but why would you then not go through the effort of like including a relevant image?
That he knew that he was following July the 5th, 2017, but continuing nonetheless. Ivory State, Pennsylvania, comprehensively states that the dissemination or distribution of content to under the age of 18 is illegal regardless of age of consent.
Okay, any sources this?
Laws. Content can be considered any drawing with opaque clothing or.
But if we're making a legal argument now, what I'd want Parlo to do is explain where the law is going to default to here, right?
Focus around the area or.
Because I, as well as many other people watching, probably don't know a whole lot about the law. So far, I've actually been somewhat impressed by certain facets of this video. I like that he didn't do the trap that every video essayist falls into about like the immediate summarization of somebody's entire life history that bores everybody to death. I like that he got to the point, okay? I like that he was able to explain why age of consent does not equate necessarily to morality, and that an age of consent, an age gap is going to be wrong because it's wrong, not because the law allows it or permits it, right? So I like that, but as I've said, I pointed out various criticisms in regards to the images he's showing, in comparison to the claim he's making at the given time the image is shown, the claims he's making that just aren't substantiated. But I'm going to be very impressed if he actually goes and elaborates the state that this defaults to. I like that he cited the specific code.
Specifically as well, the content Pyrocynical would send would appeal to Ivory's.
Okay, just to be clear, this image
interest while he was still. This is specifically established as another factor that would define.
Just to be clear, the account we've just seen is Pyro, right? Not Ivory. Krumar's Pyro, right? No, it's Ivory. Got it.
Pyrocynical for the fact that he consistently posted.
No, it's Pyro. Wait, I just want to be clear.
Furry to Ivory after.
Wait, hold on. Just so we're clear on this, the account we are presently looking at is Ivory. How is this? Better than I thought it was going to go, knowing Parlo's a shitter. There are, like, various areas that need improvement, but with that being said, I'm actually, so far, I'm pretty impressed, okay? He's done some of the basics. He's not, violated some of my pet peeves that I would have for a video essay. I just want to double check. This is Ivory, right? Maybe someone heard that specification and I didn't. So I'm just double checking. Does anyone... Also, what I would do in your screenshots is every time you show them, I would literally just put Ivory over the name. Or Pyro over the name. 2 from Sardino. Like up, sub up, dono, and oil up. Thank you so much, Sardino. You get it, man. You get it. Okay, does anyone know which person this is? I'm assuming that it's Ivory, right? Because the image of...
Admitting that he knew that he was...
This is Ivory sending his own Twitter account, right? That is Ivory's former Sona. Okay, I think Krumar is Ivory.
Following July the 5th, 2017, but continuing nonetheless. Ivory State, Pennsylvania, comprehensively states that the dissemination or distribution of content to under the age of 18 is...
I think we should do a better job at maybe, I would add, like, clearly like a box that's in red over it that specifies which participant is, like, presently speaking in the conversation.
Illegal regardless of age of consent laws.
Because let's say I already know a certain portion of the video and I want to skip into it to get to a certain part that I find relevant. How do I then... I guess I could use like contextual evidence, but many viewers are going to be idiots like myself and actually not be able to figure out who it is based on the given context. I think this is Ivory, though.
It can be considered any drawing with opaque clothing or focus around the area or specifically as well.
I'm going to actually note this down, okay? I'm going to note this down. Sensor replacement. Non sequitur, i.e. message redaction. Specify whose country the law would default to. Overlay ages over screenshot. Or overlay names over screenshots. Okay, cool. Even if you're not personally entertained, I think that the type, like, when you make a video, understanding the audience that's going to be watching it, who it's intended for, I think it's fulfilling its purpose. Keep in mind, this is a prototype. Again, there are various areas for improvement. I don't really know Parlo, so I'm not coming in with any, like, bias. I know that he's, like, a spurg, but I'm not coming in with, like, super hard bias against him. But I think so far, I think the video has, like, been fulfilling its purpose.
Content Pyrocynical would send would appeal to Ivory's interest while he was still a... This is specifically established...
Thank you, Dumpy.
...as another factor that would define it as harmful and content, ergo illegal to have posted to Ivory. Ivory's also seen it testing this himself, and that he made a police...
I would specify what... Okay.
...report in regards to it. So not only was the dynamic, but it was also illegal. Now, despite Discord mobile recording...
Yeah, so I would elaborate on the predatory point a little bit, because he's made claims like Pyro played into the power dynamic, but he just did not send any substantiation of that when showing it. He just showed that Ivory was aware... but whether or not it's predatory is actually going to depend on Pyro's intent, right? And it's going to depend on Pyro's intent. And if you're making a claim that Pyro is playing into the power dynamic, that's indicative of being predatory. I would then include something that's going to substantiate that if you're going to make that claim. So you provided a premise that you just didn't support to prove this conclusion now. And I think that for this to be a solid point, you'd actually need to substantiate that premise.
...of Pyrocynical contacting a user named Faf9 and how to use a Discord script to comprehensively purge messages, and having wiped a considerable portion of his DMs with Ivory, to which Ivory attests to Ida being Pyrocynical's girlfriend in 2020, it is still relatively easy...
What is your worry about permission right now, just to be clear as well? What is, like, the concern about permission? I have implied consent, okay? He sent this to Himpleton, knowing that Himpleton was going to stream and review this. I call in and tell Parlo that I want to review it on stream. Parlo accepts my friend request. Himpleton, who had refused earlier in the night to send it to me due to Parlo's lack of permission, later sends it to me upon that request. Okay? So yes, Parlo would fucking know that I would stream this because it's already been streamed by Himpleton. He was totally okay with that. Alright? I obviously consented to this being leaked.
Decipher exactly what took place, and this needs to be taken into account moving forward when analyzing the remnants of the Discord conversations that I'm going to highlight. Just because Pyrocynical purged Discord messages does not now limit his culpability in this situation. It's clear he systematically
obviously
removed messages for a reason.
Okay, substantiate that point.
The messages provided by Ivory on video, you can see that Ivory has been
Wait, actually, he did show the mess. Hold on.
Purge Discord message, a police report in regards to it. So not only was the dynamic...
I want to see the DMs to that.
But it was also illegal. Now, despite Discord mobile recordings of Pyrocynical contacting a user named Faf9 and how to use
This is in June of 2018. When is the last exchange with Ivory going down? Wasn't this months after the exchange had occurred? Like, yeah, I don't... Hey, man, the script you gave Hyojin, I might need it as well, if that's alright. Do you know if it works for DMs? I have business messages from a slimy... Okay, so Pyro's also stating a completely different intent here. Now, you don't have to take his word, but if you're going to claim it was for a different reason, you're going to need to provide something to substantiate that. Because attempt to cover up evidence attests to, like, knowledge of... that what he was doing was like actually pretty bad, and like he's actively trying to cover up. It's going to make him look way more malicious, and if you're going to make that claim, you're going to need to substantiate it.
Of Pyrocynical contacting a user named Faf9 on how to use a Discord script to comprehensively purge messages, and having wiped a considerable portion of his DMs with Ivory, to which Ivory attests to Ida being Pyrocynical's girlfriend in 2020, it is still relatively easy to decipher exactly what took place, and this needs to be taken into account moving forward when analyzing...
Because then, did Pyro just wipe his messages with everybody? Alright, his message is... Alright, this is deleted user. I don't know if I had any messages in my... Deleted user... 49D. Alright, I don't have anything.
Messages, and having wiped a considerable portion of his DMs with Ivory, to which Ivory attests to Ida being Pyrocynical's girlfriend in 2020, it is still relatively easy to decipher...
I also think that, like, it's a little bit Weasley to, like, brush over the fact. He does technically show it, but it's shown quickly, to brush over Pyro's claims about why he was deleting DMs, and if you're going to refute those claims... Okay, it's very important to use... Yeah, true. Okay, I got it. So you're going to show context.
Exactly what took place, and this needs to be taken into account moving forward when analyzing the remnants of the Discord conversations that I'm going to highlight.
Oh, but the nature of him deleting the messages, that doesn't really seem to be substantiated.
Just because Pyrocynical purged Discord messages does not now limit his culpability in this situation. It's clear he systematically removed messages for a reason. In the messages provided by Ivory on video, you can see that Ivory has been
So this is in... Wait, okay. So this is in June of 2017. Okay, this is in June of 2017. Pyro's purging his messages, like, literally a year later. Okay? Coupled with the fact that Pyro has admitted to DMing a lot of people about the furry fetish roleplay shit, and the fact that he's provided reasoning when he was initially talking to Thaf9, not believing that his reasoning would be public. He could just have been lying to Thaf9 individually about wiping these messages. Like, I think you're going to need to provide something more before you go and make the claim that he was actually just deleting these messages to cover up his conversations with Ivory. Because what I would then show is, look, Pyro's... Well, I guess his messages weren't wiped with Thaf9, were they? But then it could be, okay, were Pyro's messages of a sexual nature wiped with everyone? What you would then do is find another person that Pyro may have been sexting. I guess that's like a hard burden to meet. And show, hey, he didn't wipe his messages with this person.
By Pyrocynical to remove specific messages that he had sent, as Ivory was seen mentioning he didn't know how to in response. Pyrocynical consulting about removing their messages is seen throughout other allegations too, and shows a...
Wait, hold on. That actually might be good. Okay, so we only have Ivory's end here, not Pyro's, because the messages were deleted. But the context of this conversation would insinuate that Pyro wanted Ivory to delete messages as well. So this actually could be good evidence. This could be good evidence for intent to cover this up. Got it. This could be good evidence. But unfortunately, we don't have Pyro's end.
On video, you can see that Ivory has been pressed by Pyrocynical to remove specific messages that he had sent.
Okay.
As Ivory was seen mentioning he didn't know how...
I think that's good. I think that's good.
...to in response. Pyrocynical consulting about removing their...
I approve. I think it's going to be a fair assertion that Pyro is attempting to remove messages to cover this up using context. Just to cover my own ass, I would say it seems like... Or like probably. He was doing this probably just to cover my own ass. But I think that's fair. I don't think it's a huge reach. And I think those Ivory messages kind of substantiate it.
Messages is seen throughout other allegations too.
I would have emphasized that earlier, though. I would have said... Pyro, DMs show that Pyro was clearly asking Ivory to delete DM. I think that's a way better argument than Pyro asking for, like, message redaction software a year later.
and shows a comprehensive pattern of Niall attempting to hide and conceal his behavior. Such examples were seen in his DMs with Trippy Fox in 2016 when he was 15, or his behavior to another 15-year-old boy.
How old was he at the I would add his age at this point in time, because we don't have the year here. How old is he now? I used to know this guy too. Dude, I have to stop saying that. Just assume I know somebody unless I say I don't. Dude, if this is no, dude, this guy's actually like a fucking hippie now, dude. I met he had like I think the last time I saw him in person, like 2-3 years, he had like fucking these like round sunglasses on. He had like 2 girls around each arm in the corner. Dude, this guy actually might be a Chad now.
In Saku 2, where Niall was seen mass purging his messages, but that will be all covered in a separate video. In DMs between Pyrocynical.
Okay, I would kind of elaborate on his age at the time. If you're gonna like throw in, oh, there's other 15-year-olds. What was his age at the like? That's something. If you're gonna, I get like briefly throwing it in, saying that's for a separate video. But if you're gonna invoke that to lend credence to the claim you're making, I would also briefly elaborate on those situations.
When Ivory, Pyrocynical's older messages remained before April the 7th, 2017. So when we cover instances of Ivory having what seems to be one-way roleplay discussions, or referencing and describing artwork sent to him, we can easily discern that Pyrocynical had engaged and was complicit in these topics of conversations. This is because by viewing older messages present between both Niall and Ivory that still remain, Pyrocynical was seen having roleplayed with Ivory and having sent him based content. The idea that Ivory was just messaging himself in Pyrocynical's DMs is highly illogical, especially when Pyrocynical was seen referencing in his own video that he continued.
Yeah, obviously, no shit. When it's gonna be a case, this is the other thing too. Discord screenshots are very easily faked, so a good thing you're gonna want to ask for is both sides of the conversation.
The further discussions in based roleplay after he learned of Ivory's age being 16.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a totally fair assertion. I would elaborate more on those other allegations he invoked. I think this is good so far. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not like gonna be too nitpicky. I know I normally am. I'm actually fairly impressed.
In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learned of his age.
However, the messages of Pyrocynicals that remain to this day were sent at a time where it is unproven that
regardless of Parlo's own outside activities or his character. To be honest, that's going to be irrelevant, just to be clear. Like, Parlo himself could be like a satanic, cannibalistic pedophile that's not going to really, his claims are not reliant on his own credibility, because he's actually like citing sources when he's like invoking laws and stuff, and he's actually like providing screenshots. So I don't think Parlo's character is going to be super relevant for my assessment of this video.
Pyrocynical knew Ivory to have been a... Despite numerous people close to Ivory, such as Saku, attesting that Pyrocynical knew Ivory's age to be 15, along with others at the time, in this video I wish to solely focus on showing the Discord message exchanges that took place after Pyrocynical was absolutely proven to have known that Ivory was 16 past July the 5th, 2017. Then I wish to show more proof later on down the line that Pyrocynical most likely knew Ivory to have been a... long before that day and had continued based...
Good! Do the occasional jump in so they keep you watching what I'm going to be talking about later, to keep them hooked. Great stuff. Great fucking stuff.
Topics regardless. Pyrocynical's behavior of repeatedly sending suggestive or very content to Ivory after claiming to have known his age to be 16 is clearly exhibited over the...
Dude, I can't tell you how fucking satisfying it is. There are various areas for improvement, just to be clear, but I'm being a little bit more lenient because this isn't an uploaded video yet. It's just like, makes me so happy when they're hitting all the fucking check marks in my head.
Remainder of 2017 up to 2018, early 2019, when Ivory was 17 and Pyrocynical would have been 21. The argument that Pyrocynical cut off communications with Ivory after knowing his age is completely false, and the idea that Pyrocynical or Ivory did not derive satisfaction from the based content too is factually untrue. But now I wish to quickly focus
based
on Pyrocynical's
like based. Yes, that's great to keep people hooked.
Attempt at word semantics to water down the severity of the situation.
What we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual... But this never escalated from 2 morons talking about inhaling fairy farts. It was roleplay after all. You're just pretending.
Pyrocynical's attempt at...
I don't really know Parlo. I have no reason to sit here and glaze this guy or whatever. And I'm not. I'm writing down my criticisms. There are various points for improvement, but I think if those points are then tailored upon the uploaded video, so far, based on what I've seen, this has potential to be a very good video.
Play manipulation to downplay what actually transpired in DMs between him and Ivory serves to make it look less malicious than it actually...
Just like going into this knowing Parlo's a spurg, I didn't have expectations like set to high, and I'm relatively impressed.
Was, and obfuscates crucial context behind the situation. The idea that it was so far removed from actual, as Niall puts it, changes absolutely nothing about this dynamic.
If it's boring, the video's boring if you don't care about the situation. If you do care, it's actually doing all the things to keep your attention hooked.
He was a 20-year-old man playing into a 16-year-old fan's fantasies. The defense that it was just roleplay does not fundamentally change the nature or the topic of Pyrocynical's conversations with Ivory. By examining the Discord mobile messages, I've...
Good point! Good point! He's actually, he's specifically going against the defense of, okay, just because like, you're fucking... Wait, hold on, I'm just gonna...
about this dynamic. He was a 20-year-old man playing into a 16-year-old fan's.
Yeah, so the point that, oh, it was just the fantasies themselves, not engaged, that would never work in any other context in regards to an age gap, and it shouldn't work here. A sexual conversation with somebody you should not be engaging in a sexual conversation with is going to be a sexual conversation with somebody you shouldn't be engaging in a sexual conversation with, regardless of your intent. The only place where that's going to matter is assessing your risk for reoffense. Okay, if you are doing it pure, like if it's a lot more personable and you're actually doing it because of the age itself, that is potentially going to indicate that you have some sort of paraphilia in relation to age gaps that would make you a risk for future reoffense. But that doesn't even. But because Parlo's not here arguing in a risk of reoffense at the moment, and he's actually looking at the situation in and of itself, I think that's a fine thing to say, or a fine point to contest.
Fantasies. The defense that it was just roleplay does not fundamentally change.
I can't stop stroking myself. Any tips? Whenever you start, just start thinking of Xylee Gets Real.
The nature or the topic of Pyrocynical's conversations with Ivory by examining.
You'll stop immediately and then clean yourself in the shower 5 times over.
The Discord mobile messages Ivory had with Pyrocynical's Discord account after he had wiped his messages, you were still clearly able to discern that not only did Pyrocynical consistently share furry content to Ivory throughout the ages of him being 16 and 17, judging by Ivory's responses, but Pyrocynical had also roleplayed with Ivory and engaged in those topics of discussions.
I would also be clarifying more the point about how we're going to need to look at the context here. Like, I would start that at the beginning. We only have Ivory's DMs. Ivory's entered the DMs for most of these. So we need to look at the context. I would have put that point much earlier, before the first screenshot is even presented.
And also entertain the idea of commissioning of both his character and Ivory's character. He actively entertained and engaged with fantasies and simply brushed it off as specifically furry fart roleplay to undermine the severity of the situation and to make it seem less morally outrageous and more humorous. The fact he systematically expunged his messages with Ivory is also further proof of his guilty conscience coming into play, as he is seen sweeping his messages under the rug. Now, in order to prove that the account that Ivory is seen scrolling through DMs with was the actual Pyrocynical, this can be provided when pasting the exact ID of Pyrocynical's account
to
that
nail
owns his
that
Discord.
point home as well, though, I would also show that because the actual, so Ivory's end seems to indicate, not conclusively, but indicate that there was attempted concealing, okay? For all we know, he could have been asking for something specific to be concealed, and not the conversation in and of itself. So we're gonna have to, and to be fair, DMs indicating sexual shit on Ivory's end are abundant. So it doesn't even look like he deleted his end of the messages. So I don't think that's like a point that's 100% conclusive. And when I keep reiterating it, I'd be like, the evidence shows that it is probable that Pyrocynical actively concealed evidence to hide the nature of this discussion. And as a result, that indicates he knew what he was doing was wrong. I would go into it then, but I wouldn't be saying this so conclusively.
Server as provided by bot logs. Copy and pasting this ID in a Discord ID resolver website will produce a Discord tag of an account that matches identically to the Discord account that Ivory was seen messaging.
I would also, to nail it home, show that, in similar conversations with of-age people, and I get, once again, that that's going to be something that's hard to prove, because you're going to have to figure out who he was sexting with, etc. But in similar conversations with of-age people, look, Pyro, didn't conceal the DMs.
In the video where he was scrolling through DMs, to argue that these messages were not with the actual Pyrocynical is completely false. Now that we've proven it to have legitimately been Pyrocynical, let's go into detail regarding the messages after Pyrocynical had claimed to have originally known that Ivory was 16 as of July the 5th, 2017. First situation to observe is by examining remnants of the Discord messages sent on the 8th of September 2017. Ivory is seen in these DMs engaging in RP with Pyrocynical, also known as roleplay, and was going into detail about his fantasies about wanting his character to engage with Pyrocynical's Fox owner. Such topics Ivory brought up include and these conversations were not shut down by Pyro whatsoever. And judging by the fact that Ivory was seen continuing, it was evident that Pyrocynical was
I can't with the censors though, dude. That's like so annoying.
complicit in the facilitation of these messages and topic of conversation. By seeing Ivory stay true and ooh, it was evident that Pyrocynical was engaging, and Ivory was responding to his messages. So best case scenario already looks dire for Niall. He was essentially 20 years old engaging in roleplay with a 16-year-old boy where the topics of theoretical acts were introduced. These message exchanges were also followed by Pyrocynical, most likely asking Ivory if he wished to see more furry following the based conversations that they just had, to which Ivory obliged. This was then followed by what we can understand to be numerous intervals where Pyrocynical had sent furry to Ivory, of course before all his...
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a fair conclusion, right? This is probably where furry porn is being sent, especially based on the fact when he's talking about pyrosending images, right? There are actually there are DMs that weren't deleted that would show that. I'd put that up on screen. But with an understanding that Pyro's previously done this, it seems like that is probable in the case of what he's responding to. Unless, okay, I don't think this screenshot really nails it home that Pyro's necessarily send that to. Okay, no, that's probably images, yeah.
His messages were systematically wiped. We can gather the fact that
Two from Belinda. Aiden and Dumpy dress up as dictators for Halloween. Dude, I don't dress up for Halloween anymore. Thank you so much, Belinda. Thank you so much, Will, for the pair.
These instances were inherently as well, due to Ivory going into detail about the images, with the conversation and continuing to mutual-based discussion once again. Another such example takes place on August the 4th, 2018. Ivory, who was 17 at the time, is seen stating that he personally to be furry content that Pyrocynical openly provided him, describing in
Alright, I don't think this is gonna be
detail the nature of the content and stating how it happened forever ago, meaning that Ivory could have been 16 or even younger at the time of this incident. Shortly after this, Ivory had asked Pyrocynical if he ever to artwork of his first owner.
Alright, I think that, actually, yeah, that conversation is going to be relevant, not because the age gap at that given point in time, but because it's indicating, the age gap's the same, but it's indicating when Ivory was younger. It's, like, showing proof, of DMs that had happened, in the absence of Pyro's end of the messages.
And it's relatively easy to decipher that Niall most likely stated yes, because by analyzing archived message logs provided
We will pay you to do it? I guess I could do it for stream.
by Ivory, he's then seen replying after with, "Wait, what you did? God bless." It's understandable why Pyrocynical proceeded to cherry-pick certain Discord logs in his response video, because I'm certain if people knew that he possibly derived satisfaction from content based off a
I will dress up as a dictator for my Halloween stream, okay? Let's see. I have to be very careful with who I'm picking here. Josip Broz Tito costume. That's a dictator we all love, right? That's a dictator we can feel good about. Who the fuck is selling a Josip Broz Tito Halloween costume, bro? I guess it doesn't have to be a specific dictator.
character while he was an adult, or that he gave to Ivory, to which Ivory admitted he derived
I'm not dressing up as Pol Pot.
From that may not give him the best look optically. The topic of 2 was also brought up on the 23rd.
Tito sucked? Yeah, you're just like a fucking, like, unironically, I hate this word, that's literally what you are, Cal. You're, like, literally just, like, a contrarian that, like, makes, like, very confident assertions, and then when pressed seems to know nothing about the topic that he's reached a very strong conclusion on.
September 2017, where it is easy to discern that Pyrocynical was
Dress up as Trujillo? Wait, I'm sorry. Tito sucks, but Trujillo's fine. The guy that, like, literally genocided the fucking Haitians.
engaging with Ivory, in reference to him stating that he hasn't to any furry shot
5 from Will. Dress up as Trump? True.
as of currently, with Ivory
I'll dress up as Idi Amin.
then being seen having sent a message saying shush in reference to Pyrocynical's deleted messages in response. The distribution of material between Nio and Ivory, as well as the facilitation of conversations, was prevalent and was continuous. It wasn't an isolated incident, it was a long pattern of behavior, and Ivory attests he wasn't the only one who Nio did this to, which is an objectively true statement. My document highlights and substantiated allegations of numerous other victims in which I will cover in my next videos, which all show a glaring and concerning pattern of behavior of people who were once close to Pyrocynical when they were being subject to Pyrocynical, allegedly engaging inappropriately with them and posting material to them. It wasn't one person, it wasn't 2, it wasn't even 3. It was a consistent pattern of more than 10 of these allegations pertaining to 13 days after Pyrocynical claimed to have known Ivory was 16, message logs provided show Ivory having described
I would also, okay, but also if I'm gonna, wait, he said he's gonna do this later or in a separate video? Because I would actually cover all this. If you're gonna invoke it to make a point in this video, I would be covering, even if it's not like necessarily relevant to what we're covering right now or as compelling, I would be elaborating on all of this at the end. If you're gonna invoke it as a point, you need to substantiate it.
in detail one of the instances of furry content that Pyrocynical had just sent to him, followed up by Ivory stating
Because the whole, like, oh, here's something that lends credence to the point I'm presently making, but I'll have to substantiate it in another video. I don't know if that's what he just said. Is, like, just not gonna work for making a solid point.
the second furry image the most, perhaps in response to Pyrocynical being intrigued, to which instance he liked more. On September 11th, 2017, Ivory is seen having posted furry images directly to Pyrocynical, commenting on how shiny the characters look. This was then followed by Ivory stating, "That's pretty good," and "ooh," to which we are easily able to decipher that Pyrocynical had originally sent Ivory suggestive and furry content back to him, which warranted Ivory making that response. This then prompted Ivory to make inappropriate comments in reference to the content which was just provided to him. Ivory was then also seen going into more detail about the content that Pyrocynical had provided him, making comments about the parts shown in the content and talking about the present, with Ivory also making a comment about how he wished to bury his face in them. On September 15th, Ivory and Pyrocynical were seen engaging in topics of discussion to do with what type of fat furry art they liked the most, with Ivory reacting to art Niall had provided him at age 16, sharing numerous Twitter links to W content that he personally imbibed as well reciprocally. This was followed 2 days later on
Okay, images are indicating. I would keep hitting the point home that this is Ivory's end of the messages, okay? Because people could just skip ahead and not know which participant is speaking here, right? But I think these images are relevant to the point that's being made.
September 17th, with Ivory seen stating, "Do show" to Pyrocynical, and then "ooh" in response to Niall being presumed to have sent him more furry content, to which Ivory
No, there's a point to making this video, just to be clear. There is a point to making it. I think that It does. It is meant to fulfill a given purpose, and I think so far it is doing a good job at that. These are just like things that can be changed. They're just very annoying now that we're presently watching the prototype. But I'm not like petty where I'm gonna take that and be like, oh, this video fucking sucks. I know that's like what my viewers would like me to do right now. But I think this has a lot of potential, just to be clear. I think this has a lot of potential.
Is seen stating he likes the last instance the most. Ivory is then seen reciprocally sending furry imagery back to Pyrocynical, mentioning how he likes the harness present in the image. What transpires next is Ivory going into detail about the fat present in the images, with Pyrocynical having been believed to...
So I would have just dropped this. I guess the hype is gonna like contribute to the amount of people that are now aware and will potentially watch. I wouldn't have even I would have dropped the document with the video.
...being complicit in the topic of conversation due to Ivory stating ooh in direct response to Pyrocynical's purged messages. Ivory is seen mentioning and fantasizing about the sweat, the mask, and the weight, all factors that played directly into his in-real-life fantasies. Ivory was even seen stating to Pyrocynical, "It's fine, man, I like seeing anyways," most likely in reference to Pyrocynical continuing the fluidity of this conversation by sharing furry-based art to him, with Ivory once again being seen going into detail about what his furry character would be doing to Pyrocynical's character, to which these conversations were not shut down, but simply just instead allowed to continue by Pyrocynical himself. During December 29th, 2017, once again it can be deciphered that Niall sent more content, with Ivory making another reply in reference to receiving the image. Ivory was then seen responding with certain that he was interested in, most likely in reply to Pyrocynical having asked specific questions in a now deleted message.
Yeah, I think that's a fair interpretation, because yeah, a lot of it is, and I would have once again, if I were Parlo, I would have said this at the beginning. He does say it later on. A lot of this is going to be filling in the blanks. And I think this so far is interpretations of what the blank message would likely be is totally fair.
Ivory highlighted his interest in which is a homo media and manga, in which is often followed by him also stating that he likes and being quote-unquote. Now, another large piece of misinformation spread by people who attempt to defend Niall's behavior is that apparently Pyrocynical and Ivory had originally met up in an 18...
This shit is boring. I'm at work falling asleep right now. Not every topic's going to appeal to you, and if it's not, that's totally okay. I'll be covering more shit as soon as this concludes. That's why we are on a site. Well, that's a good reason that we are on a site with, 20 years worth of fucking content from across the world. There's a lot of other things you could be watching right now. If this given topic is personally unappealing to you, you could click off. I won't be offended, just to be clear.
Plus roleplay Discord server. Ardent defenders of Pyrocynical utilized this excuse to play into the idea that Pyrocynical must have been originally under the idea that Ivory was an adult at the start of their messages, because Ivory was believed to be present in an adult space, giving anyone the reasonable...
Good point to refute! Because I'm like, is Parlo going to address that? Because I do feel like that's a mitigating claim to initial knowledge of the age.
...to assume that he was an adult. However, this claim turned out to be completely untrue. Not only is no proof ever provided of this, but in a document I have compiled myself, it covers extensively how Pyrocynical and Ivory originally met up on November 2016, and a YouTuber named Solid Shive's Discord server who was 15 to 16.
Dude, it's formerly good friend of mine. I spoke to him last year.
Close in age to Ivory and were both in fact friends, and Solid Shive was a close associate to Pyrocynical too. Numerous archive screenshots were provided of Ivory being present in his Discord server before they originally got in contact with Pyrocynical, even being allowed to have admin permissions in a certain instance, and the server, while containing edgy humor and examples of inappropriate content, was ultimately expected regardless because the server contained many people who behaved extremely edgy for attention in 2016. Even other...
This was like way more normalized. Not saying it's more okay, but like the notion of just having minors hanging around was way more fucking normalized in 2016. It like wasn't even like there wasn't self-policing from within the community. After Lieutenant Corbus came in, like you would just be accepted as a minor present in this community, and there wasn't like super heavy policing of like the nature of jokes being sent, the nature of content being sent.
Members of Solid Shive's Discord server, such as Krasputis, had also attested that Ivory met up with Pyrocynical in this specific Discord server. The idea that the server was completely and unilaterally is categorically untrue, as well as considering the fact that Solid Shive, the owner of it...
I would say, okay, before I would substantiate that, like, because if we're going to say, oh, there's no proof of those claims, there's no proof of his claim, it just adds, it lends credence to the claim. This lends credence to the claim that, it lends credence to the claim that this was untrue. But the burden would be on the people making it. They made the claim as a mitigating factor. It's their job to provide proof. They have it.
Known to have been at the time. Commentary YouTuber...
I would not state certain points as conclusively as he is stating them. Sure, it's a nitpick, but I think it covers his ass in the long run.
Diesel Patches in 2020 was the original person who brought up the idea that Niall and Ivory could have met in an 18-plus Discord server in his initial video covering the allegations. However, in his follow-up video, he went back on the claim, highlighting that it was only a speculative remark in which he brought up in order to play devil's advocate in Pyrocynical's favor, and prefaced the fact that people should not take it as face value.
Before I talk about the new updated version of the Pyrocynical allegations, I need to address a comment I made in my last video. So on my last Pyro video, I made the assumption that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18-plus community. The reason why this is an issue is because some people treated that as a fact because I didn't clarify enough that my comment was merely an assumption. The reason I assume this is because I wanted to give Pyro the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't matter anymore.
I love Diesel Patches, okay? I love the guy. Love the guy. Dumpy actually facilitated. Diesel Patches was in the first Blazed SMP, for those of you that don't remember, but me and Diesel had a conversation a few months ago, facilitated by Dumpy. Same old guy I remember. Very beautiful, handsome, sexy.
After looking at the new updated allegations,
that was a joke.
It's pretty clear that he's in the wrong. So again, please refrain from using that as the #1 defense for Pyro. As far as
But yeah, I mean, his speculation did lead to the reiteration of an incorrect claim, but he kind of owns it.
I know there isn't any
He owns it here. I think it's wrong. He knows it's wrong. He owns it.
proof that Pyro and Ivory came from an 18+ server.
Unfortunately, due to his initial video getting over 600,000 views, many people ended up believing
I would have added a pinned comment. I would have gone to the YouTube editor and cut it out.
this to be completely true and didn't bother watching his second video clarifying the situation. So they went around spreading the story without verifying the authenticity of the claim, and it is still being used.
This is not FPS Diesel. This is Diesel Patches, just to be clear. Two different Diesels. Also, I will not be covering Taylor Swift's new album. It's probably fucking dog shit. I've just like unleashed an army of like rabid 15-year-old girls on my channel. Fuck. By the way, folks, we're already $16 away from Streamly goal. You people are fucking insane, okay? If we hit goal, I will personally, I don't know, actually. We'll engage in furry roleplay again. I'm kidding.
To this day is some legitimate defense for Niall. Another claim used was that Ivory initially lied about his age to Pyrocynical. Now, not only did the original people who claimed that Ivory lied about his age go back on their narrative, but Pyrocynical himself is seen attesting in his own response video that Ivory never lied about his age to him. He only affirms that he never knew that Ivory was at the start of their conversations.
Me including the anecdotal
True.
evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he's done to me. I've only said that
And actually, to Pyro's credit, it's good that he's like it's good that Pyro is specifying to the audience that Ivory did not lie about the age.
did not know his age at 15.
However, as we'll discuss later, Ivory has sent a plethora of messages clearly building the case that he was to Pyrocynical far before Pyro claims.
Hold on. My phone died in class, and okay, if Ivory was like 17, this is still, he could be in college. This is not really proof of what you're saying it is. I'll ask, but my mom doesn't want to get me anything. Okay, hold on. It's evidence he's a minor, which makes the recklessness worse. That he should have been clarifying if he truly was unsure of the age.
That Ivory never lied about his age to him. He only affirms that he never knew that Ivory was at the start of their conversations.
Me including the anecdotal evidence led to the belief that Ivory lied about his age. That is never a claim I have made that he's done to me. I've only said that I did not know his age at 15.
However, as we'll discuss later, Ivory has sent a plethora of messages.
Yeah, I know, except for sneaking in or making fake ID. Okay, all this is proving is that Pyro knew Ivory was but whether he was 16 or 17, right, this would all still fit. So this is not evidence Pyro knew the specific age at this point in time. It's evidence that Pyro should have reasonably known Ivory was a minor, which at that point, it's like, okay, you're engaging in like totally willful ignorance. This is like beyond reckless, because he could be anything. Yo, thank you so much, Ardino, for the 199, helping us hit temp goal a second fucking time, putting us 10 from Streamly goal. You guys are fucking insane. Okay? Insane. Thank you so much, Sardino. What did he say? Let me read it. Hold on. Do not tempt chat like that. Belinda with the 2. Thank you so much. I won't. Sorry. Rita's like going crazy right now. Rita and Benson are going crazy at that prospect. Sardina, do the whip and Nene? No. Will you review the Queen's album for goal? No.
Clearly building the case that he was to Pyrocynical far before Pyro claims to have known on July the 5th, 2017. Now, in reference to the term thick content that is often referenced by Niall and Ivory alike, the idea that the thick, furry content that Pyrocynical and Ivory consistently posted to one another was not overtly or played into both their fantasies is simply misguided. Ivory was even seen himself stating that since a certain artist was good at creating content, they would probably be good at creating thick content as well. Ivory was even seen
15 from Soul Skibbity. Streamly goal. Pyro can't keep getting away with it. 8 in your hair. Is that of a black man problem? Black man of good hair. Parry owns you. Dickers dresses like the fat guy off Jurassic Park. Off Jurassic Park. Morale is fat and a P.
In early 2019, stating he's not been sent in a while, and then was seen specifically requesting for thick content. Thick art, as they refer to it as, directly correlated to content, and they made it no secret. The art is created specifically to cater towards one's fantasies and to elicit from viewing it, and many people in 2020 simply did not understand this at the time, hence why this behavior was overlooked and was simply not called out there and then. This correlates directly to August the 5th, 2018, where Ivory is seen bringing up that an artist was down to create suggestive, thick art of their characters together. Ivory is seen stating to Pyrocynical that his thick fox character could be with his thin Borbo sonar, and Borbo, for those of you who are unaware, is essentially in reference to Ivory's bird sonar, in which he is seen referencing to Pyrocynical beforehand. Now, once again, despite Pyrocynical having mass wiped his messages, it was clear that he was complicit in this topic of conversation due to Ivory's responses and the fluidity of the conversation. Ivory is seen stating yes, clearly in response to removed messages of Pyro's. Ivory is seen bringing up the idea of
True. I like how he's like I like how he is interpreting based off of what Ivory's saying with the blank messages potentially include. To be fair, that's all I could really be doing right now because Pyro's end is wiped. But I think that this is like further elaboration on this, on like a specific breakdown, like how specific he's being, etc. Great stuff. Hold on. You could still get first. I think I've donated like $300 to different streamers this weekend alone. This guy's making a lot of fucking money. When are the streams coming back, Soul? When are the streams coming back? When are we gonna see those again? The Soul Skibbity fans are waiting for the streams. Hold on. Really quick, before we continue this, I have to go. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, okay? Because we're gonna continue. I'm making another cup of coffee. I gotta wake up here a little bit. So give me 2 seconds. For those of you that are just tuning in, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm just making a cup of coffee. And we are gonna finish this video and then get into the editor drama and potentially interview the editor and the accuser in the Parlo allegations. So before we do that, real quick,
and posts.
I don't know what song I could just throw on here. Guess I could just throw on this segment. Or I'll be right back. Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. More like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Wait, didn't mean to do that. Alright. 1 sec.
And posts of people
things going into it that I'm going to tell you after the fact, but let's get into it.
colleagues. It happened. Hello everyone. My name is Kongmin Lee, and I was just fired from my job for my conservative beliefs.
He was just fired for his conservative beliefs. Okay, so you're thinking that, you know, the guy like votes Republican. He believes in like what, like more economic, like less economic more economic freedoms, like fucking you know, pro Second Amendment, or let's try less economic regulations, pro Second Amendment, etc., etc. That's what you think, right? It's just purely his political opinion.
It wasn't about my job performance or my relationships with colleagues. It happened because of the things I've said online and the political and religious views I've shared. Right before I was about to head out to work, I got a call from an executive at my workplace, and he opened with this.
The reason for this call is that we decided to terminate your contract effective immediately.
Oh.
Beginning today and going forward, and you're going to cease all contact with employees, and you are not welcome on our campus.
So they told me I was being removed immediately and not to return. The main reason? Because my posts were dehumanizing and derogatory.
So it's clear to us.
Let's just keep in mind, we're going to play a game. I want you to imagine. Don't go and cheat and look at it. I want you to imagine what kind of posts this guy makes. Because surely if we're making a whole video about how unjust this was, this is merely somebody expressing just his opinions, you know, in a respectful manner.
That your commentary invokes language that's derogatory and dehumanizing.
The specific example they kept bringing up is when I called women who celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk hags and psychopaths. And apparently, that's unacceptable. What else are they? Calling them psychopaths is mild compared to the depraved...
Okay, so that doesn't seem so bad. He's calling like he's a conservative, obviously. He's calling like lefties gloating about a man's assassination, hags and psychopaths. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. That's not going to be like such an optical nightmare for the company by virtue of employing him that it's going to cause risk of some like PR problems or financial loss, right? That's the only thing, right?
Over the death of an innocent man, but they didn't care about the context. So what specifically?
Well, how about yesterday when you implied that women shouldn't have the right to vote and that women are hags, miserable people, birthers, and psychopaths?
I didn't call women that.
He doesn't deny that he said that women shouldn't have the right to vote, just to be clear.
Yes, he did. It's very clear. We have evidence of it.
Yeah, you can pull it up. I said that liberal women who dehumanize people and celebrate that.
You did not say liberal women. You did not say liberal women.
The context is...
There's no context. Your language...
Do you mind if I can...
I'm going to finish. Your language is
dehumanizing. Giga alert. I'm going to finish. I got to start doing this to Parry.
Target every kind of identity that's represented. I'm embarrassed that we're just realizing it.
Why can't... You can say women, right? But the problem... It becomes a problem when you're making blanket statements
about various groups, right? Just like blanket statements that are very opinionated and charged that are meant to remove the value of said group or denigrate that group as a whole, right? Now, that's not even what I'm referring to. I'm not even going to talk about his takes on women, right? But at the end of the day, it comes down to, is having you associated with this company going to be a potential like public relations problem and by virtue of that maybe cause financial losses, right?
So the context
make your colleagues uncomfortable.
behind that is the thousands upon thousands of videos and tweets and posts of people who were celebrating the assassination of a husband and a father 2 weeks ago. So the context is the sheer number. It was like 8.
By the way, folks, somehow we are literally over halfway to stream goal. I don't know how we did it. You people are fucking insane. But if you want to support us, as always, you could donate through Super Chats. The button is in the description. You can also donate through Streamlabs. Also, I noticed the clippers have stopped as of late, okay? Clip like hell. Keep clipping. Join the Twitter community, link in the description, and join our Discord. All right, folks, I'm back. Got my coffee. Let's go. Sleeping? It was a BRB segment. You fucking impatient bitch. Okay.
Of Pyrocynical's fat character sitting on top of his own character, and Ivory is seen posting a pre-existing suggestive furry image as a reference, in which I will be censoring. Ivory prefaces the fact that he would only wish to commission the image if Pyrocynical was comfortable with the idea, to which we can decipher that Pyrocynical was complicit in agreeing to, as Ivory was then seen stating hell yeah to a deleted message of Niles, and then proceeded to ask more details about how the drawing should look like, bringing up the proposition of Pyrocynical's Sona to have food smeared on the character's and dripping onto his bird Sona's face. Of course, this is extremely degenerate and inappropriate art that obviously elicits and derives of Ivory. This can be explained because Ivory expressed to Niall back on July the 4th, 2017, that his own partner when he was 15 would sit on his lap and it would be extremely intimidating.
Alright, if you're gonna be quoting him directly, I wouldn't add in the when he was 15 part, because like if somebody's like if somebody's playing this in the background, they're not going to realize that you've inserted that while also like framing it as a quotation. So if you're citing it as a quotation, don't add in the when he was 15 part, because then people are gonna be like, oh wait, he told Pyro he was 15. What? 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 Why are you saying my name in all caps? What the fuck is going on?
Clearly this art plays directly into Ivory's real-life fantasies, and Niall knew this, but was yet more than willing to engage with this while he was 21 years of age. Ivory is then seen discussing the commission price in regards to Ari, and then asking Pyrocynical if he wanted to commission the image or not.
What? If you're typing my name in all caps... Oh, thank you so much, Belinda. Much appreciated.
To which we can assume that Pyrocynical stated yes, which prompted Ivory to then be seen stating hell yeah in response. This was then followed by Ivory on the 23rd of October 2018, showing the sketch and the progression of the furry image created by Ari, meaning that Pyrocynical was completely complicit in the conversation and agreed to the creation of a furry image involving his character and a character. The fact that this went overlooked for so long is insane to process, and this is more than enough proof to show how deep the degeneracy goes in regards to Pyrocynical's dynamic with Ivory, who is still
Good. He's not just like listing out evidence without claiming like what point it's substantiating. He specifically tells you the point that was being proven by the evidence. Good stuff.
On May 8th, 2018, Ivory was seen referencing a video that Pyrocynical had sent to him in DMs of content, to which Ivory directly addresses as quote-unquote. Ivory then goes on to make a comment in reference to the content.
Once again, if you're going to do these censors, I would be, especially for people that play this in the background, okay? Like, I know I put my shit on a second monitor and then play a video game. You'd be leaving in, like, the first phoneme, like and then even sometimes the last, if it's not clear enough, so that even though it is censored, anyone who is listening understands what you're talking about.
Content talking about the fat showing softness, when now is presumed to have asked him what his favorite aspect of the content.
I don't know why he censors anything. I don't know why anyone censors anything. It's like ridiculous what they have us doing now. Okay, some people are just like so terrified they censor like water, okay, or some shit. He censored 14. Like at some point, actually, yeah, this is Parlo's fault, not YouTube's. Why are you censoring everything? I low-key want to do a click. I'm just not even like noticing it. I mean, yeah, it's like a little annoying, but
and just to reiterate it once again, it is illegal in the state of Pennsylvania to send content to a.
You're gonna notice it if you've been primed going into it to notice it, right? Which I kind of did. It's almost like when you know, if I tell someone that you're now manually breathing, okay, you're now going to be thinking of every breath you take. If you're not primed into looking out for the clicks, they're probably not going to be too obnoxious.
This can be assumed as to why Pyrocynical is never seen addressing.
They're annoying, I'll give you that, if you do notice them.
These instances of content he sent to Ivory in his response video, or even going into detail about the content he sent regardless. In 2 other instances highlighted in my document too, Ivory is seen in August 2017 when he was 16, stating directly to Niall that the video he
will be a good example, right? Like there's certain terms you need to censor at the start of a fucking video, right? And like hold on, I'll use an example that I did. Okay, I'll use an example real quick that I did when I did like my rare uploaded VOD, okay? Right here, this is a good way to censor. Wait, not here. Like right, I believe it was over here. Okay. hard.
What you're saying is just retarded.
Yeah, look, like feel that much like people, you know, you could relate to with their jokes. I mean, in the Fuentes debate, Dean was like, can we not say retard? So like, it's censored, but you know what I said because I left in the phonemes. And I didn't add an obnoxious sound effect either.
He sent was nice, going into detail about the content that he just received. Pyrocynical in these instances had sent content relating to a he knew the age of, which is the attraction to. On August the 20th on the same month, Ivory was seen bringing up the theoretical of his bird sonar being lodged in Pyrocynical's characters, followed by Pyrocynical sending based content to Ivory once again, with Ivory stating the first instance was his favorite.
Especially if you're going to be censoring a lot, there's like no need for a sound effect.
Going into detail about and how it was slipping off in the first image. It could be
discerned. Actually, Gamma, I actually, believe it or not, had Gamma edit a video for me once. And to be fair to Gamma, I offered to do it for free. I ultimately didn't end up using it because I'm a perfectionist. But my problem with Gamma was he was censoring stuff and doing a silent censor, but he was cutting out the whole word. And it's like, if you're cutting out the whole word, nobody knows what's being censored. Nobody knows what's supposed to go in its place, especially if there's not enough contextual indicators. You leave in the first and last phonemes.
And Ivory had stated this because Pyrocynical would have asked what image was his favorite and for what reason, once again prying into and fantasies. And this was not the first time that Pyrocynical had allegedly sent furry content to him and had asked them if they liked the content too, as he had also allegedly done this to a girl on Skype in late 2016. This is a repetitive pattern of behavior that the online community has sat idly by and allowed.
If you're gonna evoke that, you have to fucking substantiate it. You can't bring in these separate situations and then not substantiate them. He did add allegedly, to be clear, but you're covering a situation that we do have evidence for, and it's like you keep referencing other things that you say you're gonna get to later. If he even does get to this later, and it's like you can't really do that because then you're just adding a premises or like or supporting claim to your argument that is just not substantiated. Makes your point less solid.
To continue on the same day, August the 20th.
But this is also a huge allegation that it actually continued. It was repetitive, right?
Ivory
that in itself, even if it's not like, besides it being used as like a supporting claim for the present allegation, whether or not this behavior continued is actually really important. And that's not something you could just like brush over.
Also brought up the idea of flying down to the UK to have dinner and hang out with his friends, to which he asked Pyrocynical if he wished to come too. Ivory is then seen stating, "Oop, I don't know honestly, and I have no idea when," in reference to what month they are planning to do this, with Ivory then seen stating, "But probably after December 2017. Ivory is then seen stating, "Hell yeah," in reference to Pyrocynical most likely agreeing to the proposition. This was also conveniently completely overlooked in the original allegations surrounding Niall, but what is clear by these logs was that Pyrocynical was seemingly comfortable with the idea of meeting Ivory, who was 16 along with his friends, while he himself was 20. Pyrocynical was then seen allegedly asking Ivory if he wants to see what we can assume to be more furry content, to which Ivory states, "Do send gamer," followed by Ivory then stating, "Ooh, I like the sounds to be honest." It is extremely evident from these archived messages that Niall sent some form of video to Ivory. Ivory is seen on October 21st, 2017, having asked Pyrocynical if he wished to see some furry content that he had, to which Ivory is then seen stating hell yeah in response, and is then seen posting. Pyrocynical not only openly posted furry to he knew the age of throughout 2017 and 2018, but he openly this content from the same too, as discerned by these messages. On April the 14th, 2018, Ivory was even seen messaging to Niall, "Do you remember how we were talking about art of your thick fox character, my haunter," in reference to his own sonar. So as clearly established in these messages, according to Ivory himself in 2018, Pyrocynical...
Yeah, and then So, and then, right, if this claim is being disputed, you would see in the context, is Ivory arguing with him? No, he's not arguing with him. So Pyro clearly didn't dispute this claim in the course of their messages.
Who and him had openly discussed the idea of possibly commissioning furry of their characters engaging in acts. Ivory even followed up by...
Alright, now that you guys keep pointing it out, it is getting annoying. It wasn't annoying to me before. Now that you keep pointing out the clicks, it's actually getting incredibly annoying. Thank you for that.
Highlighting that he knows an artist who'd be capable of commissioning the art piece.
Hey Aiden, someone is restreaming your live on Rumble, TV, and Kick. I thought you should know. Well, link it to me.
Openly highlighting, however, that he would only have the art commissioned if Pyrocynical was on board with it, to which we can assume that Pyrocynical was not at the current time. However, a conversational shift is observed that led to Ivory finding amusement in something that Niall had said, to which Ivory is then seen posting a furry image of Pyrocynical's first sonar engaging in backs with Roadhog from Overwatch. The image was inherently... And how Ivory even knew about this image existing...
Lumpy Willy is the ape that cried rape, okay? He comes in here making claims that are all... And then he's like, just kidding. Okay, I do the same thing to be fair, but I do just kidding 5 seconds later. I'm never gonna believe anything you say, Lumpy, unless you send me a fucking link.
Is a completely different question. Ivory was seen perhaps posting it in reference to Pyrocynical originally bringing it up. The fact that Ivory stated that Niall and him were discussing the plausible scenario of having ever commissioned artwork of their characters together is already a massive red flag on its own. You see, Pyrocynical would want you all to believe that the dynamic between him and Ivory was merely just furry fantasy roleplay. But no, this was all a comprehensive years-long dynamic.
A lot of this could be cut, okay? Like, we know what the two of them are doing at this point together in DMs. I feel like that's already been substantiated. Like, proving every instance of a sexual chat at this point, I feel like is redundant and unnecessary. for the point you need to prove. I feel like this is dragging out a little bit.
Of them sharing in detail.
Somehow, I'm not surprised a guy from a country where the age of 16 will be okay meeting, just because, as I said before, like, your moral qualms with doing something it's not going to be relevant unless it's not going to be relevant to the legal age, right? That's not going to be, like, super relevant, right? Age of consent, law does not equate to morality. Now, the law should pose as a, you know, pragmatic executable interpretation of morality, but just because something is written into law does not make it morally right or wrong, just to be clear. Goy Pickle owns you, Aiden? He does. Like, just keep buying drugs off the guy.
Content and information pertaining to each other's and preferences.
Oh my, I can't, you guys have ruined this. You've ruined this video so far. I was actually quite happy with how it's been going. Okay, I've been noting down my criticisms. I've been quite happy with how it's been going. You're actually starting to ruin it for me.
The adult in this situation was complicit in the facilitation of these conversations and played directly into an fan's messages. That is
underage? Really? Underage? Yeah, guys, so basically we have to talk about the where essentially, like, the, you know, and I think that it's good when dealing with these kinds of things to engage in some form of
indefensible, immoral, and flagrantly disgusting. No amount of comment purging can expunge how disgusting it was for him to have his power and influence.
I did this joke better on my stream that I think only 5 people watched, and I think I'm the most hilarious guy on earth, but it never translates to my viewership. I'm Purple Parry. Why is the world so unfair to me? I couldn't be doing anything different. I don't think that I do anything wrong. I think my streams are the best. I think there's nothing for me to change.
Behaved with a fan of his who was significantly younger than himself. The collective stigmatization and silencing of Ivory despite him being objectively right about everything Niall had done is disgusting. Every person who has put down Ivory brushed off his experiences or blamed him for having engaged with Pyrocynical to begin with, or have served to silence and belittle a victim and victim blame, doing immense
that is not a Russian accent.
Damage to the situation and only
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Kaloravetla, just sliced my hand wide with the 5. Just sliced my hand wide open at work with a buzzsaw, and there's blood everywhere. I don't think that's actually Kaloravetla, just to be clear. But yeah, like, if I were you, I would go to the hospital.
Into Niall's benefit and allowing him to get away with it. On September...
He's not French. So somebody said it sounds French. Somebody said it sounds Russian. I think you people just don't understand accents. And also, I'm not going to get like, I'd be pretty talented if I could get an accent identical. He just repeats himself 100 times to fill time. No, he doesn't. I think you were like a subhuman who's like acting very subhumanly because you were like molested as a child. And like, I think that you were on here acting like a subhuman because you're a subhuman. And I think you're subhuman.
The 9th, 2017, Niall was seen instigating a topic of conversation to do with commissioning for artwork of both his character and Ivory's character, prompting Ivory to have stated, "Oh yeah, how would I commission it?" Followed by, "Or should I just say a big old fox boyo," in reference to how the image would be drawn, and obviously
Yo, thanks so much for the 2, Belinda. Pictures or didn't happen, Kaloravetla. Please do not send gore if that actually is Kaloravetla.
Into the inflation Pyrocynical had. Ivory is then seen showing...
Is there only Matan accent? This accent does not sound completely identical to the regional dialect that you were utilizing or imitating. Quite frankly, therefore, the entire bit for me is ruined. Go fuck yourself.
His Twitter messages with an artist named Talker, showing that he asked for a...
I hope you're, like, walking the streets right now, walking the crosswalks of Wales, so hopefully the drunk driver, the drunk truck driver, Soul Skibbity fucking mows you down in his semi, you nitpicking fucking freak.
Private commission. Ivory is then seen discussing the idea of having a blob version of Niall's character, in which he sends reference images to the artist, with Ivory specifying that he wishes to use his horn persona since he doesn't have a proper reference sheet for his bird character yet, and his horn persona is a character he has shown to Niall a lot, even including the artwork he commissioned of it in the past. Ivory is seen highlighting that the artwork would cost $38, and Pyrocynical had even offered to pay for it, as judging by the flow of the conversation, where Ivory is seen stating, quote unquote, "I paid anyway, so it's fine."
Alright, so let's go back. I gotta lock into this. We gotta get through this.
For having engaged with Pyrocynical to begin with, or have served to silence and belittle a victim and victim blame, doing immense damage to the situation, and only playing into Niall's benefit and allowing him to get away with it. On September 9th, pertaining to each other's and preferences. Pyrocynical, the adult in the situation, was complicit in the facilitation of these conversations and played directly into an fan's messages. That is indefensible, immoral, and flagrantly disgusting. No amount of comment purging can expunge how disgusting it was for him to have his power and influence the behavior of a fan of his who was significantly younger than himself. The collective stigmatization and silencing of Ivory.
But also his emphasis that he did the mass purge to avoid accountability, once again, is just not a claim that's really been substantiated, so I don't know why he keeps hammering it home. Actually, no, the DMs from Ivory's end actually seem like he was potentially but I wouldn't state it conclusively as though it were fact. I just don't think there's enough there.
Despite him being objectively right about everything Niall had done is disgusting. Every person who has put down Ivory, brushed off his experiences, or blamed him for having engaged with Pyrocynical to begin with, all have served to silence and belittle a victim and victim blame, doing immense damage to the situation and only playing into Niall's benefit and allowing him to get away with it. On September 9th, 2017, Niall was seen in...
Also, it's going to be cringe to say, be nice to these people. These are the people you're going to convince. I would, instead of, belittling them, I would say, like, they've all fallen for, like, Pyro's direct obfuscation attempts and need to relook at, like, these are the people I'd be wanting to win over right now.
Instigating a topic of conversation to do with commissioning for artwork of both his character and Ivory's character, prompting Ivory to...
the random shitter Redditor, yes, they are all stupid idiots that were running defense for this guy, but, like, these are the people your video is going to want to persuade.
Stated, oh yeah, how would I commission it? Followed by, or should I just say a big old fox boyo, in reference to how the image would be drawn, and obviously playing into the inflation Pyrocynical had. Ivory is then seen showing his Twitter messages with an artist named Talker, showing that he asked for a private commission. Ivory is then seen discussing the idea of having a blob version of Niall's character, in which he sends reference images to the artist, with Ivory specifying that he wishes to use his horn persona since he doesn't have a proper reference sheet for his bird character yet, and his horn persona is a character he has shown to Niall a lot, even including the artwork he commissioned of it in the past. Ivory is seen highlighting that the artwork would cost $38, and Pyrocynical had even offered to pay for it, as judging by the flow of the conversation, where Ivory is seen stating, quote unquote, I paid anyway, so it's fine. No, it's fine, I already did.
So Pyro paid for him to commission more NSFW artwork. Got it. Once again, this is all substantiated claims, but I feel like it's becoming a bit redundant. Like, we understand now, like, a lot of this could just go in the supplementary document, but I feel like you only needed to do like 3 or 4 of these. Like, we get it at this point, right? They're exchanging furry fetish images, they're engaging in inappropriate sexual conversations about furry fetish images, etc., etc. To, like, go over this for the next 30 minutes is going to be super fucking redundant. I'm going to actually skip ahead.
He was fully aware of how problematic it would all be for him, confirmed to him that it would. Ivory then shows the Twitter messages between him and the artist, showing that he sent a reference sheet of Pyrocynical's characters, which contained very content to the artist, followed by him asking Torcan if he was a private commissioner.
2 Soul Skibbity, you look like you've never eaten protein ever, Aiden. I'm a human being too, and I have real feelings.
To which Torcan stated he could make the art privately. It is abundantly obvious that Niall did not want this art to be public knowledge, so it would not be traced back to him. He was fully aware of how problematic it would all be for him if it was revealed that he was a 20-year-old man having a 16-year-old commissioned art of both their characters together. Now, Pyrocynical's main defense for how he didn't know Ivory's age, despite Ivory making his age publicly known on Twitter several times, stating that he was 15, was the fact that he was...
This is another point that works in Pyro's defense. Okay, I think there's more than enough to know that he probably did know the age, and if he didn't know the age, he was, like, insanely negligent because this guy, he at the very least knew this guy was a minor. Okay, which actually could have been anything ranging from, fucking when you first were able to talk and use the internet to 17. So, it's not going to be, like, as important to me, like, because he did know at some point and continued anyway, and the age gap remained the same. But I think that it's going to be, this point would be relevant to hammer home that he actually did know the age at this point in time, to prove that Pyro's, like, deceiving. But the random tweets on Ivory's account, with the quantity of people that Pyro's claiming he was engaging in furry roleplay fetish with, is just not necessarily going to be proof that Pyro did know he was 15. The bio is solid proof, but the tweets are not.
He was not on Twitter during the same time period as he was suspended, so he could not have possibly seen the tweets. He deliberately took the plausible deniability defense and waged the situation on a factor that is unprovable to the average viewer.
They then provide a list of Ivory stating his age multiple times on Twitter. So if I'm so sure that I didn't know he was 15, how would I have missed this? This is something I said in my original Reddit statement. He never once disclosed the fact that he was 15 at the time these exchanges commenced. He didn't include his age in his...
I think it's fair that Pyro did not see those tweets, just to be clear. I think he probably did not see those tweets. I can grant that to him. Okay, these are, like, tweets that you specifically have to go and look for. With the quantity of people this guy was, like, engaging in this type of activity with, it probably wasn't the case that he was seeing these specific tweets. $2 from Belinda. Aiden, listen, we love you. It's okay. Thank you so much, Belinda. Means a lot. Means a lot. At least some people out there love me.
His bio until he was 16, but I was not on Twitter between the 28th of December 2016 until the 29th of June 2017, as I was...
Perry, I'll play your joke when this video's over. It's a long video. I just want to get through it. No more derails, okay?
suspended.
However, this defense he used is immediately discredited because, as seen in the video of the archived Discord messages between both Ivory and Pyrocynical, Pyrocynical was seen linking Ivory's Twitter account in reference to his newest tweet, showing screenshots of him.
Okay, that's not gonna be solid proof, though. Once again, just because he's aware of the existence of his Twitter and has seen recent tweets does not mean that he has seen the tweets where he's claiming he's 15. I don't think that's even worth contesting. I think we can grant that to Pyro, because everything else on its own makes him look bad enough. He probably didn't see those specific tweets. I believe him.
And now having played Dark Souls together, and this transpired on April the 5th, 2017. This not only proves that Pyrocynical was actively monitoring Ivory's newest tweets at the time, but it also proves how he was engaging with his account during the time period he claims he was simply not on Twitter.
I find it funny, like, they're acting like I'm hiding something, when ironically, that's exactly what they're doing here.
The idea that he himself is not hiding anything is extremely ironic, as he not only systematically—
That is a good point, though, for proving deception on Pyro's end. That is a good point because he claims he's not engaging in Twitter. So what I would do is, instead of saying Pyro's refutation of these claims is that he wasn't on Twitter, he clearly was on Twitter. He lied in his response.
purged all his Discord messages with Ivory to remove any incriminating evidence, but he also never highlighted once in his response video that he engaged with and saw Ivory's Twitter account during the exact same time where he claims that he couldn't have, as he was still suspended. Instead, he chose to openly lie to his fanbase, inferring that because he was suspended, he simply couldn't access Twitter.
I could have cut that point in half if I were Parlo.
Itself, and ergo never saw Ivory's tweets at the time, clearly stating his age to be 15. As further corroborated in the archived Discord DMs,
Pyro probably didn't see these DMs, right? But he outright lied in his refutation of being able to, like, I would just hammer that point. The thing is, I'm a little bit, like, nitpicky about considering, like, how rabid Pyro's fan base is. I would not be reckless or loose with the claims being made. Even if something probably happened, I would always specify probably, allegedly, in this case, and I would not hammer certain points so home that, like, are actually not really, like, substantiated.
Ivory is seen forwarding a Twitter account dedicated to posting cute pictures of foxes to Pyrocynical, in which he thanks Ivory for on March the 9th, 2017. Again, Pyrocynical was free to access and view this account, and the idea he would not is simply misguided.
So that's proof that is good for proving that Pyro deceived the audience in his refutation of evidence meant to work against him. If I were Pyro, I would have just said, I literally didn't see these tweets. I engaged with 1 million people in this fashion. I didn't see these specific tweets made months prior. Okay, I follow, like, such and such amount of people, but he outright lied in his refutation, which kind of already sets the tone for, you know, if he's lying, you lie to conceal the truth, in most cases, unless you're doing it pathologically, because sometimes there are literally people who just lie for no reason, but you lie to conceal the truth, and if that's the case, and we can prove he's just lied, what truth is he attempting to conceal with that lie?
31st of March, 2017, Ivory is seen linking a furry...
Aiden be like, I would do it this way, then not make it that way, and never upload. Okay, so if you go to a fucking restaurant and think that the food is bad or good, I expect you, if you said the food is good when you eat out at a restaurant, I expect you to cook me the best fucking meal I've ever eaten in my life. Once again, you do not need to be a chef to tell the food is good. You do not need to be a chef to tell the food is shit. You can make criticisms without engaging in the activity that is being criticized yourself.
Twitter account, stating that the thick art they create is so good, to which Pyrocynical was seen attesting that it was as well, implying that he has seen and engaged with this account before. These were all distinct instances of Pyrocynical being personally...
What is your opinion of Parlo? Neutral. I think this video is okay so far. He seems like a bit of a spurg.
Twitter accounts, accessing Twitter, or engaging with Twitter accounts in a time frame he claims he couldn't have as he was suspended. In past videos Pyrocynical made during the same time period where he claims he wasn't on Twitter too, he referenced using the Twitter platform numerous...
Okay, the reason that your analogy, Kayvon, would be inappropriate is because the chef is not looking for criticism. Parlo is sending this video out with the explicit intent of getting criticism and feedback.
Times to get information or to find...
It would be, the reason your example would be wrong and the reason you wouldn't do that is because it would be contextually inappropriate to then go back. Now, saying that in and of itself isn't wrong, okay? If you do know how to, like, if you do know how to cook, and I know how to make videos, then it would be an okay thing to say, but contextually it would be inappropriate.
Find tweets of people he was looking for, once again contradicting his main defense. Here's a few notable instances.
My official Twitter, Chrome Clan YT. The only tweet I could find that had any relevance. Guys, I go for a few days on Holy Day, so I can't upload. I'm sorry. Have a nice day, guys. That was his last tweet, so I can only make out that he went to heaven. I don't know why. If you go on YouTube's Twitter, their bio says, lol, watch this. I don't know why. I think they got hacked, and they were just like, nah, it's funny. Leave it. Lol, watch this.
Most ironically, however, is when in 2018, Pyrocynical describes what it's like when you're suspended on Twitter. He attests himself that you're still able to see all of Twitter, giving an analogy that it's like being trapped in a glass cage. He only claims you are not able to engage with accounts in terms of messaging, liking, or retweeting. However, you can still get notifications and look at tweets yourself. And 2018 Twitter suspensions acted exactly like 2017 Twitter account suspensions.
Yeah, he was almost certainly looking at... He's already hammered this point home. I would just shorten it. I think a lot of these points are way longer than they need to be. I would just say, you know, this really could go a lot quicker for this. Like, a lot of this is redundant. You've spent a considerably long time proving Pyro was still using Twitter. I would say. He actively links Ivory his own tweets at the time where he claims he's not using Twitter. He references tweets in his videos at the time he says he isn't using Twitter. And at that point in time, being suspended doesn't mean you still could not view tweets. So this all goes to show that Pyro lied when he used the fact that he was not on Twitter as a refutation to the notion of being able to see tweets. I would just quickly show the screenshot. Like, you don't need to spend this much. I get he's being thorough. I think thoroughness is good. I think he's in the right spirit. But at some point, yes, it's a bit redundant.
I think easily the worst thing about being suspended is the fact that you're almost locked in a cage with a nice glass mirror so you can see all of Twitter. You can't tweet anything, you can't post anything, you can't interact with anyone, you can't even see your DMs anymore, but you're allowed to see your notifications. And you know what happens when you get suspended? You will see brainlets, just absolute brainlets, arguing over a post you made like 2 years ago, mate. And they are still going to this day.
So the entire plausible deniability defense Pyrocynical has used has completely fell flat and has been proven to have been a lie. He is seen openly using Twitter during this time period and even engaging with Ivory's account and actively monitoring it, despite having been suspended. And if Pyrocynical was willing to create such an elaborate lie such as this, while attempting to pin it as an objective fact, what else has he lied about?
True!
Ivory himself.
That's the point that proves. Perfect. Yes. 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 He's just now adequately proved that Pyro lied in his response. Okay? So we've now demonstrated a willingness to lie. Okay? So now there's potentially other lies. Now, if he goes into those other lies, I'm going to be very happy.
Did not disclose to me directly that he was 15.
Even worse for Niall were the numerous instances where Ivory highlighted that he was at school, far before Pyrocynical claimed to have known Ivory was 16 and on July the 5th, 2017, when he posted a Twitter link with his age being present in the bio. Ivory is specifically seen stating that he was attending classes and that he didn't want to be late for school, and even in another massive—
That could literally also indicate college, just to be clear. I don't think those messages show anything other than reasonable suspicion that this person was a minor. I don't think that refutes the claim that he didn't know he was 15. I don't think that's necessarily a lie. I think it's a lie by omission, to be clear.
Instance that his mother doesn't want to get him any presents until his school year is over. That is a distinct red flag, and it clearly indicates that Ivory never was alluding to being an adult in any instance. He is directly telling Niall here that he attends school classes and that his mother is restrictive on him getting presents.
You're still in high school at 18, to be clear. It's unlikely that Pyro would interpret it like that. What this would prove is that Pyro knew he was a minor, not that the claim that he didn't know he was 15 was wrong.
Highlighting Ivory's dependence on his parents still and his lack of independence himself. You would have thought that if you, the viewer, were theoretically messaging someone that you believe to be above the age of 18, however, you feign the excuse that you were never directly told about their age, just that you believe them to be an adult somehow, and that same person is telling you in numerous intervals that they're attending classes and are at school.
I think a lot of his conclusions, like this one, are likely, but I wouldn't include them in a video like this if I can't fully substantiate them. And if it's probable, I would argue that it's probable and merely state that as such and move on. I think this whole line of dialogue would work to prove a different point. It doesn't refute that Pyro didn't know he was 15. That could still be true. What it does do is lend credence to the fact that Pyro knew this guy could have been any age, ranging from when you can use the internet and verbalize to 17 at this point. And at that point, like, he literally could have been DMing with a fucking 14-year-old. Okay? So he was insanely reckless with this information available to him.
And that their parents are not giving them any presents until the school year is over, highlighting their lack of independence. I'm guessing that you, the viewer, would probably then ask the same person how old they are, because those are some major red flags that
Yes, that is what that proves.
Not just magically ignore.
But I would remove the 15-year-old clip. The I didn't know he was 15, implying he lied about that, because that's not what's being refuted here.
However, Pyrocynical in this case actually engages with Ivory in these conversations, doesn't ask for his age, and doesn't even seem the slightest bit concerned or dissuaded from engaging with him. Pyrocynical is further seen referencing Ivory as a child and small boy in DMs, which is additionally concerning with all the
Ooh, that's also, yeah, that makes it way worse. Yes. So while he's engaged, it's not just like I was just talking about the fantasy. It didn't matter who I was doing it with. His like age is like actively acknowledged in the court, or not his age. The fact that he's a youth is like actively being entertained in the course of these conversations. Good screenshot, Parlo. I'm impressed.
Past context that I've already highlighted, but by far the largest red flag presented was messages shown of Ivory and Pyrocynical discussing if they could meet up in the UK and go to a bar. The DMs are seen starting off with Ivory asking if he could come, followed up by him stating that he's considering asking. It is reasonable to insinuate that Pyrocynical would have asked in this instance if Ivory was going to ask his parents for permission, because there is no other applicable context which would have derived Ivory to have stated that he's considering asking. He's considering asking who? Ivory is then seen talking about what
he could have been. He could be considering getting the money to go to the UK. Okay, that actually doesn't. That's not as definitive as Parlo is saying it is. That is his opinion of what is probably there. I think is correct. I think that is what is probably there. But on its face, no, there actually could be other things that go there. Those things are just less likely. So instead of saying, "Oh, this is what has to have gone there," I'd say it's probable.
what time it would be best to arrive, as well as the prices of the plane ticket, and is then seen stating right after that he would even need to sneak.
Wait. Yeah, so if he's talking about the price and says he has to ask, that literally could be him okay.
In or have a fake ID in order to get past the doorman. However, he quote-unquote looks the age regardless. Once again, it is abundantly clear that between the message where Ivory's...
Wait! Dude! Wait. Drinking age in the UK is... No, okay, so he could... Just off this, he could believe he's 17, to be fair. Right? He could believe he's 17, but he would then clarify that, you'd think, right? If he has to make a fake ID to get in. That wasn't as hard of a point as I thought it was. Sorry. Don't mind me. I'm just the annoying pauser.
Seen asking what day he should come over, followed by the fake ID.
Okay, man. What's okay? What's okay? If something's okay for you, I'm doing something wrong because I hate your comments and I want you to be miserable. So, please, tell me what I can do to make things not okay for you.
Comment that he made, that in between these two sentences and messages, Niall would have probably asked a question that prompted Ivory to have then stated, yeah, I don't know except for sneaking in or making a fake ID. He most likely asked Ivory how he'd be able to drink with him at the bar, considering the fact that he was and wouldn't be allowed to drink, as the legal age for drinking in the UK is 18. Pyrocynical is seen barely referencing this screenshot in his original response video as to not poke holes into his entire defense, other than including a caption above the screenshot stating that it was Ivory discussing using a fake ID to get past doormen outside bars.
The only thing...
This is funny too, because the last time I ever saw Pyro in person, it was in VidCon or whatever. A bunch of people were going into a bar, and I just walked in with the group. I was literally like 14, 15. I just like snuck in with this large group, and I literally somehow hung out in this giant. It wasn't the House of Blue. It was some big ass fucking bar or whatever. And I was in there like talking to Solid Shy, who had also snuck in. And then Pyro's there, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" or whatever. And then I got escorted out. They're like, "How old are you?" I'm like, "Not old enough," and they kicked me out. Not Pyro, the fucking security. Pyro's haircut? True, it looks weird.
Can possibly think of is inviting him and a bunch of other people to an event in the UK.
And I want you to all explicitly focus on the fact that Niall stated bars in his caption, because in the UK you must be over the age of 18 to enter bars in the evenings for meaning that if Ivory is explicitly seen telling Niall that he would have needed a fake ID but looked the age regardless, then this is a flat-out admission that he was below the age of 18. My document even plays devil's advocate that somehow Niall could have possibly meant nightclubs, in which some nightclubs in the UK only allow people...
Pyro was exceptionally nice to me, I'll say that. But I will say, the first thing he did when I met him, before I even had time to process, was give me a fucking huge hug. And it's like, with the big sweaty moves comment now, in hindsight, I'm like, it's just a hug, it's innocent. But it's like, bro, dude.
21 years or over, but I highlight numerous inconsistencies and discrepancies that make that defense not plausible either. Pyrocynical is seen referencing the screenshot in his response video with the caption that Ivory was 16 at the time of discussing using a fake ID, however deliberately negates to mention the fact that these messages took place on May the 6th, 2017. And that is very important to highlight because it was a whole 2 months before he claimed to have known that Ivory was 16 on July the 5th, 2017. So in May, Ivory made it abundantly clear that he was... However, Pyrocynical was seen...
He gave me a hug, that's not like a big deal, that's just like friendly. I didn't get... That's not... Wait, you think it's grooming to give somebody a hug? I'm a victim of being hugged. So true. So true.
Claiming that he only knew Ivory's age and that he was on July the 5th, 2017. Not only is he seen directly contradicting himself, but this is direct, irrefutable evidence that Pyrocynical must have known Ivory was long before July the 5th, 2017. And this ultimately brings up a very important question. At what point was the earliest possible point that Pyrocynical could have known that Ivory was because clearly he's lying in a drastic attempt to try and cover for his actions here. Past associates of Pyrocynical such as Saku, who featured in...
I was always wondering who this guy was. He like follows me and likes my shit. I actually just had no clue who this guy was.
Old videos of Pyrocynical's before, or even had direct contact with him on Discord, even attested that Pyrocynical knew Ivory's age being 15. This was also strengthened with other testimonies from...
Dude, I'd love to actually talk to Solid Shy, because he was just super young when he was friends with Pyro. I want to see if he has any interesting stories. Oh, fuck. How do you search messages, message content? I forget what this guy's fucking Discord is.
People who were in the same community as Ivory at the time, attesting that Ivory's age was public knowledge and that everyone knew him to be 15. With all these factors collectively considered, the narrative starts to be formed that clearly Niall is not being honest whatsoever in regards to this situation.
I don't think that's been proven. On this point specifically, I think it's been proven that he had reasonable suspicion, like more than enough reasonable suspicion that this guy was a minor and chose to be willfully ignorant, and he probably did know he was 15, but I don't think that it's conclusive here.
And knowing Ivory's age. Pyrocynical in his response video as well even features Scythe, who is well known for editing for PewDiePie. Now Scythe...
This guy taught me how to edit.
Featured in Pyrocynical's response video...
Dude, I know everyone here. Flashbacks, dude. This guy taught me how to edit in Sony Vegas, bro. Well, he didn't teach me how to edit. He taught me how he did his edits. And in hindsight, they're basic as fuck. But, still, it was pretty cool.
defend him against claims that he had ulterior motives in inviting Ivory
I think I told this story a few streams ago.
to come meet him in the UK and his friends at this event.
To say something was going to happen in a very public event with a load of people, even people now didn't even know and wasn't really close
I didn't realize he was that fat, to be clear.
with. It's just false, seriously. There's just no question about that.
What is very meticulously obfuscated, however, is Sai's questionable behavior around himself. You see, Sai was very active in the friend circle
I'm not flexing.
surrounding
I'm just showing that I'm friends with everybody because I'm so cool and have lots of friends. I don't talk to any of these people.
Pyrocynical in 2016, being very close to an associate of Pyrocynical's called Solid Shibe. Now, not only did Ivory himself attest that Solid Shibe was 15 in 2016, turning
He was 15 in 2016. I spoke to him like, what was it? Hold on. Let me actually message Solid Shibe. Let me shoot Solid Shibe a message. Because he DM'd me not too long ago. Solid Shibe got allegations of his own a long time ago. And it's funny because the girl who made allegations against, he was like venting about his relationship in private, and I'm like, dude, she's gonna make allegations against you at some point. Like, she's fucking crazy. Leave. Okay. I don't know why Discord's not loading.
2016, but many other individuals are seen attesting themselves that Solid Shibe was a throughout 2016 and 2017.
He
People had
was.
even posted screenshots of his face, and it was extremely discernible that he was clearly. In one instance, an ex-associate of Pyrocynical was named Trippy Fox, who also regularly interacted and was mutuals with Sive Morton too.
But back then, by the way, that 2016, yeah, definitely. But like in 2018, he looked super young, but he could have passed if my recollection serves correct, as like somebody who was just like in his 20s.
Had told Sive that Solid Shibe was 15 in direct Twitter replies. The idea that Sive did not see this reply is completely implausible. This tweet that Trippy Fox had made was on June 29, 2016, and that is important to take into account as Sive was seen throughout the remainder of 2016 and the months following, making crude and jokes directly to Solid Shibe, not only in Twitter replies, but also in direct messages. Sive Morton is seen in December 2016.
Yeah, this is like I'll just say this, okay, as I've said before, this literally, for some reason, at this point in time, was just completely normal. I don't know why. It's not okay, I agree, in hindsight. But it was literally just like normal to make jokes. Like, to be clear, as I've said before, you can say and do inappropriate things with minors. They're not pedophilic or sexual in intent, right? For example, you can make an inappropriate comment in a minor's presence, and it's gonna, even though it's an inappropriate behavior with a minor, it's gonna differ from like willful sexual intent to hurt this person. So, for example, making an off-color joke is not necessarily indicative of somebody who's like incredibly guilty of something, rather than somebody who's like being incredibly reckless and should stop, right? So this is absolutely worth criticizing, but I don't think this has long-term implications on Sive Morton.
Making tweets stating, "No baby, you can only me," and referencing Solid Shibe's name stating, "Thomas, if I do no homo," followed by comments establishing that Solid Shibe should have read the fanfiction he had sent him recently, along with other comments of Sive stating he questions his every time he speaks with Solid Shibe. Matters get even more concerning.
These two were like best friends, by the way, at this point in time. I think Sive, how old was Sive at this point? They were like doing H1Z1 videos together. I think this is how I met Sive, through Solid Shibe. I don't remember.
When Sive was seen posting images publicly on his Twitter account of Solid Shibe's face edited on a and suggestive image of a girl with exposed with YouTube alleviates here resting on them. All these instances transpired in December 2016, months after Trippy Fox had directly told him that Solid Shibe was 15. Even in the astronomically small chance that Sive did not see this direct reply from Trippy Fox on Twitter, clearly telling him Solid Shibe's age, the idea that
the two of them were best friends at this point, like as online best friends go. They have videos up together, okay? This Sive obviously knew how old Solid Shibe was. They were good fucking friends.
Solid Shibe's age was not public information.
H1Z1, I think it was. It was the old, like, fucking, it was like a zombie game or a battle royale. I don't remember. H1Z1. Yeah, or, sorry, it was a battle royale. Yeah. Yeah, they had, like, a video playing that shit together.
Or that it was hard for him to discern that he was clearly based on what he looks like is completely illogical. At the time of these jokes and images created by Sive in reference to Solid Shibe, Sive Morton was 21 turning 22.
Solid Shibe had a young face, but he had a deep voice, and he was like Norwegian, so he was like tall as fuck. He looked like he was in his early 20s. Like, the more, just to be clear though, he was, how old was he at this point? Oh, he's 21 turning 22. Okay, yeah, like, it's inappropriate or whatever. But, like, he's like 21, he's like a 21-year-old fucking fat loser that's friends with like some fucking 16-year-old online in a community where just like making these like kind of jokes around minors is like normalized, which it shouldn't have been, just to be clear. And I think that this is wrong, and I think this is worth criticizing, but I don't think this has like exceptional implications against Sive Morton's character. I'm pretty sure I ended with Sive Morton on bad terms. I don't remember correctly. I haven't spoken to the guy in years. I have no reason to sweep for him. But just to be clear, I don't think that this is like, you know, and like, I don't think that this is like a super strong point.
Solid Shipe himself had his birthday known to have been July the 11th, and would have most likely been at the time of these messages by Scythe about 16. I'd like to preface the fact that not only is the age gap that morally egregious, but
they're not fucking. It's just it's literally jokes between two people who are. It's totally inappropriate. Just to be clear, and this is why you shouldn't be like good friends with minors at that age. If you're like some fucking edgelord, because you actually are gonna have to realize they're a minor and like moderate the type of jokes you're making. But none of this was sexual. They were literally just like fucking friends that like were being edgy with each other and shit.
These jokes regardless are indefensible. Ava Chris Tyson was called out nonetheless for making jokes to fans with considerable age gaps being present between them. If Scythe was somehow allowed, however, to have edited a face on a image and be seen making numerous jokes talking about wanting to have a, then that would highlight a massive...
in hindsight, it's pretty fucking bad, just to be clear. But I don't think Scythe's like some pedo over this. They were friends. Yeah, they were friends. They were good friends. I'll reach out to Thomas, see what he thinks in hindsight. Obviously, that's not going to be super relevant. Did I just leak this guy's name? Forget it. Hold on. No, I'm pretty sure his name's already been out there. Dude, where are our fucking DMs? Oh no. Okay, Solid Shibe might be trans. I'm gonna have to double check. I just realized, wait, he blocked me? What? Huh? We haven't spoken since fucking... Alright, last time we spoke was March 29th, 2024. Either I'm blocked or my friend request was removed, and this account is now under a totally different name.
Double standard present. It wasn't even as if these images were private knowledge either. These tweets still remain on Scythe's Twitter account to this day. There is zero legitimate defense or excuse for the behavior exhibited by Scythe in this situation. He was an adult, he was considerably older, and he should have known better.
He should have known better, but this was just like completely normalized back then. It shouldn't have been. It's totally worth critiquing in hindsight, but I think a understanding of the context back then, the understanding that the two of them were like friends, et cetera, it doesn't make it better, right? But that allows you to assess Scythe Morton's intent better and determine how years down the line that would be applicable to a modern day assessment of his character.
The company Pyrocynical keeps around him too clearly starts to paint a certain picture here.
Saying like, oh,
No,
just edgy jokes, people are
I don't think the Scythe Morton
out of proportion. What a bunch of nonsense. That's a load of hooey. That's dirty barnacles. That's ridiculous. Under no circumstances should an adult be communicating with in any inappropriate manner whatsoever. Edgy jokes between adults, they're still gross.
Yes, true. I agree. But that's going to be different than something like pedophilia or sexual attraction, which is going to imply, paraphilia that is long-term, consistent, and ever-present, right? So even though it is inappropriate, gross, all those classifications, all that matters, right? All that matters, in like the long run, it's actually going to be relevant for assessing how harsh we're going to be, the risk of reoffense, etc., etc.
That's not like the slam dunk defense that some people seem to think it is.
But anyway, now let's get back to when Pyrocynical attempts to feign a defense.
Yo! My friend requests are just accepted. Wait, he just DM'd me. Hold on. Hold on one sec. I know dead air. Alright, cool.
That his conversations to Ivory were so
Dude, I love Thomas. He's a great guy.
far detached from actual once again, because it was so unbelievably stupid that I wish to highlight it once more.
I didn't consider the age gap significant enough because what we were talking about and doing was so far removed from actual...
This manipulative...
Oh, come on. That is like a fucking moronic excuse. You're engaging in conversations meant to elicit sexual arousal that are of a sexual nature, like this, distinguishing that, like, how is this that far removed?
Belittlement is yet again further proven to be untrue due to the fact that just under 2 months after Ivory mentioned that he would need a fake ID in order to enter an 18+ venue on July the 4th, 2017, Ivory went into explicit detail about his life when he was with another girl.
Okay, if you're gonna quote him and say when he was 15, like, don't make it sound like he specifies this in the messages, because he doesn't. If you're including this, I assume you're meaning, oh, Ivory said, it was talking about his mention about his, like, sex life at the age of 15 or something, like, but he's not including the 15 part, just to be clear. So this isn't really proof of anything.
To which Pyrocynical did not shut down. Instead, Ivory is seen stating in response to a deleted message Pyrocynical made in reference to Ivory stating how he was intimidated by the girl during. So Pyrocynical was by definition directly engaging here. Ivory is then
we know Pyro's engaging in sex. Okay.
Seen stating that he hasn't done anything in a year, meaning that he was 15 when it took place, and was then seen asking Pyrocynical if he himself did anything. Pyrocynical is then seen engaging and being complicit in the conversation, having prompted Ivory to respond with, yeah, I feel you on that. There is no excuse or defense. It is abundantly clear that Pyrocynical was replying to Ivory during these messages and engaged in the topic of conversation about a life.
True, but I don't think that, like, makes this more significant than what we've already proven.
Ivory is then seen continuing to engage with topics about his fantasies.
Even if it was just the furry fetish shit, it's still just as bad. You're still sexting with someone significantly younger than yourself that is a minor.
And how he could to the thought of the scenario that he has just presented. This wasn't roleplay. This was a clear-cut example of Niall and Ivory engaging in discussions to do with their life and in real-life preferences. Another instance took place on the 30th of June 2017, only a few days earlier. The message exchange starts off with Ivory making comment about the art that he just received from Pyro, with then Ivory stating that he still loves the image Niall had sent him earlier, going into
Dude, early 2000s, mid 2000s, it was normal 14-year-olds hang out with people. It went into the 2010s, just to be clear. And I think that shouldn't have happened. And I think in hindsight, we can learn from that and criticize it and not repeat it today. And I think people are now more strict with that. But we do need to understand the context at the time and the climate at the time. And it actually was, like, fairly normal. That doesn't make it necessarily better. But, like, in terms of our, like, long-term judgment of this, I think that that might be a mitigating factor.
into suggestive detail about the positions of their two characters together. Pyrocynical then suggests something in a removed message of his that prompts Ivory to state that he personally is not into it. Judging by Ivory's responses and how he starts off his replies with the word it looks to be direct answers to questions that Pyrocynical is levying towards him and giving him in regards to—
Yes, we know they're sexting at this point. I don't know how much of this video needs to, like, as I said before, you should, like, write out your arguments in advance and, like, you know, grant a— if you've already proven the argument, anything that is supplemental can go in the document that you wrote. If you wrote a 300-page document. If you've already proven the point, we don't need to keep reproving it over and over and over again for every individual message, especially when it comes to viewer retention.
Stating to Ivory on the 6th of April 2017 that she called with Pyrocynical every other day. Furthermore, the document I have made comprehensively—
Whoa.
Soon to be, but, like, it's a whole 2 years before we actually start dating, and 2 whole years before this conversation took place. I mean, we both talked—
Whoa. Hold on, so he's moving on from Ivory.
He was then seen on May the 14th stating to Pyrocynical that he is getting the start of their two characters that they had discussed before, going into detail about it. By Ivory's sentences starting off with yeah and it is relatively easy to decipher the fact that Pyrocynical was complicit in the facilitation of these messages once again. Pyrocynical was then believed to have posted yet another example of furry content.
We know that there's furry fetish content being exchanged. We're 50 minutes and you've proven this point about 1,000 times over.
To which Ivory replies with, ooh, once again describing the image in detail. Ivory then suggests—
You could just say, there's tons of more examples. After you've proven it, say, there's tons of more examples of this, flash them on screen, and say, there's tons of more examples of this linked in the supplemental document. So prove the point, move on.
Reference for artwork of their two characters.
Even if you want to do it like 3 times, 4 times, just to really hammer it home and make it rock solid, go ahead and do that. But, like, beyond this, you're just being redundant, you're being repetitive.
Going into detail about the gas positions, as well as the musk and sweats, presented by Ivory in these fantasies, and in these such message exchanges, Pyrocynical once again did not shut them down. He was completely complicit. On May the 19th, 5 days later, Ivory was even seen highlighting the fact that he was still waiting for art of his and Pyrocynical's character. All these individual situations paint a comprehensive picture of how deep the degeneracy went in regards to Pyrocynical's charged messages with Ivory. Not only did Niall admit himself in his own response video that he continued to engage with Ivory after knowing him to be 16.
In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learned his age.
But by seeing Ivory's responses in DMs, such as him stating, ooh, that infers that he is replying in reference to Pyrocynical having directly sent him something to warrant that response. Now, another glaring red flag present in this situation was that when Ida, Pyrocynical's girlfriend, was seen victim-blaming Ivory in his Twitter DMs shortly after he came out regarding Niall's dynamic, not only was she seen defending the age gap and claiming that
Glad's Dickers was live? Glad's report the Dickers stream is a total failure.
he was not innocent himself, but she was also seen...
We know! It's Dickers, alright? It's Dickers. Next, you're gonna tell us an elephant is heavy, okay?
stating you're not 14 anymore, clearly indicating that she knew his age the entire time. This was also further corroborated in Discord messages provided by Ivory on the 6th of April 2017, showing that he made his age known to Ida being 15, and expressing his concerns on if Niall would eventually change his mind and cut him off after regretting messaging him because of his age later on down the line. There was no inclination via these messages that Ivory was admitting to withholding his age from Pyrocynical.
Yeah, this isn't admitting to withholding the age, but this does substantiate that Ivory's acknowledging he's not been Wait, no. Hold on, he didn't admit to it, but I feel like that's the implication here. Sorry, I thought he was talking about lying about his age.
That he was never close to Ida in 2017.
So, but Pyro had more than enough to suspect this guy was a minor at this point, which could have, based on his comments, could have led to suspicion of things much younger than 15, right? That lack of clarification is like recklessness, but he's like totally aware of that recklessness and the risks it brings at the same time and chooses to continue anyway.
And they only dated in 2019, 2 years later, so Ida had no real incentive as to discuss Ivory's age to him.
If you look at the DMs Ivory provided himself for this document, you can see that he's confiding with Ida about age being a problem. Keep in mind as well, I was not in a relationship with Ida until about mid-2019. This document claims it as soon to be, but like, it's a whole 2 years before we actually start dating, and 2 whole years before this conversation took place. I mean, we both talked before, but we weren't close. She had no reason to confide with me with someone else's private information. So back when Ivory opened up to Ida about something private, there is no guarantee that she would have came and told me, despite the fact that this document and videos based off this document claim it as concrete, irrefutable proof.
Unless there's evidence that Pyro and Ida were a lot closer than he makes out in his video or whatever, that's a reasonable response to me.
And yet again, despite on the outside looking like a good rebuttal, this is another example of Pyrocynical lying and downplaying the situation. His defense that he was not close to Ida is immediately discredited by the fact that Ida herself is seen stating to Ivory on the 6th of April 2017.
He's been really caring and sweet lately and like calls me every other day. Yeah, that refutes that. But I also think that the DMs imply that Ivory had not said that he was 15. I think it is likely that Pyro did not know that Ivory was 15. Okay, but when he learns he's 16, he proceeds anyway and would have known that their previous interactions had begun at 15, and he would understand, okay, I've done something inappropriate now. But he continues to engage in like the inappropriate sexual conversations anyway, right? So I think we can grant him that at the very least. This is still just as bad.
17, that she called with Pyrocynical every other day. Furthermore, the document I have made comprehensively shows in full the dynamic Ivory, Ida, and Pyrocynical had. Ivory is seen telling Pyrocynical in DMs about the art Ida had created for him, or even that they were in calls together. And keep in mind, Isa was another alias that Ida went by. Ivory was also seen talking to Pyrocynical on the 7th of April 2017, while he was still 15, about Niall getting a hotel, to which Pyrocynical was seen asking if Ida had told him.
By the way, even though we hit Streamly Goal, if you guys want to support us always, you can support us through Super Chats, Streamlabs, link down below, join the Twitter community, Clip Like Hell, join our Discord server where you can talk to me, hang out in our community, join our Minecraft server that I've been playing in, and yeah, follow me on Twitter, all that good shit.
That, to which Ivory states, yeah, proving that Pyrocynical spoke to and had direct contact with...
Aiden sweep all the time. It's called, like, being good faith, and, like, if I'm totally willing to grant, like, certain things that are a little bit more of, like, in a gray area, if it's not going to be super detrimental to the overall point, okay? That's just, like, being good faith. That's not sweeping.
With Ida in private at the time and entrusted her with important information, and Ida spoke to Ivory about the information as well. There was a dynamic present between the three of them here. Ida was also seen on April the 23rd having made a live stream featuring both Pyrocynical and Ivory, and by analysing archived tweets made by Pyrocynical from 2016, he regularly interacted with Ida on Twitter, retweeting a lot of her art, and even pushing her to...
Yeah, so Pyro did lie about their level of closeness. Got it.
...create thick content on May the 3rd, 2016, while she was 16 at the time, which is very important to address. Now, not only have we comprehensively proven that Ivory, Ida, and Pyrocynical were significantly more close to each other than Niall claimed in his response video, with even Ivory asking Pyrocynical if he'd want to join a call with both him and Ida in a private server on November the 23rd, 2017, but now allow me to draw your attention to these Discord messages sent by Ivory on the 2nd of September, 2017. Now, Ivory is seen having messaged Pyrocynical stating that Ida had uploaded thick art of his character on a popular furry website. Ivory is then seen stating, I think it should be fine, followed up by him stating, oh, that's no bueno, followed by him posting a link to the artwork. What I really want you all to focus on is Ivory's messages where he's seen stating to Pyrocynical to just ask Ida to take the images down. And with Ivory stating, well, people make a lot of fan art, eh? I just say that if anyone brings it up. And this is pivotal to highlight, because judging by the nature of these conversations, it is clear that he had a problem with Ida making these images public. This had prompted Ivory to tell Pyrocynical to lie, and for him just to claim that it was fan art if it was ever brought up. This therefore means that these images were commissioned, or at bare minimum, specifically requested by Pyrocynical for Ida to...
It doesn't necessarily mean that, but that seems like what it is, just to be clear.
Drawn. Pyrocynical evidently did not want these images to be public knowledge, and one could brush it off that he didn't want people to know about...
Okay, this might be evidence of grooming, by the way. If he's now gotten Ivory as like a voluntary participant in concealing the nature of their interactions, this very well could lean towards potential grooming being involved.
But the problem goes so much deeper than that.
A big component, just because it's a component of grooming, by the way, doesn't necessarily make it grooming, but one of the most common tactics utilized by groomers is, right, to make the groomee a willing participant in the concealing of the grooming relationship or the grooming exchange where the grooming's occurring. $2 from Sardino. When are you going to do base reviews in the server? I'm not sure yet.
When analyzing when these images were uploaded to, we were able to decipher that the art posted was the art that Ivory linked to Pyrocynical due to comparing the descriptions of the images that identically
Okay, good one, Wendy.
match.
You've already tried that one guy before.
The same account that posted this image too had posted 2 other images that were uploaded on the exact same day, with all the images having the artist tag of Secret Corgi, aka Ida, meaning it was made all by her. We were able to decipher that the account that uploaded these 3 images was Ida too, as Ivory states this himself to Pyrocynical. Now it's very important to highlight that these images were uploaded on the 2nd of July 2017, meaning that Ida was 17 at the time of her uploading these suggestive furry art pieces, as Ida was born on March the 19th, 2000, meaning that the age gap between both Ida and Pyrocynical was 2 years, 10 months. It's not, but it's important to highlight this situation because it shows a concerning kind of behavior here. Now these 3
what?
Images, when reverse search, can be found having originally been
I don't think that's that concerning.
uploaded to the Roof website.
Like, this is degenerate, don't get me wrong. But I think that's like that's a pretty normal gap, just to be clear.
The 12th of August 2016, meaning that they were originally created by Ida when she was 16 years old and were possibly created long before they were uploaded to this website as well. And tags specifically state that the artwork was of Pyrocynical's character. This matches with Pyrocynical's tweets he made during May 2016, a couple of months earlier, where he was seen consistently retweeting artwork Ida had created for him, to which he is seen complimenting her artwork and is then seen requesting her to make thick furry content. We are able to decipher this because only a few months later, following Pyrocynical's tweet on May the 3rd, 2016, tweeting the word thick to Ida, her artwork is magically seen being uploaded to websites depicting furry content, with Ivory telling Pyrocynical to lie, just claiming it was fan art, to try and give Pyrocynical a plausible deniability option, so he could feign ignorance of the creation of these images, which he most likely requested from someone who was a at the time, and started off being a fan of his content originally. On the 21st of September 2017, Ivory is even seen sharing information to Pyrocynical that Ida was creating content on Cool, which he was able to see and access. Keep in mind, Ivory was 16 at the time, Ida was 17, and Pyrocynical was 20, and by judging the artwork shown, it matches verbatim with the aforementioned furry images, which were originally uploaded to, adding more credibility to the narrative that Ida made these images. I find it also—
We already know that Ida made these images. We already know that. You've proven that. You can move on from, like, it's like over verification, and I get you want to cover your bases. I even told him to cover his bases, but you can cover your bases and maintain watchability by proving the point, and then anything supplementary that, like, kind of nails the hammer home, being, like, in a supplementary document. It's not my birthday. Thank you, guys. My birthday is not until March. I'm 20 years old at the moment. 20 years of age. Too fucking old, man. This guy's getting old.
Important to highlight that on December the 15th, 2018, Pyrocynical had once again gone to Ivory asking for advice on how to use the plausible deniability card in reference to public images of his character, and Ivory is once again seen telling him just to claim it to be fan art so it doesn't directly implicate him, which is directly seen during the Ida situation too, as we've mentioned before. The pattern of Pyrocynical inappropriately engaging with fans of his, many of whom were and made fan art for him in which he liked, with him then requesting them to create art for him while he was an adult, is a common occurrence which has been touched upon in my document.
I don't feel like Ida's age is super strong.
Many more individuals who Pyrocynical has done this to as well, other than his eventual girlfriend.
Can I call you Uncle Aiden? Sure, buddy.
And it is extremely confusing how people can sit back and defend this repeated pattern of pushing his onto and then have them conform to creating suggestive content for him. He abuses his platform as a content creator and got to inappropriately engage with his and fantasies. In the case of Ida, the age gap was not inherently, but for many other alleged, that same defense cannot be said.
Several of our conversations were leaked online by Ivory. Here's one of the more damning ones.
I'd love for my Sona to be as fat, sweated, while rubbing his belly from behind, and then just having him all over my Sona's face. That would be so nice. Or if mine was just underneath him, getting underneath his huge, and your Sona could be non-stop, as if mine like, huh?
Pyrocynical's inclusion of a segment in his video where his friend, Parlo is crazy, proceeds to read one of these charged messages sent by Ivory in an over-the-top comedic voice is deliberately done to play down the severity of the situation.
True! Colossal helped sweep for Pyro. Colossal helped sweep for Pyro. He would say shit like, oh, well, I'll wait for Pyro to talk about that, but then actively provide defenses. Colossal did sweep for Pyro, and I hate to say it because I quite liked Colossal's content back in the day.
And to try and trivialize the dynamic to make it seem as just one large joke. His viewers then proceeded to see the instances such as this and find humor in it, essentially taking the fangs out of these allegations. His fanbase will now see less of a problem with how and fundamentally disgusting this actually is, and simply just deduce it as some furry roleplay. Instead of Pyrocynical having been an adult and messaging a fan of his by engaging with their fantasies, roleplaying with them, sending them, and engaging in topics to do with their life. No other YouTuber has managed to get away as unscathed as Pyrocynical has for engaging with a fan of theirs significantly younger than themselves. And this situation has been degraded to the idea that Pyrocynical admitted his in front of everyone to debunk allegations of him being a when he hasn't actually debunked anything or any critical points whatsoever. He's only lied and tried to take the plausible deniability route. Pyrocynical took advantage of the circumstantial evidence provided by Turkey Tom's document and feigns the plausible deniability excuse. He attempts to use wordplay manipulation, affirming that no were ever sent, and that he had no real interest in Ivory, as if that fundamentally changes anything.
Yeah, that doesn't change anything. Just to be clear, the sending of nudes would make it worse, but if that wasn't the initial allegation, you're now just, like, attempting to downplay what you did in a super dishonest manner. It's like if I'm being charged of, like, viciously beating a man within an inch of his life, and I need to keep clarifying to you, I didn't murder anybody. I didn't kill anybody, even though the allegation was never that I murdered or killed anybody. My emphasis of that is meant to downplay the accusations as a whole, relying on the fact that, you know, the average viewer is a fucking moron.
At all, or makes him innocent.
This document makes like insane assumptions based on limited and broken evidence. It's not hard to dismantle it. It's just annoying that I have to be the one to do it.
Pyrocynical made it known in his response video that he was annoyed that he had to address the situation head on himself, inferring that he would have preferred his own fanbase to do the defending on his own behalf. This rubbed me the wrong way because it is your own responsibility as a content creator to address your own allegations head on yourself, and to not hide behind your fanbase in hopes that they will harass into silence or proliferate misinformation unchallenged to try and muddy the waters of the situation. And the evidence is all out there of Pyrocynical's fanbase comprehensively brushing off stories, claiming them to be fake or lying about them having clout incentives or ulterior motives, and it's all directly falls into Pyrocynical's benefit.
Ivory himself even struggles to explain how what I did was.
How are you? Because you don't need to be for this to be wrong. I mean, is it really fair that you use the word? And if that's true, if you feel that's true, where was this going?
See, I'm not like, I don't know. I was in a call with my friend when I like typed it out and I typed.
Pyrocynical, even still to this day, you can clearly see that both of them engaged with Luan in late 2015 throughout October. Now, Luan is 23, turning 24 this year, and is open about.
Okay, so this is the French girl part. Got it.
By tens of thousands of people, which ultimately clouded his judgment and line of thinking, as well as Pyrocynical utilizing weaknesses.
Speaking of Tommy, see, I actually thought his questions were fine. I always thought his questions were actually just, like, fine in this, hold on. But I did get sent this, real quick derail. What's the deal with this?
Hey, there's a picture out there right now of Kid Rock having a beer with a transgender person. This picture is probably anywhere between 15 and 20 years old. Some people are using this as an example why Kid Rock is such a hypocrite by having such a fit over the fact that Dylan Mulvaney has a sponsorship with Bud Light. But I look at it another way. Now, where nobody would have batted an eye at this particular picture 20 years ago, the difference was back then we were completely inundated with LGBTQ propaganda, whereas now...
Dude, this is the uncle of commentary, bro. This is Nicholas Diorio's top advisor. This is Diorio's top advisor.
We are in kids shows, on TV, on the internet. We can go nowhere, sort of like with religious propaganda in the 80s, without hearing it. It's become overwhelming. There was a big rejection to that 700 Club moral majority in the 80s, and we're seeing this towards the LGBTQ community propagandists.
They're trying to propagandize and make your kids fucking gay. This also was like what was said in the fucking, as far back as the 70s. But just to be clear, I actually agree. I don't agree. I agree that there was like an attempt to like, there's been an attempt in general. This doesn't just go for gay, trans, whatever people. All people in general to like overcompensate for like adequate representation, because there was an issue of under adequate representation in media. Characters of specific marginalized groups were cast in like specific textbook roles that reinforce narratives and socialize people into viewing those groups in a certain way. But like the method at going against that was totally like overcompensating and ended up with like lazy representation, and sometimes it was outright annoying. Like I agree that taking the time to like interrupt for like a lecture about being non-binary in a kid's show is like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, that's annoying. That does way more harm than good in the sense of, like, trying to achieve representation. It's just gonna make people think you're fucking weird. And also, just to be clear, like, how it should be done is you could just, like, maybe, like, I saw a show where this character had like, two dads that were getting married. They didn't even talk about the fact that it was two men getting married. It was just happening. It was presented like a normal marriage scene. I think that's fine representation. But the whole, like, the fucking bull stuff, whatever, yeah, that was, like, ridiculous. But that's not propaganda.
Pepe and...
It's been this overcompensation tactic employed by media conglomerates for representation, and it's just not entertaining. It's annoying, and it does the opposite of what you think it should do, and it's lazy representation at the end of the day.
Wojak memes that Mick had been posting on the Prince of Zimbabwe channel. Whilst it might seem confusing...
Sorry, wrong fucking... Whoa.
In Turkey Tom's original document gave him a clear path to push the narrative to his viewer base that the allegations were categorically false.
I love how, like, the conservatives, by the way, like, have pretended to like Kid Rock, like, over the fucking, dude, the fucking Republican National Convention. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting Kid Rock. and like JD Vance is up with his wife, just like clapping like a fucking sped. All like the fucking like, you know, the hags that like look like they could fit right into like the crowd that was smearing feces at the Capitol. They're all standing up clapping for fucking Kid Rock. It's so cringe.
When if you actually look deeper in the chat logs and the proof provided, you can start to clearly see and decipher how egregious it actually really was. And Pyrocynical's utilization of inconsistencies to wiggle his way out of situations is best seen with the 14-year-old French girl allegations. Now, moving away from the situations pertaining to Ida and Ivory, I wish to highlight one of the largest lies surrounding Pyrocynical that has lasted for almost 8 years, and that is the French girl situation. Despite a video being released by Toastify or Keemstar's interview with the girl herself, still to this day, people believe that the French girl situation was a lie meticulously created by Keemstar so he could just spite.
The problem was Keem engaged in a reckless presentation of the evidence where he made the girl sound like she had Benjamin Button syndrome, and Keem's just very memeable, so it was meme to shit, where people now just obviously assume it's a meme. Because her age did get lower every time Keem told the story.
Pyrocynical. However, the slim minority who come to the understanding that she did exist will also use and utilize insane mental gymnastics to either claim that they were not in a proper relationship, try to claim that the dynamic was not inappropriate, or will attempt to justify the age gap, or use the ancient reality situation to deflect away from what Pyrocynical did himself. Now, the French girl, also known as
Why is everyone I don't understand. It's not my birthday. What is the whole happy birthday Aiden shit? It's not my birthday.
Llewellyn, currently goes by the tag Ectofrog on Twitter, and she is open about the situation, confirming to users in 2021 that she had dated Pyrocynical in 2015 when she would have been and Pyrocynical would have been 18. Now, the exact time period that they dated is unclear, but by examining old tweets made at the time, Pyrocynical was seen having interacted with Lou actively throughout January 2016.
Dude, I reckon...
Now, moving away from the situations pertaining to Ida and Ivory, I wish to highlight one of the largest lies surrounding Pyrocynical that has lasted for almost 8 years, and that is the French girl situation. Despite a video being released by Toastify or Keemstar's interview with the girl herself, you can clearly see that both of them engaged with Luann in late 2015 throughout October. Now, Luann is 23, turning 24 this year, and is open about her date of birth being July the 14th, meaning that the age gap between her and Pyrocynical would have been 4 years, 2 months. And as you can see, Luann under her Twitter account Ectofrog is seen making a reply under both Anything for Views and 8-Bit Ryan's old tweets, to which they're both seen referencing Luann's old account named Dumoria67, and she openly admits that she ran this account too, proving it to be her. Now, Luann's age was public knowledge under her Dumoria67 alias, with someone in early 2015 mentioning that she was 13 years of age. And then after her birthday, many individuals and even her mutuals are seen referencing her age as 14, meaning that her age was public knowledge.
He obviously knew she was 14. We've already proven that by the we'll wait till you're 16 shit. He obviously knew her age. I think this is okay to include because it really hits that point home. But I'm going to lose my mind if he spends 5 minutes substantiating her age. We know Pyro knew at this point.
And did not make her date of birth known either is factually untrue, as by looking at archives of her Twitter account, you can clearly see she had it present in her bio, and she would make tweets referencing her birthday to which her mutuals are seen replying to, even including the popular Five Nights at Freddy's YouTuber named Dorka. At the time, a popular montage parody YouTuber named MLG Vagabonds was even seen messaging his ex-girlfriend who he engaged with when she was allegedly and he was 19, mentioning how, quote-unquote, a lot of people know about us, and Pyrocynical did the same thing I did with you, except she was 14. So this therefore adds more credibility to the point that Luann was publicly known by many individuals at the time to have been 14 in 2015 and early 2016. Now, Vagabonds was one of 3 members who were part of a Skype group chat where they were compiling evidence against Pyrocynical, and this is due to the fact that a friend of Luann's had logged into her account and supplied them Twitter messages proving that they were in fact in a relationship. Now, the members of the Skype chat decided to forward this information to Keemstar, with Keemstar reaching out to Pyrocynical on March the 22nd, 2016, stating that he was just contacted with information that he was dating an alleged year-old girl, to which Pyrocynical completely denied, according to Keemstar himself, and the situation would go relatively silent. Now, the French girl situation originally took off after April 9th, 2016, when Pyrocynical had made a video criticizing Keemstar for his video covering the Tabasco allegations, stating that he should have made a clearer disclaimer to his fanbase to not take the allegations at face value due to the monolithic amount of hate that ended up transpiring on Tabasco's YouTube channel shortly after Keemstar's video dropped on Drama Alert. Now, in response, Keemstar is seen responding aggressively to Pyrocynical, making a barrage of Twitter videos bashing Pyro, and famously threatening to release the files on top of files he had against Niall in regards to the information he received about him dating
You want to swing at me? I got files on top of files to swing back with. Dude.
Yeah.
If you're gonna swing at me, dude, let me know, because I got files on top of files to swing back at.
In response, Pyrocynical then seized on the opportunity to make a video titled My Experience with Keemstar, posted on June.
And this was when Keemstar was just like hated by everybody. Dude, that was almost 10 years ago, bro. Holy fuck. Dude. Bro. 10 fucking years ago, 2016. Holy shit. A decade ago. Dude.
9th, 2016, where he proceeded to lie to his audience and claim that the situation was fabricated and complete bull.
And if that wasn't bad enough, Keem is now trying to spread even more, saying that I'm dating girls and saying outright on stream that I'm a
Pyro was trying to hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France, all right? That he was technically like a or weirdo or something, right?
This story is total. I know exactly the 3 individuals who told Keem and even got in a Skype group chat with him.
Now, what is more important to highlight was the fact that Pyrocynical took advantage of the fact that Keemstar was seen as an unreliable narrator at the time and honed in on Keemstar being inconsistent with the age of the girl to then try and manipulate his
At this point, everybody took advantage of the fact the guy wasn't liked to get out of their own shit or just make blatantly false allegations against Keem that were accepted as fact. Grade did this. Grade literally said that Keemstar stabbed his girlfriend in the face with his fucking car keys.
And lie, heavily pushing forth the narrative that she did not exist. Pyrocynical did this meticulously and was able to paint the story as untrue to over 6 million people by focusing on Keemstar's discrepancy of her age.
14-year-old French girl
Now, if any of you didn't notice that, he just deliberately lowered the age. Now, originally, this alleged girl was 15.
Yeah,
and now
Kim was just throwing it out on Twitter. He was doing a Tommy C style like presentation of some like, yeah, like this is a serious allegation against a big YouTuber. I know in 2016 it was more of the meta to just like throw out anything. But yeah, you should absolutely be double checking and substantiating this and like making sure you're getting it right.
Keemstar has lowered the age to 14, probably to make it sound even more impacting and incriminating. And guess what? Later on stream, he lowered the age again to say the girl was now 13. And on top of that, basically insinuating that I was a...
Pyro was trying to hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France, all right? That he was technically like a or weirdo or something, right?
So this man has lied about the age of this girl on 2 separate occasions, and knowing Keemstar, this girl will probably be an embryo by next week.
This was extremely malicious on Pyrocynical's part, and still to this day, people are under the belief that the girl never existed, and it was just one big malicious lie created by Keemstar, who was attempting to get back at Pyrocynical in the most vindictive way possible. However, she did exist, and Keemstar 2 days later made a tweet showing Twitter messages between both Pyrocynical and Luan from March the 10th, 2016. In these messages, Pyrocynical was seen confirming that they did in fact have a relationship, and he's seen stating himself that he'd be happy to wait for her to hit 16 before engaging in a proper relationship with her, which is a glaring red flag. Pyrocynical was then seen on Twitter replying to Keemstar, stating that he sees no problem in waiting for her to have reached the age of consent, therefore indirectly admitting the images were real and not explicitly denying them. He was then seen deflecting the situation, claiming that Keemstar still lied about her age on 2 separate occasions. Pyrocynical therefore by definition admitted on his own volition that he had the intent—
Yeah, Kim got it wrong. He didn't lie. And also, like, her actual alleged age still makes it, like, he got it right once.
to wait for a girl to reach the legal age of consent before having a relationship with them. That is inherently, especially when considering the already drastic age gap dynamic between them and
yeah, I'm okay with that assertion.
The maturity difference in play, but we will touch more on that later. Now, Pyrocynical was seen making a damage control statement on his Reddit to try and get ahead of the situation. Video proof is also provided proving the legitimacy of the post and how Pyrocynical's actual Reddit account was seen having made this statement. Now, Pyrocynical uploaded this statement to his subreddit so it would not reach the greater community, where
I do need to smile more. I do need to smile more. I have a very bad resting bitch face. I think it makes me unappealing to talk to. I do have to smile more. That is very true. It's very true. Dude, I don't even smile in photos. I think not smiling in photos looks cool.
Be inevitably picked apart. He uploaded it to his subreddit because he knew it contained his most ardent supporters and they would defend him regardless, as the Reddit served as an echo chamber for him. In his Reddit post, Pyrocynical admits the Twitter messages were real by mentioning himself that Keemstar released Twitter messages between him and this girl. Keep in mind, he did not deny the veracity or authenticity of the messages whatsoever. However, Pyrocynical was seen stating he did not date the girl under any circumstances and claimed that she was years old at the time while he himself had been 18.
Yeah, but that's also misleading because, like, yeah, you weren't dating, but you were intending to and engaging in inappropriate conversations. Like, he's just denying he's just, like, there still is inappropriate facets to this. Just because, like, one of them isn't true does not make this not inappropriate. It's like, yeah, it's super fucking manipulative.
Both of these claims made by Pyrocynical are complete lies, but let's tackle the first claim. Pyrocynical states that he did not date the girl whatsoever, and he only used the term relationship once in messages with her in reference to being supportive of her during
I like when I smile too. It's just becoming rare these days.
tough times, and this is complete bull. Now, by observing the messages between—
I'm kidding. It's not. I laughed so hard the other day at a joke that I cannot repeat to you on stream. Okay, this fucking Spurg, take 9. Okay, I can't repeat the joke on stream. I can't repeat the joke on stream. But, dude, I've been, like, laughing at this shit for 2 fucking days. It wasn't even a joke.
Pyrocynical and Luan, it shows Pyrocynical having admitted himself verbatim that he quote-unquote ended the relationship with them. He's then seen following up by affirming that the reason for him leaving the relationship wasn't because he was scared about being seen as a—
For those who know about the bus incident,
Luan replies with the fact that it was, following up by stating that he did leave the relationship.
True, 160 viewers and only 58 likes. Okay? I didn't consent to you watching this without liking, good sir, or ma'am, or whoever the fuck is watching. So like the stream. If you're enjoying it, like up. If you continue watching this without liking it, you're violating my consent. Okay? Violating my consent. Also, additionally, if you want to support us as always, you could donate through Streamlabs, through chat link. You can also follow me on Twitter, join the Discord, etc., etc. 57 likes, 160 watching. Come on, guys. Let's get that fucking number up.
To keep his channel safe, because in actuality he didn't wish to be seen as he— Judging by what Lou says herself in these messages—
What if I want to violate your consent? We'll talk later.
It is clear that Pyrocynical was scared about the repercussions he would receive for engaging in a relationship with such a large age gap and power dynamic, and knew that it was inherently attempting to cut the relationship off to save himself without taking any accountability for it whatsoever. In another message yet again, Pyrocynical was seen stating that they only messaged for 2 weeks, so it wasn't a lifetime relationship anyways. This once again completely contradicts Pyrocynical's entire narrative where he claimed he only used the term relationship once, because here he is seen once again admitting directly to Luan in DMs that they had dated and were in a relationship for a period of 2 weeks.
Okay, is this part— okay, that's a highlight.
Now, in 2020, Keemstar had conducted an interview with the French girl being Luan, shortly after the situation between Pyrocynical and Ivory had died down. In this interview, Luan combats many of Pyrocynical's lies he made in his initial Reddit statement, and she starts off by highlighting that Pyrocynical and her met up in 2015 and had originally got in contact with one another when Pyrocynical had followed her after she created fan art for him, because according to Luan, Pyrocynical was her favorite YouTuber currently at the time.
So I met Pyro.
So in 2015, how old would she have been?
Back in 2015 when I was 14 years old and he was 18 years old. For him and his group of friends, so all these YouTubers in the community he was in, I drew him a lot because, well, he was my favorite of them all. To show me his support, he followed me, and so later on I thanked him and talked to him in DMs, and that's how we became friends.
So you guys, you know,
Okay, so yeah, already you have a weird. I'm not saying YouTubers can't date fans, but the fact that she was a fan of his, an artist of like an artist, she's 14, he's fucking 18. They're actually meeting up in person. He's entertaining the idea of having a relationship with her. Yeah, like it's huge red flags.
Became friends.
They should be career ending. Yes, more than red flag.
You were making art for him. Were you making like I think you told me off air that you were making like his avatars.
Yeah, the Fox one.
Yeah.
His avatar. Yep.
And notice what Luann had said too. She states herself that she was while Pyrocynical was 18. This directly contradicts Pyrocynical's claims in his initial Reddit post response, where he states that Luann was 15 during the time of them speaking together. We know Pyrocynical to have lied about the age of Luann regardless, due to the fact that Luann made her date of birth known and her age was public knowledge regardless, meaning that the age gap between both Pyrocynical and Lou was 4 years, 2 months.
Yeah, over 4 years.
Now, in reference to when they had officially started dating, Luann claims it happened not long after they originally started to speak with one another, describing the situation as young love and claiming that they even with one another.
This develops into a romantic relationship. When did that take place?
Well, not very long after. I guess we'll have known each other for like a few.
Yeah, dude, this is literally like a fucking senior, like dating a middle schooler or some shit. I mean, how old are you when you get out of middle school?
Month before this happened, in DMs.
And also, that doesn't even matter because they're not even in school. Like, this is somebody this is a fan of yours, making it 10 times worse. The whole high school argument, not only would she potentially not in high school, but also the whole high school defense doesn't work when you're not in high school together.
He claimed he only used the term.
No, this is worse. Yeah, it's obviously worse.
And she starts off by highlighting that Pyrocynical and her met up in 2015 and had originally got in contact with one another when Pyrocynical.
Or he followed me, and so later on I thanked him and talked to him in DMs, and that's how we became friends.
So you guys, you know, became friends. You were making art for him. Were you making like I think you told me off air that you were making like his avatars.
Yeah, the Fox one.
Yeah.
His avatar. Yep.
And notice what Luann had said too. She states herself that she was while Pyrocynical was 18. This directly contradicts Pyrocynical's claims in his initial Reddit post response, where he states that Luann was 15 during the time of them speaking together. We know Pyrocynical to have lied about.
Like, we have a crush.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you?
I forgot Kim interviewed her. I've never seen this.
For like a few months before this happened, in DMs we did start maybe a little bit saying that, well, we like each other's personalities, and he appreciates what I do for him, and I appreciate his company. So it was quite, young love, like we have a crush.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you? He said that like he never dated you, like that you weren't his girlfriend. But were you boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yeah, we were.
In the sense of like e-dating, right? Because you never met each other in real life, but you were e-dating online.
Exactly.
So not only does Luann state that the age gap was indeed 4 years, but she also attested that her and Nye were in an online relationship where apparently, according to her, they were with one another, directly contradicting Pyrocynical's initial Reddit statement where he is seen.
Yeah, at the least, he was actively entertaining either being in a relationship with or having sex with her, because he actively cites waiting and the legal age of consent in the United Kingdom. He was clearly aware of her age.
Vehemently denying ever being in a relationship with this girl. Luann is seen.
He literally says wait 2 years, right? Yeah. What is 16 minus 2, Pyro? 5 from Peps. AG for Swift. So true. We love the Swifties giving me $5 fucking dollars. Super generous. Thank you so much. We love Taylor.
Further attesting that she was in an interview too, even claiming that Pyrocynical knew her date of birth, including what year she was born in, being 2001, and she has no idea why Pyrocynical lied to try and cover up her actual age, other than to make the age gap dynamic seem less concerning.
So at the time you were, Pyro was 18, correct?
Yep.
And when you were dating and considered boyfriend and girlfriend, and it was a short period of time. How long were you dating?
Only about 2 weeks.
2 weeks. So in the course of this 2 weeks, again, just for the internet's sake.
Aiden, if I was 14, would you still be friends with me? No. No.
What were the ages?
Still 18.
In his response, he said that you were 15 years old and he was 18. Why did he say that you were 15?
I have no idea. Maybe to make it less shocking. Maybe to make the age gap smaller by a year, because maybe people thought it would be not nicer, but less wrong because...
But what if Pyrocynical responds to this and says, well, she lied about her age. She told me that she was older.
He knew I was born in 2001, which would have made me 14 years old when it was 2015.
Yeah, you don't even need to bring up we've already proved it. Like, if he's literally talking to her about waiting for her to turn 16 and the age of consent in the UK, and he's saying, he specifically specifies 2 years, yeah, he obviously knew her fucking age.
Did he know the month you were born? I'm sorry, this is but we have to know this stuff because, if there's any little hole of
True. When you're talking about age gaps where the person is this young, yeah, like the months do matter, okay? Like, between 14 and 15, I was substantially fucking different. Between 15 and 16, I was substantially different.
Plausible deniability, he's gonna take it, right?
Well, we surely told each other's birthdays. I mean, it's what you do when you get to know someone. So he probably knew I was born in July.
Pyrocynical was seen in his Reddit post stating that the comment he made where he said he would be happy to wait for her to hit 16 inferred that nothing transpired between them, because he was happy to wait for her to reach the age of consent if they were to have ever engaged in a proper relationship. And this defense is not sufficient at all. Not only does it underline and highlight Pyrocynical's intent to wait for a 16-year-old to turn 16 before engaging with her in a proper relationship when he would have been 20,
yeah,
but it is clearly...
Yeah, that's like potentially grooming. Yeah, it's a potential indicator of just like outright grooming.
Clearly indicative of when highlighting Pyrocynical's position, he was a massively popular content creator, and Luann had become a massive fan of his by creating fan art and even attesting herself in an interview that he was her favorite creator.
I was a fan artist for him and his group of friends, so all these YouTubers in the community he was in. I drew him a lot because, well, he was my favorite of them all.
Pyrocynical then engages in a romantic relationship with this girl shortly after, to which she claims it to be young love and that Pyrocynical was vicious.
In DMs, we did start maybe a little bit saying that, well, we like each other's personalities and he appreciates what I do for him and I appreciate his company. So it was quite, young love, like we have a crush.
Now, despite the disparaging age gap dynamic between them, Pyrocynical was clearly not dissuaded by her age, and for anyone who would defend an age gap of 18 and a 14-year-old girl does not have the mental cognitivity present to understand the possible ramifications of engaging in a relationship with significantly older individuals, and that in turn makes them susceptible to forms of manipulation and vulnerable to either intentional or even unintentional forms of control exerted from the other party upon them. 14-year-olds are in a completely different spectrum of life compared to 18-year-olds who are just coming out of puberty and are adults legally culpable
Yeah, no fucking shit.
for their own actions. And the difference in maturity and mannerisms form a massive maturity difference and dynamic. The idea that an 18-year-old could date as long as it's platonic and only romantically driven does a disservice and attempts to discredit how the age gap dynamic is regardless, and that isn't even considering the fact that this
It's also coupled, like, this wasn't some, and that doesn't make it better, by the way, this is some, like, random, like, loser. But Pyro is mentally competent, okay? Pyro is somebody that is, like, aware and actually quite intelligent. This isn't, like, the case of, like, some sped, okay? He knows what's going on. He fucking, like, knowing who he is, knowing, like, his platform, etc. There's so many factors here. If the age gap itself wasn't bad enough, that contribute to it being even worse. If we were both 14, would you hang out with me? Depends on the context, I guess.
was a massive fan of Pyrocynicals at the time, establishing a blatant power dynamic in play here too. The age gap, regardless, would be looked down upon by the majority of people in society and in the court of public opinion. The fact that Pyrocynical would see no problem with engaging in a romantic relationship with a fan of his who is considerably younger, and then actively wait for her to turn the legal age of consent in this country before engaging in a relationship with her while he would have been 20 and she would have been 16, contains all the hallmarks for behavior, as he's conditioning them to accept a possible future relationship.
True, that's a good point. I agree, and he explains why it would be grooming. He's repairing
Once they turn legal. By expressing willingness to wait as well, Pyrocynical was normalizing the idea of a relationship with her while she was still very much under, which is manipulative. The fact that, according to Luann, Pyrocynical ended the relationship out of fears of being seen as a highlight the fact that he
I didn't leave you because I didn't want to get seen. I didn't leave you. I didn't leave you because I didn't want to get seen. Oh, he's saying that's not the reason. Hold on. Wait, and also, this is important. Leave you? Leave you? What do you mean leave you? If you're not in a fucking relationship together. Leave you.
wanted to keep this as secretive as possible and knew how unethical and immoral the relationship was, regardless of if it only lasted 2 weeks or was not.
To be fair, he denies that that's the reason he left. Let's be fair, we were only talking for 2 weeks, so it wasn't like a lifetime relationship anyway. Oh, wait, relationship. So you were in a fucking relationship.
He only ended the relationship, according to Luann, to protect his own image and reputation. He acknowledges that the age gap dynamic was flagrantly disgusting and could be viewed as, but he continued nonetheless until people started.
Okay, Parlo needs to reread that. I didn't leave you because I didn't want.
Age gap dynamic was
he's saying that's not why he left.
Flagrantly disgusting and could be viewed as, but he continued nonetheless until
he didn't acknowledge that. Just to be clear, these DMs are bad, but that's not the point.
People started looking into it. Only then did he cut her off.
He ends up.
I don't know. That is proof they're in a relationship. If he's literally saying we were only in a relationship for 2 weeks, that's proof they were in a relationship. But he should highlight. Wait, instead of like arguing these DMs prove something they don't, he should say. Pyro's talking about leaving her and saying they were only in a relationship for 2 weeks. Despite acknowledging the small quantity of time they were together, it is still an acknowledgement of a relationship which directly contradicts his denial of dating her in the course of addressing these allegations. Pyro verifiably lied and was in fact in a relationship with a 14-year-old fan at the age of 18. As verified by his own comments and statements.
In these DM conversations, breaking it off with you, right?
Yeah.
And in the conversation, it's very clear that you're accusing him of breaking up with you because, you know, for fame, and he doesn't want it to hurt his YouTube channel, and he doesn't want to come across looking like a right? Was that the scenario? Why did you guys break up?
Well, when all these allegations came up, when either my friends or his friends wanted to make it all public, he came up to me saying that this won't work, that this will just, make him seem like a very bad person, and he decided to tell me that we should just end everything.
Luann also attested that the relationship was not, and instead they only discussed topics to do with video games and fan art, and they shared selfies with one another. Luann affirmed that there was most likely an instance where she sent a picture of her face to Pyrocynical, and he claimed that she looked cute, and there were occasional instances where they complimented each other.
What was the relationship then?
Really, it was just like the most simple relationship you could ever imagine. I guess him and I had interest into games and what he was doing, as well as fan arts and all these things. We just got along well with our personalities.
So I think the lack of sexual conversing makes it less severe, but it's still on its face incredibly bad. Okay, incredibly bad.
Well, It was really simple. There was no.
I mean, was there any like you're cute, like I like that you're pretty, do I like the way you look? Like, is there this type of stuff? Is that what we're talking about?
Probably, yeah, it is. I must have sent him like pictures of
Yeah,
me.
like romantic flirt. Yeah.
I know he sent me a selfie once
There
when
was
he
grooming
was with his dog, I think, and I did think he was cute.
Is this video good or not? I think, quite frankly, this video is good so far. I think there are various areas that need improvement. Pre-upload, like this isn't the final result, but there are various areas that Parlo could. I highly suggest Parlo watches my criticism for this. If somebody wants to list it and send it to him. I think that this is a video that is okay, that has a lot of potential if a few tweaks are made. I think that there are parts he spends way too long proving when he's already proved them. I think there are parts where he makes points when there's a better point there to be made, and the point that he's actually making instead isn't necessarily the greatest. I think he needs to specify that it's Ivory shown in, like, I think he needs to talk earlier about why, how we're going to be analyzing the DMs through the lens of what was most likely said by Pyro, as his end of the DMs were deleted, based on what Ivory was sending. I think he needs to emphasize that point much earlier. Give specific examples. I wrote it down. So I think that this, quite frankly, is a video that has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
And I think I made an exception for him and did show myself, and he probably highly said I was pretty.
Once again, this affirms the idea that it was originally an emotional and romantic relationship between the two parties, to which Pyrocynical was then seen actively highlighting his motives on them waiting for her to reach the age of consent.
I think the video's way longer than it needs to be.
Showing his intent on them wanting to have a relationship.
Intro is strong, intro is solid.
With her later on down the line. The idea made by anyone that he was not directly inferring this is completely illogical. He stated verbatim in his tweet response to Keemstar that he had no problem in waiting for her to reach the legal age of consent. And again, in his Reddit response, he is seen stating that it was in reference to the possible scenario of them engaging in a proper relationship.
He goes out of, he's very thorough too. I think the thoroughness is a bit overdone at certain points, but he goes out of his way to like refute the arguments of the opposition. He goes out of his way, but there are certain parts here that just need to be tweaked. Like, for example, the referencing all the other allegation shit with minimal proof. Wasn't that criticism he got for his original document? Like, if you're going to invoke other allegations briefly to substantiate or lend credence to the ones you're covering, you need to elaborate on those or prove those or just not include them at all.
It is evident what the connotations were. The fact that according to Luann, Pyrocynical dated her, and according to her, most likely saw selfies of her face calling her cute, is yet again another massive red flag which many people have simply just omitted. The fact that no one has highlighted the problem of a popular
Have you seen Parlo edit? Yeah, I'm gonna go over that in a sec.
YouTuber who is an adult reaching out to an fan of theirs.
As soon as this video is done, we have 23 minutes left and it's on 1.75 speed, so it's going to be more like 10, and then we're going to cover the editor drama, talk to the editor, all that good shit.
Then engaging in a close romantic and emotional relationship with them while highlighting their willingness to wait for them to become legal to then engage with them in the future is insane. It literally matches all the hallmarks for. And the fact that anyone would defend an age gap dynamic as bad and as egregious as this is one thing, but for someone to not see the red flags present in a situation like this, or to even defend it, is seriously illogical. Now, the main situation people bring up to try and deflect away from the massive red flag present in regards to Pyrocynical having dated this French girl was the fact that another YouTuber, Ancient Reality, had dated Luann shortly after they had broken up with Pyro, with tweets showing that they were both publicly engaging with one another in February of 2016. At this time, Ancient Reality was 23, Luann was and the relationship
holy fuck
lasted for slightly over a year and was absolutely horrible. Ancient Reality had engaged with the girl in real life despite the disparaging age gap dynamic between them and had
holy shit! I forgot about how bad the age gap was here, dude. And was Pyro was friends with Ancient Reality, right? Because Ancient Reality got promoted by Leafy. Did Pyro know? I know Toastify made a video on this that I didn't watch. Did Pyro know that Ancient Reality was dating this girl as well? Because that's fucking insane. And guess what? Pyro knew this. Yeah, we know that already. We just saw. He was friends and knew they were in a relationship. Hopefully, okay, so hopefully then, what's his face? Fucking Parlo's then gonna go prove that point.
Used consistent emotional techniques, such as threatening, to keep Luann close to him. He was controlling and extremely. The actions committed by Ancient Reality, however, do not now magically nullify Pyrocynical's malicious intentions regardless. What Ancient Reality did was objectively and categorically repulsive. However, many users attempt to bring up the situation to try and shut down any justified criticisms towards Niall in regards to the French girl, and that is simply misplaced. Although Luann attested that the real problem was Ancient Reality, and she only had positive things to say about Niall, denying that he was a or that does not, under any circumstances, discredit Pyrocynical's intentions to wish to wait for her to reach the age of consent before engaging with her, when she would have been 16 and he would have been 20. And it certainly does not nullify Pyrocynical's attempt to lie to his own audience on numerous occasions.
If he was still friends with Ancient Reality, with knowledge that Luann and him were now in a relationship and chose to conceal that, that Ancient Reality and Luann were now in a relationship and chose to conceal that, yeah, that reflects horribly on him, just to be clear.
At first attempting to spin the story as a complete lie made by Keemstar, only to then be seen on his Reddit, slowly conceding to more and more of the story, but still affirming that they never dated and lying that she was older. Pyrocynical is by definition a compulsive liar. He will lie consistently, only seen conceding to more of the situation when his defense and story is challenged with more evidence and proof, with more and more attention being brought onto it.
I recall the dynamic here
being pyrocynical, like admitting to a little bit or conceding to a little bit, but then it took more information coming out for him to then to concede to a bit more. And I can't remember the exact details of it, but it was this dynamic where it felt like he wasn't taking like accountability for something unless it was revealed very publicly.
Another important point to address was in Pyrocynical's Reddit response. He is specifically seen stating that he originally came across the Skype group digging for information on him after one user had their ex-girlfriend see them being initially contacted.
Oh my god, Chud Logic? The guy we know? Chud Logic? Soy face? Chud's running from the Warzone debate. Okay, Chud is running from the Warzone debate. Tell him his good old pal Aiden wants to play some fucking Warzone. Where's this guy been, man? Where's this guy been?
By Keemstar on their stream. This ex-girlfriend then reached out to Niall to give him the information, and this is something very important I wish to highlight. Pyrocynical was then seen specifically stating that, quote-unquote, later I was sent information of this individual who was present in the Skype chat, allegedly meeting with the girl when she was at the time, and with her when he was 19. I confronted him about this and said how even though I have the information that I won't make it public. Pyrocynical then follows up by specifying how he had medical proof that the girl was active in January 2015, which was the time that they were both in a relationship together. Pyrocynical was then seen stating that he chose not to name the individual involved on his own volition and how he doesn't want the comments to turn into a guessing game of whodunit. So Pyrocynical knew exactly who the popular creator was who had while he was an adult, and even had proof and medical reports to add credibility towards the allegations, yet stated himself that he did not wish to make the information public and actively chose not to name the individual involved. The problem in this, of course, being that the unnamed individual Pyrocynical was referring to was a once popular montage parody channel named MLG Vagabonds, who went on to essentially get away with him thanks to Niall not specifying his name and alias. Vagabonds shortly after was seen consistently streaming.
To be clear, just to be clear, you're in a bit of a gray area if you don't have the consent of the victim, right? If the victim isn't comfortable with this going public yet, you're in a really awkward position, right? Where I agree that it's good to do this for the sake of public transparency and, you know, preventing future harm, but simultaneously, I think, unless I'm missing something here, I think that it's one thing if we could prove Pyro remained friends with this person. If he didn't come out with the allegations at all, I think that isn't that doesn't necessarily have to be super damning if it's a case of like he didn't have the minor's permission to come out with it, because ultimately I do think that it is the victim's choice. Sometimes though I believe that the potential for harm against more people outweighs the victim's choice, and you should come out with this for the sake of saving more minors. But I'll have to
months preceding the situation, continuing to get money into.
Are you gonna cover the 6'7" kid cryptocurrency? I heard about. Can someone link some shit on that? Dude, what is it with these, like, 15 minutes of fame? It's obviously his fucking parents' fault, if that's true, but, like, he's in middle school, dude, but, like, holy fuck. It's, like, it's the same meta. You get famous for saying some shit that's not indicative of any sort of, like, talent or, like, entertainment abilities, etc., and you decide to, you know, it's not his decision. It's probably his parents and the manager they probably hired. Start a podcast, do cryptocurrency. It's like ridiculous, bro.
Donations from fans, and eventually even making the popular meme channel named Meme Corp, garnering over 1 million subscribers and millions upon millions of views, completely getting away with the situation unscathed. Pyrocynical had the evidence, he had the platform to call him out, and he even shared the medical reports of the girl. He actively chose on his own volition to not name the YouTuber who. Now let's circle back to Toastify's video covering Ancient Reality, the French girl.
That's ultimately her choice.
Pyrocynical, which came out on July 8th, 2023. In response, Colossal is Crazy was seen stating on Twitter that he and Pyrocynical would be addressing the allegations on To Be Honest podcast, affirming as well that Pyrocynical never knew the actual age of Ancient Reality and just assumed he was the same age as Luan, being 14 or 15, once again feigning the plausible deniability excuse. However, in Toastify's video interviewing Luan, she did attest that Pyrocynical apparently knew the age gap present between her and Ancient Reality, meaning that Pyrocynical was apparently aware of the 9-year age gap between them, and that she was dating a 23-year-old man at the age of. And yet he apparently said nothing and did nothing to stop the relationship.
Yeah, I would have just skipped the Vagabonds shit and just gone right to this after talking about Ancient Reality. I would have skipped Vagabonds. I just don't think it's a solid point and just gone on to this, because this is where it's damning. If he knew about a fucking... Dude. This is where it's damning. If he knew about this and it's not a matter of, oh, he didn't publicly spearhead the accusation, right? Because there's various reasons you wouldn't do that if you don't have the victim's consent. But also... right? If it's a case of he continued to remain friends with this person despite knowledge of this, then that's what reflects really fucking badly.
Pyrocynical's knowledge of the relationship was also corroborated by the fact that he was seen referencing Nick, which is Ancient Reality's name, to Luan in private Twitter messages in March of 2016. However, Luan has been on record in the past stating that Pyrocynical nor his friends knew about the specific that she endured from Ancient Reality.
Okay, so did he try to, like, help you in any way?
No, I think he might have just wanted to completely, like, not get related to anything of this.
Alright, so he knew what was going on, but he didn't want to get involved.
Yeah, but like I said, he definitely didn't know what was going on, like, awful.
Aiden, Chud said you haven't messaged him in ages. Where did he say this?
Oh, in the back.
So he didn't know about these stuff?
No, he didn't know about it.
Toastify shortly after had made a YouTube community post casting doubt on the plausible deniability excuse that Pyrocynical had levied through Colossal was Crazy, who acted as his proxy. He highlighted how Snipers, once a close friend of Pyrocynical, had stated that Mick was 22 and was taken of a 15-year-old girl, to which he told directly to Keemstar. This can clearly be seen in the Reddit reply he made, and while he did not directly state that it was Ancient Reality, it was very easy to know who he was referring to. Toastify also...
Another great thing, too, I would be adding transition slides to, like, each point. Or to each art, like, I would do the old 2016 meta doing some transition slides.
Highlighted how
that clearly separates different parts of the video.
Lou attested herself that Pyrocynical knew of the actual age gap, followed by even highlighting that in videos created by Ancient Reality, it was easily discernible that he did not appear 15 in any of the
You just asked him where? Is he live?
instances, and that he clearly appeared to be an adult. Toastify even established a notorious video Ancient Reality had uploaded to the and even on other social media platforms, where he was seen and onto a Minions toy in which went around the community in mid-2015, with many people seen referencing it. If Pyrocynical had actually believed Mick, aka Ancient Reality, to have been the same age as the French girl, so 14 or 15 at this time, then how was he not concerned whatsoever about Ancient Reality uploading?
No shot. This isn't real.
What's the deal with the guy that his pants in my car? Hello? I'm at Mad Butcher. Yeah, we're just clearing casualties. This has been real bad.
Am I that narcissistic? I'm actually rewatching this just to see where my name was mentioned. Dude, dead air? Dead air alert?
Hey, that's my Harley. We all not. I'm with the move.
Dead air alert? You're actually narcissistic? Wow, dude. News to me.
Hello? I'm at Mad Butcher.
Okay, I give up.
Including possible illicit material of himself when he was and spreading it
2 minutes ago!
Go get a long gun in case this guy gets... We gotta keep people from coming in here.
Any day
It
now.
could get bad. Go get your long gun. Excuse me. Yeah, my bad.
I just want to know how my daughter is. That's all.
Any
I
day
just wanna
now.
know how
By the
my
way,
daughter
great commentary.
is. That's all I want to know.
Or I'm being fucking trolled.
across the community and internet to other individuals, it would literally be a crime to disseminate this kind of content if he was Even worse regarding all of this was that if Pyrocynical and others believed Ancient Reality to have actually been 14 or 15 at this time, then why did Pyrocynical not have a problem with his close associate Dolan Dark, who was 18 in 2015, making jokes to Ancient Reality based off of this video, inferring directly that he knew what happened in the video and he watched it? With all these variables collectively considered, it is extremely obvious that many things are not adding up, and Pyrocynical just wished to take another plausible deniability route to negate culpability once again. Either Pyrocynical lied through Colossal is Crazy to cover for the fact that he knew that Ancient Reality, his close friend and adult, was dating the same that he dated before, and he did nothing to stop the relationship with a 9-year age gap being present, or Pyrocynical is telling the truth and just self-reported that a close friend of his, Dolan Dark, had just watched what he personally believed to be content while he was an adult, and Pyrocynical did nothing to stop him. In both these scenarios, Pyrocynical shows a blatant lack of action. Very conveniently as well is the fact that despite Colossal openly stating that the French girl situation would be addressed by Pyrocynical, this never actually came into fruition. They instead continued making videos on the To Be Honest podcast channel, but they selectively ignored the topic and never once addressed it, with many users being seen replying asking for where the response was, but this all fell on deaf ears. This was
Where's the French girl? You need to literally talk about this like it's the fucking Epstein files. Address the French girl. Where's the French girl files?
all until the last baited podcast video addressing the I'm Alex situation, hosted by Keemstar, Colossal is Crazy, and Tommy.
Aiden, actually, yeah, Chud referenced you, but it's about like 2 months ago on unlisted stream number 8, which you can only get by clicking on the link from unlisted stream number 9.
Essentially, in this video, Keemstar brings up the French girl situation directly to Colossal and took him off guard. In response, Colossal is Crazy is seen becoming confrontational and attempts to drastically downplay the dynamic between both Pyrocynical, who was 18, and Luan, who was getting the age gap between them incorrect initially.
Colossal swept.
And belittling the situation by claiming it to have been a nothing burger, selectively omitting Pyrocynical's intentions to wish to wait for her to become the legal age of consent.
Was he or was he not in a relationship with a girl that was, I believe it came out to be at the time?
He was in an E relationship. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever occurred.
With an E relationship with a year-old when he was what?
I think she was 14.
19?
No.
No, she was. I interviewed her. We got the correct age.
He was 17.
He was not 17.
Yeah, that's right. No, he wasn't. No,
he was 17.
No, he wasn't.
Keemstar is always right, guys.
Not at that time.
Yes, he was.
Dude, the sweeping from Colossal is insane.
He wasn't 17.
Nothing ever happened. No exchanged. Just a big nothing burger. Meanwhile, Keemstar is dating someone 20 years younger than him.
In the following
Oh, this sweeping from Colossal is insane.
2 segments I wish to show as well, Colossal was seen conceding that the age gap was instead 4 years, not 3 years, but is once again attempting to justify an 18-year-old online dating by using the high school dynamic excuse and brushing off the fact that Pyrocynical lied numerous times.
The high school dynamic excuse doesn't work when they're not going to the same fucking school. And it's still bad in high school, just to be clear. And you also have the factor that she's a fan of his massive fucking YouTube channel.
About it ever happening by once again stating that the situation was a nothing burger to begin with.
But I do find it ironic that you would take offense.
Sound like you were.
I'm not calling you. I do find it ironic, however, that you would call someone like Pyrocynical for an E relationship with a 3-year age gap or 4-year age gap.
Go Google it. Yeah, go Google the ages, people. Go Google the ages.
I get confused.
Yeah, but both participants are legal adults in Keem's case. Do I think it's like strange to actually pursue a long-term relationship with a fucking someone in their early 20s when you're mid-age? Sure. Do I think it's pedophilic if you fuck them? No. Do I think it's weird to pursue a long-term relationship? Yes. You're getting like if you're like in your 50s actually pursuing meaningful relationships with like fucking 20-year-olds, and it's not just like a hookup. You're like it's a gold digger. You're not forming any meaningful connection. You're getting taken advantage of, and you're a gooner.
Because you got him wrong like 8 times.
Hey, in fairness, the clown, we didn't figure out that girl was 14 until like 2 years ago. We did like most people thought we couldn't prove she even existed.
Yeah. What was she accusing him of? Nothing. She had nice things to say. Where was the video? Where's the story? There's nothing. She did have
Clown just conceded that they were in a relationship with one another, dude.
nice things to say. You had Jack. You couldn't make it about Pyrocynical, but you were desperately trying to.
The ages, Clown. The ages.
I mean, who gives a nothing happened. They e-dated.
You just conceded they e-dated.
Ages.
They're both teen. Okay, would Clown say this, dude? Would Clown say this if it's like fucking both teenagers is like so fucking loaded when one is 18 and the other's fucking 14? Would Clown say this about a fucking 13-year-old and 18-year-old, 13-year-old and 19-year-old?
Clown, your friend, your buddy came out and lied multiple times on Reddit about that scenario. And
It's so disappointing too, because I was like such a fucking fan of Clowns.
you're gonna defend him?
I am going to defend him because there was nothing. It's big. Nothing.
This kind of covering for each other happens so often. So fucking true. That's why I kept talking about the cabal when I came back. The like inner sweeping is fucking absurd. Okay. In some facets, I've been liberated by being cut off by the broader commentary community. Okay, because the sweeping that goes on is absurd.
He lied.
I will say this.
Oh, so you're not gonna defend him and his lies, Clown? Really?
His share of manipulation to protect himself.
Thank you.
But I have to also agree.
He lied through his teeth.
I don't deny that, but there was nothing there. I mean,
Fence sitting C.
When the truth is out, you say lied. Okay, truth comes out. Well, there's nothing there. It's a nothing burger. Absolutely
nothing there, other than the fact that the ages and the E relationship. Nothing there though.
High school.
He was high school age.
Not just high school thing. Not just high school drama. Because it was all on the internet. They never even met in person.
Why should you talk?
Didn't even know what she looked like.
Let me talk.
Many people believed Pyrocynical's response as Keemstar had an already tainted credibility at the time, and was seen as an inconsistent and unreliable narrator of allegations, as he had consistently changed.
Dude, I relate to Keem in this. I relate to Keem. You're just the guy that's popular to shit on, and some shitter is playing on the fact that you're disliked to shit on a legitimately good point. Happens to me all the time in VC number 8. Okay? I relate to Keem.
Ages of the French girl, and didn't develop a cohesive video on the subject, clearly illustrating to viewers that she was a real individual. Ultimately, it was easier for Pyrocynical to get an upper hand in this situation, because Keemstar at the time was making claims which were seen as ultimately baseless and out of emotion and vitriol. Keemstar was also seen as being unable to take criticism. That is why still to this day, people consistently cast down the veracity of this situation, despite it being completely true. I find it insane the double standard present on the internet. Pyrocynical fans will attempt to claim that anyone who brings—
Aiden, the timestamp is 49:37 in the kick VOD. Okay, last time we're trying. It's gonna be worth it, folks.
How many was shot?
I have no clue.
How do I skip ahead? Is this real? Is this real?
See, I'm not really sure, to be honest.
This way, dude. I let him in the store. All
right,
Shaw, you heard that?
I've been duped! I've been had! I've been got! It's fake! I've been had. You win, random chatter.
These allegations up are simply reviving old drama, as if that
I've been deceived, finagled. The joke is in fact on me.
Validates any of Pyrocynical's actions whatsoever. Pyrocynical was an adult who abused the platform and position he had to consistently send to a fan of his who was 4 years younger than him, and engaged in based discussions with them in 2016.
Okay, I think the abuse of the platform point isn't strong with Ivory.
All the way to 2018, and he actively got away with it. However, other content creators such as Ava Chris Tyson or Dr. Disrespect, who were also seen inappropriately engaging with fans of theirs spanning from 2017 and 2018, were justifiably completely ostracized from their platforms and were called out, regardless of how many years ago their incidents actually were. The double standard is glaring, and it works like a charm for Pyrocynical because his fans will consistently defend him and excuse his behavior with insane mental gymnastics, no matter how reprehensible they were. People specifically treat Pyrocynical different because they want to believe that he is innocent, not because he actually is. True. And this all gets even worse when analyzing another glaring red flag present in Pyrocynical's response video, where he attempts to belittle and minimize the situation to do with a 10-year-old girl who he pushed to create furry content for him when he was 19 in 2016.
Parasocial relationships are formed with creators all the time. When it's your comfort creator that you've known for years, you really don't want to accept the fact that they've done something like this. So if there's any room for an out, your mind will naturally take you there. Okay, I wouldn't necessarily belittle the viewers so much as I think they've been deceived and deserve to have the truth told and hopefully persuaded by this video. It's unfortunate.
Essentially, an artist on Instagram known as Spoopy Scary Aliens was a large fan of Pyrocynical's and had created fan art for him, including an image of Pyrocynical's character cuddling a body pillow. As a result, Pyrocynical liked the art and privately messaged them on Twitter, stating, "Why is your pic me with a body pillow?" and that it was not thick enough. In another instance, Pyrocynical was then seen asking the girl how old she was, to which she stated that she was 15. This was then followed by the 15-year-old being pressed to create the thick furry content regardless, despite Pyrocynical knowing her age, and she even stated to a friend verbatim that Niall demanded her to do it. One look at her Instagram page at the time, and she openly shows it glaring.
Is there proof that he continues the engagement after she's 15?
Works like a charm for Pyrocynical because his fans will consistently defend him and excuse his behavior with insane mental gymnastics. Cynical was about 3 years, 7 to 8 months. This is due to the girl having stated that she was almost 20 as of mid. Want to believe that he is innocent, not because he actually is. And this all gets even worse when analysing another glaring red flag present in Pyrocynical's response video, where he attempts to belittle and minimize the situation to do with a 15-year-old girl who he pushed to create furry content for him when he was 19 in 2016. Essentially, an artist on Instagram known as Spoopy Scary Aliens was a large fan of Pyrocynical's and had created fan art for him, including an image of Pyrocynical's character cuddling a body pillow. As a result, Pyrocynical liked the art and privately messaged them on Twitter.
Okay, so he's messaging
stating,
them
"Why
at 12:54 p.m.
pick me with a body pillow?" and that it was not thick enough. In another instance, Pyrocynical was then seen asking,
"Your art is amazing. How old are you?" They say 15.
How old she was, to which she stated that she was 15. This was then followed by the 15-year-old.
They're in fact Okay, is there any proof that he actually did continue engaging after hearing she was 15?
Being pressed to create the thick furry content regardless, despite Pyrocynical knowing her age, and she even stated to a friend
Okay, we don't know if that necessarily means she was pressed.
that Niall demanded her to do it. One look at her Instagram page at the time, and she openly shows that she attended school, and it was incredibly easy to discern the fact that she was any age gap present between.
Okay, we don't have any solid proof, by the way. It could have happened. We do not have solid proof he continued engagement after she turned 15.
Scale on Pyrocynical was about 3 years, 7 to 8 months. This is due to the girl having stated that she was almost
like the approval could have been she liked his art, or he liked her art in general.
20 as of mid-December 2020. This even meant that she turned 20 in December 2020 or January 2021. Pyrocynical, as we discussed earlier.
Clear, I'm not sweeping. I'm trying to acknowledge the arguments from the other side to make sure there are no like loose ends here for Parlo.
Was born on May the 14th, 1997.
I wouldn't accept that necessarily say that part as fact. I say it's more than likely.
Making him at the time of him pushing a 15-year-old to create art for him 19. He was 19 years old when this transpired in 2016.
On a side note, unrelated to this doc, I've actually seen screenshots circulating around of someone who drew like fan art of my Fox character back in 2016. I then apparently replied to them like jokingly saying not thick enough and then asking for their age, and they said 15. So when people saw this, they instantly drew parallels to the allegation. I asked them for a thick version and they drew this, which...
Oh! He admits it! He admits it! Wait! It's over. He admits it.
Isn't even really that different from previous things they drew before even getting into contact with me.
In this allegation, Pyrocynical attempts to conflate the situation to the Ivory allegation.
Wait! He admits it! He admits that he then, upon learning their age, was pressing for a thicker Oh my, dude. It's over. He admits it.
To then dispel the idea that the two incidents are similar. This is done to meticulously play down the severity of this specific situation. Just because the behavior is not indicative of does not now make this behavior acceptable. He was a 19-year-old man messaging a fan significantly younger than himself to create art that conforms to his desires. He used his influence and power dynamic present once again to have engaged with his... He also attempts to excuse the art they created, which he pushed them into doing, by attempting to bring up other examples of art that they had created, as if that suddenly nullifies his complicity in this situation. Yes, the 15-year-old created artwork beforehand, but how is that now a logical excuse whatsoever for prying her to create content to conform to your...
Good refutation. I'm liking it, Parlo.
Desires. It is a completely irrelevant defense, and it obviously is only included to play down the severity of the situation.
I didn't commission it. What was drawn wasn't... They'd drawn very similar stuff before, and there was no roleplay here. It was nothing.
He attempts to feign the idea that he wasn't entirely culpable in the situation, as he did not personally commission the artwork, once again using wordplay manipulation to undermine his involvement. According to the girl who was 15 at the time, she attested to a friend that now demanded her to create this content. Even by examining remnants of the Twitter messages between her and Pyrocynical, you could clearly see that he was pestering her for thick content. He was asking her to do it. He openly lies, claiming that the art wasn't, despite the art not only being inherently showing thicker proportions, but also regarding the fact that his character is clearly seen having a and larger defined laying on bed sheets. This art piece was clearly made to elicit a
it's inappropriate
reaction because it was created to conform to Niall's, and the art was intended for purposes. To argue that the creation of this artwork was not to play into Niall's fantasy is simply untrue.
That being said, it was incredibly irresponsible.
Yeah, we have evidence that is exactly what his sexual fantasy is, by virtue of the nature of his exchanges with Ivory and his own admission. So yes, Pyro, even though he knew she was 15, continued to encourage said 15-year-old at the age of 19 into making public artwork that further played into his sexual fantasy.
Of me. And
5 from G's. What the fuck is this video about? I'm sorry, dude. You're just gonna have to go back and rewatch, man. I'm sorry. I love you, G's. I can't with this one. I'm happy to explain anything to you. We've been here all day. I can't, man.
Not my best look, I admit, but this isn't at all comparable to the current situation.
Pyrocynical claims to have taken accountability by claiming that it was irresponsible for him to have engaged with this. But then he is seen wedging cheap excuses to belittle the situation or state that it wasn't on the same level of severity as the Ivory allegations, which ultimately only serves to make his accountability statement seem weak and disingenuous. Just because the girl herself stated that the situation should not be taken seriously, once again does not fundamentally change anything. And this situation still serves to show one example of a long reoccurring and concerning pattern of Pyrocynical engaging in either face discussion with or pushing to conform to his desires. Even in this case, Pyrocynical had clearly asked for her age and continued despite her stating that she was 15. But we are meant to magically be under the idea that he never once knew of Ivory's age or once asked for his age from the start of his messages on November 10th, 2016 to July 5th, 2017, when Ivory linked his Twitter bio with his age present, which is extremely implausible and hard for anyone to believe. As a result of this video coming out, fans of Pyrocynicals now have the ability to have a larger outlook regarding this entire situation and to come to a new perspective on how bad the age gap and power dynamics were in regards to all these situations, as well as the egregious lies that now had put.
And I'd keep emphasizing, by the way, like, you put your trust in this guy, but he lied to you. You've been lied to.
To his audience, as well as the misinformation created by other members of his fanbase that had spread, essentially allowing him to get away with his actions unscathed for numerous years. However, I'm certain that many will still attempt to deflect away from the allegations of Pyrocynical by attempting to utilize ad hominems and methods of whataboutism to attack my credibility rather than the validity of my claims. They have also attempted to do this with Ivory
True.
himself.
Parlo could be the worst person alive, just to be clear. That does not invalidate anything he stated.
And they attempted to create Reddit posts presenting him as some kind of racist, despite him actually having comprehensive message logs displaying a violent dynamic present between him and Pyrocynical that many people didn't decide to break down and actually analyze until now. Pyrocynical fans were also seen doing this in regards to the dupe situation, where they spread false allegations against me, attempting to defame me as a before even hearing my side of the story and before my video and document even came out on Pyrocynical, to preemptively tarnish my credibility so my research would not be taken seriously. It was malicious, it was deliberate, and it was meticulously done, and no matter what character attacks his fanbase present or methods of victim blaming they use against victims, it will not fundamentally change anything and will only make themselves collectively look worse. They'll be seen as immature, ill-tempered, and desperate if they are unable to actually tackle any of the points I make in this video and instead go for weak ad hominem attacks.
Fair.
Instead, that will just prove how pathetic they all are by drastically attempting to deflect the situation away from the numerous victims of Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical fans will also attempt to utilize the excuse that this happened years ago, despite that defense not being valid whatsoever. The same excuse was levied by Dr. Disrespect fans and even fans of Ava Chris Tyson, who both engaged in inappropriate conduct online with years ago, with Dr. Disrespect engaging inappropriately with an girl in 2017, and Ava Chris Tyson having an expansive history of behavior around from 2016 to 2018. The fact these situations transpired years ago changed nothing. They were adults behaving inappropriately with to fans of their content. Why should Pyrocynical be treated any different now that it has been proven that he lied about the French girl to his fans in his initial video on Keemstar, as well as his initial Reddit statement, and now that it's been proven that he lied about the Ivory situation on his massive response video to millions of people? Pyrocynical is a proven compulsive liar, and he even avoided addressing the French girl once again in a TBH podcast, and got away with it. His accountability statement in his response video was completely insincere, as he wedged it with constant belittlement and played down the severity of his base dynamic with an fan.
Aiden groomed me. He's been hiding this since he was 13 and I was 40. So fucking true.
He took partial accountability and then denied the severe aspects of the allegation.
I groomed a 40-year-old. I have to admit it, guys.
To give the impression to his fanbase that he was entirely being honest, and it's astonishing how he pulled the wool over hundreds of thousands of people's eyes until now. The other term they use to lambast anyone who calls out now as well is claiming they're a clout chaser. They'll do this to desperately undermine any actual valid points brought up against Pyrocynical and to brush off any actual criticism levied. It's another example of a weak ad hominem made to throw at people to once again attack their character rather than the validity of any of their
pulling out fallacies. I love it.
points. Ultimately, regarding this entire situation, Pyrocynical's response video was filled with lies, and only served to simply just belittle the situation and manipulate his own impressionable viewer base. Pyrocynical was never innocent, and large portions of his fanbase allowed misinformation to spread, in which led to victims being silenced, hurt, and harassed. But now is a chance for the truth to come out, and for Pyrocynical to be actually held accountable. His lack of accountability for the French girl situation is just yet more proof of how he's willing to ignore serious situations in hope that it will simply just die down so he can get away with it again. It is stunning to see his audience still defend him to this day, when Niall wouldn't hesitate to lie to their faces about never dating the French girl, or the numerous inconsistencies in his response video regarding Ivory. If Pyrocynical has deliberately manipulated his fans numerous times and refused to be transparent, why do they still relentlessly defend him, except for the fact that they desperately wish to believe he's innocent, and in doing so, they would undermine and discredit actual victims in the process. I hope this video and other videos to follow, along with the release of my document, serves to prompt more victims of Pyrocynical to feel comfortable to come out about their experiences, and I hope the disgusting and malicious mob mentality present inside of Pyrocynical's fanbase can cease, because they're affecting actual victims. In case of my document's deletion, it will be consistently re-uploaded and will be uploaded to archive websites such as Catbox, and PDF files will be present in my Discord server if you wish to download them.
Whoa! Excuse me? Parlo? You're having who in your Discord server? What?
I'd also greatly appreciate if you could like and share this video around the community too, in hopes that as many people as possible can actually open their eyes in regards to what actually transpired, and how Pyrocynical was never innocent.
Okay, so let's go over some things. What did this video intend to do? It intended to reanalyze and refute the defenses of Pyrocynical from his initial allegations and the French girl allegation. All right, it absolutely achieved its goal of summarizing both of those situations adequately and proving the points that Pyro had lied to his audience multiple times in his response, that he had engaged in sexual conversations with someone he knew was a minor that could have been any age, and despite knowing they were a minor, just didn't bother to check that at the very least. And when he did find out they were 16, it would have been 15 when the conversation initiated, decided to continue it anyways. Okay? He also proved that Pyro was in a relationship at the age of 18 with a 14-year-old, despite previously denying it. He refutes Pyro's defenses of why this would be, mitigating because of the nature of the conversations, saying, oh, I was into the furry roleplay fetish, etc. Why this isn't mitigating by comparing it to similar situations where we would never hold this standard and people have obviously been universally condemned for way less. Okay, so it achieves in doing that. I think the intro hooks the viewer, and I think overall for a pre-watch prototype video, unless it's like proven that Parlo like doctored evidence, this video is pretty good. Okay, here's what I'd change if I was Parlo. I would stop referencing allegations that he's not going to elaborate on or prove. Like how he briefly flashes a document about another 15-year-old and then never talks about it again. I think that is a point that you're easily going to be had on, and you already substantially proved the point enough where that's totally unnecessary to include and just could be a line of attack on your credibility. Second of all, I would change these fucking censors, and when you do censor a word, I would leave in the first and last phonemes so we know what word is being said despite its censorship. Something else that I would do if I were Parlo is specify earlier on that instead of making the whole point about we have to figure out what Pyro is saying based on the context what Ivory is saying, I would start that before we pull up the first Ivory DM. Or after the intro before we pull up the first Ivory DM. You do your little intro preview and then be like, before we get into this, Pyro's end of these messages were deleted. You're going to have to figure out what was said based on the context. And then it will be understood that whenever he's pulling up these DMs with this, I forget the name of Ivory's Discord account, that he's filling in the blanks, and he's explaining how he's filling in the blanks based on reasonable interpretation of what was said based on Ivory's responses. Okay? I would, after he's adequately proved a point, anything extra that just keeps on proving the same point, if I were him, I would do so either quicker or include or direct people to a supplemental document that adds all that additional proof. Because I think sometimes he overproves an argument and it makes the video unnecessarily long and redundant. But like, yeah, overall, I'd also not state things as fact as easily as he is. Like when he makes certain inferences about Pyro's intent, like, oh, he was doing this to conceal this, et cetera, I would not state these things as fact. Just to cover his bases, I would say it's probably the case that. But overall, I think that this video was actually pretty good. I'm impressed. I didn't go into it with high expectations. Maybe that's why I'm so impressed. But I think that Parlo did what he had set out to do in the course of this video. I would just tweak it because he's provided some very obvious lines of attack that could lead to the video being discredited. Other than that, I like what I've seen. Okay, I like what I've seen. I'm excited to see the final product. I hope Parlo sees my criticisms and hears them, because I think that if he takes care of this shit, it has the potential to be a great video. I think he addresses all lines of attack that could be used against. He provides some new ones, which he should cut. But all the lines of attack that he knows will be used against him, he actively calls them out. He provides elaboration. I liked it. I liked the video. If you were interested in this, this is a good video. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Now, when we get back, I am going to be having a conversation. I'm going to be having a conversation, I believe, with the person that had reported Parlo to the police over his own allegations. And I'm also going to have a conversation with potentially, or cover the editor drama, where apparently Parlo was, I guess, doing some bad shit with an editor or whatever. So when we get back, I'm going to cover that. I'll be gone for 2 minutes just to make myself another cup of coffee, have a quick pee. But we did it. We made it through the video. I was impressed. I thought it was good. Great stuff. DMs? Your DMs, like, prove what we already know. I could check that out at the end, but thank you. All right. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. Just gonna make a coffee. We got more shit on the way. You'll get announcements about the stream. I'm active in there. You could talk to me. You could join our Minecraft server. All that good stuff.
It is 20, 90 to 10. The majority of people celebrating his assassination, someone murdered in cold blood, were women. Now, these are women who are untethered to their family. They don't have good family lives, right? They have abandoned their families, and they don't have children. So
you don't know that. You don't know that.
Okay, sir. So this is, sir.
Suggest that the answer is.
Am I allowed to finish, or are you going to keep white-splaining to me?
White-spla, dude. This is like unreal. He's white-splaining. This guy literally. I'm pretty sure this guy literally made a tweet suggesting women shouldn't have the right to vote. Hold on. Let's see what the tweet is that's being referred to here, because I don't think he actually shows it in the course of... Hold on. I have to do an advanced search. From...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much. From the great Benzin. $3. Aiden, skip to the next topic. No. But I appreciate the $3, nonetheless. Hold on. Where the fuck is this shit? It is, from this account, all these words. Amendment, women, woman. Okay. Okay, let's see his tweet. It was just him specifically calling out the liberal women that were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, right? I know this is unpopular, but after seeing how the vast majority of the demons celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk were women, I've realized that repealing the 19th cannot be a suggestion, but must be a necessity to save. I know the Iraq-based department, but like you're literally talking because you saw some like videos online of like people being disrespectful. You're literally talking about just like taking like the rights away from a group as a whole. That's not merely, you know, denigrating specifically the women that were like, you know, making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. You were literally talking about repealing the 19th. You're saying women as a whole should not have the right to vote, should not be equal participants in our society. $10 from Ivana. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. It's not my birthday, but much appreciated. What the fuck is going... What are you lost about? Oh, that's not you? Oh, okay. Okay, so he's talking about repealing the 19th.
We can be done with the conversation. You are no longer permitted on this campus.
I was just... Own it, dude. Own it. He's not even... He's such a pussy. He's like being dishonest about what he said. How does he describe it?
For my job, for my conservative beliefs. This wasn't about my job performance or my relationships with colleagues. It happened because of the things I've said online and the political and religious views I've shared. Right before I was about to head out to work, I got a call from an executive at my workplace. The main reason? Because my posts were dehumanizing and derogatory.
It's clear to us that your commentary invokes language that's derogatory and dehumanizing.
The specific example they kept bringing up is when I called women who celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk hags and psych.
He's so dishonest, dude. This guy's such a fucking dishonest little weasel. You did denigrate specifically the women.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
You did go after specifically women, right? Specifically women that were, you know, celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, which is one thing, right? But then you called, as a result of that, for removing equal rights from an entire group of people. For an innate characteristic that's beyond conservative beliefs, that's beyond denigrating people for their, like, you know, crazy opinions. You're talking about removing the rights from an entire group. Like, obviously a company's not gonna fucking keep that around. That's not just saying that. Like, he's so dishonest about it. He's acting like the tweet was only negative towards women that were celebrating the death. He's talking about repealing the 19th in general. That affects all women. Yo, thank you. How about... All right, folks, I'm back. Let's get into this. All right? Hopefully you're still here. I panic because I love confetti. Don't panic. Okay, so now that we've covered Parlo's Pyrocynical video earlier, which I quite enjoyed, Parlo himself is facing legal action against him in the United Kingdom, was apparently temporarily detained by authorities after being reported for a illicit relationship with somebody who was, in reality, 12 to 14. What was the age again exactly? I'm pretty sure it was 12, no? I think it was like 12. They were actually 12. But they had been repeatedly and actively lying to Parlo about being a much older and acceptable age within the course of these DMs. So Parlo believed he was engaging in a acceptably gapped relationship. I looked through some of the DMs, the way this person talks, etc. Obviously, I don't know if it was dating or flirtation. I don't remember, but it was at the end of the day inappropriate. Had he actually known they were 12, which he didn't. This person lied about being within an acceptable range to Parlo's age at the time. He was like 18, 19. The age gap that Parlo believed he was engaging in was not pedophilic. Not only did this person repeatedly lie, but the way they spoke didn't necessarily indicate what their actual age had been. So I think that Parlo was incredibly reckless in not verifying the age of somebody he had repeatedly been in a somebody he'd been actively talking to in this manner. At the very least, he should have seen what they looked like. If he did see what they looked like, I mean, unless they look way older than they actually are, I don't know how he fell for it, but I genuinely believe, and his detractors even concede, that he did not know this age gap, or he did not know this person's true age. This person had deceived him. I've received intel that this was potentially some sort of coordinated sting, but I don't know if that's proven yet. Regardless, a report had been submitted to authorities in the UK, and Parlo had been arrested as a result. Now, the person that had reported him has agreed to talk to me. Hold on. I don't know if they can call... Can you call into my stream by chance? Oh, so you do know about the Sting hypothesis. Yeah, this fucking Greek guy told me about it. Yo, thank you guys so much for helping us hit temp goal. We've hit temp goal 3 times in this fucking stream. You people are actually insane. If we hit another temp goal, I will actually dress up as a dictator for Halloween, as you all have requested. Okay, I guess while we wait for this, we could cover the editor drama. Just to be clear, I'd like to give a special shout out to Blurg, who, if I'm making more money, I'd just be paying you at this point. They didn't want to accept payment. Wait, hold on. Actually, before we get that, let's check out the 6-7 drama. The 6-7 kid drama. Real quick. So the 6-7 kid, who's like a middle schooler, not in charge of his own affairs, probably, who started a podcast after rising to infamy, not infamy, rising to fame over his utterance of the words of the numbers 6-7, I guess, is now also doing some crypto. I don't fucking know.
I want everybody to hear this. We have a team in place. And, hi, come on in. Leave the door open. I want everybody to hear this.
Alright, we're listening, bud.
We have a team in place, and an overwhelming amount of collabs we're working on. And we're ready to bring 6-7 into crypto.
Whoa! 6-7's going to the fucking moon, man!
Hi.
I'm convinced. I'm sold. I'm looking in your eyes. I can tell you're not the original kid. What did you do with him? Okay, what the fuck? How is this about Jews? Wait, so did this actually result in anything? People are saying this was a rug pull. If you actually buy, like, fucking meme coins from, like, creators, you deserve it at this point. We've gone over this has happened so many times. It's time to, like, accept that these people deserve it and deserve to lose their money. And, you know, at this point, it's actually totally fine. Take advantage of these fucking suckers. Get your bag. If they're, like, literally buying into your fucking, like, dude, the message has gone out enough. If you're still buying into this type of shit, you deserve it. All right, let's see. He's obviously also, he doesn't know what crypto is. He's not doing this himself. He probably, his parents are probably trying to get him to take advantage of this. Someone probably came in and offered to, hey, I'll help your kids set up the fucking cool new meme coin. We'll make a lot of money. The parents don't even know what's happening and just accepted it. And now this kid's in front of a fucking, on video, promoting this new meme coin. Apparently it was a scam. I don't know what's going on. Apparently it was a rug pull. Correct me if I'm wrong. A rug pull is when they promote the coin for everybody to buy in, and then when everybody buys in, they just like sell the fuck out of it, causing it to drop its value. So they walk away with all the profits, and everybody else loses money. Is that essentially what a rug pull is? Interesting. Isn't the blockchain fucking public though? So you could like know that they own like what incentive does the person selling this to you not have to like sell after it goes up? Like, do you think these people are promoting these like fucking coins out of the kindness of their own heart? If they fucking own the coin and have now just promoted it, causing the value to go up, why would they not sell? Yeah, like, you deserve it, honestly. Wait, hold on. Apparently, okay, the Chud mention of my name has actually been uncovered, okay? Unearthed by Zach King. Wait, not King, Prince. I don't know why I said Zach King. Zach Prince. Zach Duke, Okay, Zach Bishop has uncovered the Chud clip where my name is mentioned. I don't know why I said King.
When are you going to play with Aiden again? I've actually not spoken to Aiden for a little while, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Whoa! Big stuff. Big stuff. I'll shoot him a DM. I do quite like Chud, even though I think he's like a little bit, you know, mind-fucked by trying to maintain certain relationships with content creators. I do like Chud. And I do miss playing Warzone with the guy. Yo, what up? Hold on. Okay. So I'd like to shout out Blurg for essentially making a docket with all this shit. Because unfortunately, to figure out anything that's happened over the last 3 days of Parlo, you would actually just have to watch a Himpleton stream. And Himpleton doesn't know what he's doing. So... hold on. All right, so we got this. So Parlo has a thumbnail maker, and he's actually, you know what? Let's watch the Himpleton stream where the editor allegations come up. Hold on. I'll just skip through it. Hold on. Aiden Social? True! I love parasocial relationships with my wholesome comfort streamers. Alright, let's go to the live from last night. Oh, it was only 3 hours. That's not horrible. Okay, let's search it up. Paid. Have you been paid? Okay. Hold on. I think it's this. Alright, here we go. So Parlo's editor is making some allegations. Let's check it out. Now, I'm gonna warn you, Parlo's editor speaks very slowly, and I don't think it's something he can help. I don't like to get on people for that kind of shit, so and he seems like young, so I'm not gonna get on him for how fucking slowly he speaks. Dickers did. Dickers exercised no patience, but yeah, I'm gonna 2x speed it.
Cool, Max. Have you been paid for your stuff?
No.
Yeah, that was the assumption because I remember
He didn't even
when you showed us the video. What was it, like a week ago?
Okay, be nice, people. I know ableism. I try not to actually like unironically be fucking ableist.
That you hadn't been paid for your work yet. And everything seemed up in the air. I'm assuming you won't be getting paid for however many months you've been working on this video for, right?
Yeah, Dickers made some good points last night, but he's Dickers, so we're gonna sweep and say he didn't.
And the situation just in general.
Honestly, okay, okay. Let me relieve myself of all the pressure. No, I don't think I'm gonna get paid anytime soon.
That's insane. Wait, were you paid at all? No.
Well, I wasn't paid in the last 3 months because of Parlo getting arrested. Probably had to spend money on certain things.
Okay, but wait. Just to be clear, real quick. Are you saying that you were paid at first? Like you did get some payment for this?
No. I'm talking about I did get payment for all the other videos that I've edited on this channel.
Oh, okay, but you didn't get any money for this channel. I mean, for this video, you got no money.
Now, what's being omitted here, and my understanding is, we'll have him elaborate. Was there not an agreement in advance that he wouldn't be paid? Because apparently he had done something that got a strike on Parlo's channel that prevented its monetization, and had then agreed to do this one without payment, right? And like, if that's the case, sure, I think you should be paying him anyways, because you're a big creator, or whatever the fuck. But like, coupled with the fact he's simultaneously dealing with legal troubles, and his like source of revenue was fucked up by this mistake. Even though it's not something I personally would do, if the guy agreed to it, I don't know if there's like too much to be criticized for here. Hold on.
things.
Okay, but wait. Just to be clear, real quick.
By the way, Himpleton's mic sucks.
In the past, when he has paid you, he's paid you based on percentages of what the video's made. He doesn't give you like a flat rate or anything.
Belinda, how old are you, Belinda? For some reason, all the 50-year-old hags. Well, I'm not saying you're 50-year-old hag.
I thought that was ethical at first, but now that you bring this up to me,
nobody else does that, dude.
I'm trying to see different perspective.
Like,
okay, well, listen. Okay, I'm flattered by the comments.
Like Cormax, never.
Yeah.
I know a lot of YouTubers that like hire people. Like I've been hired by YouTubers for writing and stuff like that. Like almost every time. I mean, Sam can correct me if I'm wrong here because I mean he does know more people than me.
I can correct
like,
you if you want.
Yeah, exactly. But like
I have done percentages before.
Okay, that's fine.
You? Thanks.
That's fine. I think it's a very rare thing. Like usually I hear about flat rates.
I
Well,
just
just like bonuses.
a little bit different. Yeah.
Well, that's a bit different than like bonuses and like add-ons, right?
Yeah,
So like if a video
usually I hear
made a certain amount.
That's exactly the point I was about to make. I hear about add-ons and bonuses and stuff like.
Well, what they're failing to ask here is, what was your prior agreement to this video, and did it align with what Parlo actually did?
Like that based on the percentage, based on how the video does. I rarely hear about that being the entire payment for the video.
Well, especially when you're working on a video for that long, right? We're not talking about like a week stint. We're talking about a video and a production, that has gone through so much shit, regardless if it's a shit video or not, has gone through so many stages, has been like, delayed after delay, after edition, right? After change, and there isn't a flat rate there. There isn't like a secure amount. Even if
the opinion of like Himpleton's like people that the video was I don't think it was shit at all. I think the video, like going into this knowing this guy's like a spurg that had everyone doubting him and shit. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna, can you call into my stream real quick? Hold on. Instead of actually watching the second hand, wait, hold on. Actually, give me 20 minutes. Hold on. Give me 20 minutes. I just want to understand what we're going to be getting into here. Because the editor did send me some stuff.
if that was like a pathetically low amount, you've earned nothing from this. Like there isn't just like not even $100. There just isn't like that secure blanket for all of that time, all those changes and additions, regardless of the quality, regardless of the editing, whatever. There isn't just like that flat rate whatsoever. And like, has Parlo spoken like to you privately since like not being able to upload the video? As he spoke about the circumstances there, what he's going to do moving forward with it.
Actually,
yeah, just to be clear, by the way, me saying Parlo's video was good is not like an endorsement of him as a person, especially since I don't know anything about him. Okay? Or not enough about him. Okay? So just to be clear, we can acknowledge the video is good without liking him as an individual, because once again, Parlo does not need to be a fucking upstanding citizen or even a good person for the video to be good. Do the points line up? Does the video do what it sets out to do? And is what it sets out to do something that is worthwhile?
Something that happened after you got that second strike.
What are you talking about? The thing with his dad? Because he told us about that. Like he told us a little bit about
No,
that.
not that. I'm talking about the strike that he got into, which prevented the video from being released on October 4th.
Well, right. In the past, when he has paid you, he's paid you based on percentages of what the video's made. He doesn't give you like a flat rate or anything.
I thought that was ethical at first, but now that
I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people that agree to do it, especially if it's a case of somebody that's like not consistently making like Parlo's like a big. How much money is this guy probably making? I don't know. Let's look. Especially since he's like demonetized and shit. Let's look. No, not Parlor. What is Parlor Room? Parlo. Where are his videos? He's 630,000 subs. Okay, there should be an agreement, but like, I mean, yeah, if you agree, depends on how many views his videos are averaging, but like, I don't think it's necessarily unfair to agree to a percentage cut. Because also, like, the editor then has some investment in your channel. It's a group effort, and like, If it's like a 50-50 split, you're kind of both doing a collaborative effort on one channel, and if it tanks, it tanks with both of you. If it works, it works with both of you. I think that, like, if you are okay with that as an editor and agree to it, I don't necessarily think that's unfair. I don't know if it's 50-50, to be clear. I need to know what the percentage cut was.
I mean, now that you bring this up to me,
Nobody else does that, dude.
I'm trying to see just perspective.
Like Cormax, I've never. I know a lot of YouTubers that like hire people. Like I've been hired by YouTubers for writing and stuff like that. Like almost every time. I mean, Sam can correct me if I'm wrong here because I mean he does know more people than me.
I can correct
like,
you if you want.
Yeah, exactly. But like
I have done percentages before.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think it's a very rare thing. Like,
Okay, Himpleton's going into this being like, I know a lot of YouTubers. It's a very rare, and then someone's like, I've done that before. I'm like, I don't think it's actually that rare, to be clear. And I don't think it's necessarily unfair, especially depending on the percentage, especially if it's a channel that's averaging 300,000 views. Like, it's your job as the editor to go look at that viewership and say, is this a risk I want to take? And if it's a risk you want to take it, right?
like usually I hear about flat.
Would you say the Pyrox Parlo video stands on its own? J-Stock asked, and I said yes. Just want an outside opinion? Yeah, I think so.
Rates.
I just like bonuses.
A little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a bit different in like bonuses and like add-ons, right?
Yeah,
so like if a video made a certain amount.
That's exactly the point I was about to make. I hear about add-ons and bonuses and stuff like that based on the percentage, based on how the video does. I rarely hear about that being the entire payment for the video.
Well, especially when you're working on a video.
Wait, quick question: is Kalora Vetla here? Kalora Vetla, you watched all the Himpletons. Can you call in real quick? I need to ask you something. Are you here, by the way? I need you here for something. This guy's like my autistic, like, useless information encyclopedia. What do you mean, wow? Can you call in? No, I don't mean he's useless. I mean he knows useless info, which is useful.
I'm at work, man, so make it quick.
Okay, who is okay, yeah, really important job, flipping burgers. Who's Guamgo?
So, remember the Snunt drum?
Yeah.
You watched one of his videos. So if you search up his channel, he made a video on Snunt. I believe you watched it on stream a few days ago.
I only think I watched, like, did I?
I think you did.
I only think I watched it from people that were directly involved.
Yeah, I think he was directly involved.
Oh, wait, it was him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did watch it. Okay, got it.
Because, like, these people they're all Roblox devs. They're all closely tied together. And Guamgo is just associated with Parlo. And I guess they were all in a group chat together. And then the editor was like, DM'd Guamgo and said, "Are you in the group chat?" Guamgo said no. Apparently that was the truth, even though everybody believed it was a lie at the time. I'm basically spoiling the Hempy stream because, like, why the fuck are you gonna watch it, right? But
wait, so Guamgo
yeah,
did, wait, sorry. So Guamgo, just to summarize real quick. Sorry, repeat that last part.
So the editor, what's his name, Cormix, DM'd Guamgo yesterday, and asked, "Are you in the group chat?" Because they all had a group chat together regarding the video. And Guamgo said no. Apparently that was the truth, because he was added just a few hours later. And then he DM'd, and then the editor DM'd another guy called Avalon, I think is his name. And Avalon basically said, no, you can't come in here and archive this group chat, because Guamgo said no, which is interesting. So that was kind of like the thing they're talking about right now.
Wait, why is this relevant? Who does this reflect badly on?
It just reflects, well, because Cormix wanted to archive the group chat because apparently it had info on his payment and like the deal they made and a bunch of other shit he says on this stream. But this Avalon guy didn't want to let him.
Because Guamgo didn't want. When did Cormix...
No, Guamgo was.
Sorry, continue.
So Blurt Mert Smitty flirt. Didn't want him to be let into the group chat. Listen, man, you got to watch the stream.
The whole thing.
There's a bunch of things, and they all contradict each other. It's like every single person who Corming's talked to, he even contradicts himself several times.
Do I just need
It's
to watch
confusing.
the beginning part of the stream?
Dude, he actually had 3 separate streams. The reason why it's 3 hours long is because Hempy kept ending his stream because his chat would like just stop working for some reason. So he has 3 separate streams yesterday. And the 2 first streams were him reacting to the video. And then the 3rd stream was where he took
For that long, right? We're not talking about
I think the 3rd stream's the most important one. But I mean the editor thing, like I would just let him call in, man, because
Okay.
it's all confusing. Hempleton hates Parlo way too much. I think it compromises the whole stream.
Got it. Okay. Cool. All right.
All right, man.
Yo, what's up, man? Hello? Hello? Why can't-
Okay, hello.
Oh, I can hear you now. What's up?
Let me okay, there we go. So, the Hempleton debate. I think you hear myself on.
Yeah, your mic is a little bit fucked right now.
All right, so I do believe that the Hempleton debate was pretty biased, especially at one point where Parlo at one point during the conversation, Parlo said that I was willing to volunteer to help him. He said that I said, "Is there anything I can do to help?"
Oh wait, I'm gonna
This
stop you.
thing-
I'm gonna stop you. Because sorry, I just gotta stop you real quick. Cause so I haven't
What?
watched your debate yet. I'm kind of an outsider here, just trying to figure out what's going on at the moment.
Mhm.
What is it specifically that you're accusing Parlo of?
What I did accuse Parlo of was the fact that after I submitted an empty appeal on accident, and after that I tried to hide it because knowing how YouTube is his only source of revenue, and that I really wanted to hide it during the screen share where we were going over the appeal process. Once it showed that you already appealed this, I immediately left out of guilt and fear because of how he usually handles situations where his revenue is at stake basically, and he cares a lot of that to the point where it's really emotional for him, and that's why I left.
Okay, cool. So basically, Parlo had gotten a strike. I'm pretty sure there's a limited
Yes.
number of appeals. You had, as his editor, mistakenly submitted an empty appeal, which had used up an appeal and prolonged the potential strike, which removed his monetization, and you felt guilty over that. Do I have that correct?
No, not remove his monetization, but like he got 2 strikes on his channel, meaning he couldn't upload for 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. So he couldn't upload, and therefore, as a result, couldn't make money off of his videos.
Yes.
Got it. And you felt
Yeah.
guilty over that, and that's why you left a call with him, right?
Yes, and but then I did come back, like contradictory to the claims that I refused to be transparent. I did eventually come back hours later and explain why I did what I did, and that's all in the group chat, by the way.
Okay.
But
So
yep.
I got it. You made a mistake. You felt guilty about it. I understand. Just to cover my base here. How old are you, out of curiosity?
I'm 18.
Okay, so you're young. Okay, got it. Okay, so then what did Parlo do wrong in this situation you're referring to?
Instead of giving me more time, especially since I was saying things like I can't be trusted. What's the point of trusting me? What's the point of trusting me? I keep making mistakes. I'm expected to learn from mistakes, and what I did was the complete opposite. I just keep making mistakes over and over to the point where there's no point in trusting me and all that shit.
He said that to you?
Only a few messages later, he was the first person to come up with the proposition that I edited for him for 3 months, and that quote unquote he said you cannot leave.
So can
And
can you send me these DMs, by the way, as you're explaining this?
yes, I only have access to a few of those DMs because I'm not the one who has access to the group chat. Parlo does.
Oh, so can you send me the ones that you were sending to Himpleton?
Yeah, I'm gonna send those.
All right, got it. Cool.
Okay.
Guys, like behavior, I'm gonna fucking hide chat. It's not funny.
Okay. I think I did send it somewhere. Might have to look for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was like what I got from someone else. This isn't a mistake. Okay. Can you give me image printer or should I just send your DMs?
Send in my DMs. Send it
Okay.
to me in DMs, and I'll pull it up. Okay.
Yes.
So this is okay.
Was really was yeah.
Right. So this is after. Got it. So this is after he's figured out that you sent the empty appeal, right?
No. This was after I was saying shit like I keep there's like what like there's something right above what I sent that I said that was like literally self-blaming. I was literally saying stuff like I keep making mistakes and I do not learn. Just basically for reinforcing the idea that I should not be trusted.
Okay, so like you were
I was in emotional distress.
You were self-deprecating, right? But
yes.
Okay. Just to clarify, this whole conversation started after the appeal shit, right?
Yeah, it happened after. Yep.
Okay. So you've admitted at this point you're claiming you've admitted you've made a mistake. You're beating yourself up over this. He's claiming that mistake implies there's a route to fix it. You fix your mistake when you get this sorted. You cannot leave until 3 months, which is after this is fixed. You will not be berated, but you do not get off after lighting the fire. Okay.
Yes, that was basically just really being insistent that I don't leave because of what I did, even though I literally said I cannot be trusted and all that shit. Like,
leave in regards to being your editor. In regards to being your editor.
Yeah.
His editor, I mean, his editor. Okay, got it. And then at this point in time, what had been your previous payment agreements with Parlo? How were you normally paid for a regular Parlo video prior to this?
30%.
Sorry?
30%.
30%. Got it. Okay. I think that sounds fair. I have to look into that. That sounds fair before this. And then after this, for these 3 months he's talking about, how much are you getting paid? Does he plan to pay you?
I initially assumed that he was not going to pay me because of a meme he sent, and especially even after I was going on this self-hatred train, but after what he said that he wanted to pay me, he could pay me if he wanted to. Maybe that's understandable that I could be wrong in that circumstance.
Wait, had he told you he wasn't going to pay you? Had he said to you that he wasn't going to pay you?
He hasn't really said or did not say that he was gonna pay me.
Okay, so
that's okay.
Okay. So besides like being mean to you over this like mistake, I agree. He's being like very harsh. I wouldn't talk to you this way over a mistake, right? But yeah, he's clearly angry. I understand why.
And also, yeah, and my main point is if he actually gave me more time to be in the correct headspace where I'm not in this self-hatred position, then maybe I would not have any reason to accuse him because I would be in the right headspace.
Wait, give you more time in regards to what? Like, what did you need time to do?
Because only a very, very short time after I ended up agreeing to. Only a very short time after I ended up agreeing to it. But
agreed to what?
That was
just to be clear. Wait, agreed to what?
Yeah. This proposal that he came up with himself, where he said that I cannot leave until 3 months after this is fixed.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, this isn't like contractually binding or whatever. You're free to leave regardless of what he said, right?
That's easier. That's easier than done on paper.
And this was it seems like he's angry and heated here. So, and this was 3 days prior. So this didn't really seem like an official agreement, was it?
Like, hold on. Let me see it, because I do remember saying, like, bring up how this legally binding claim was just really. I mean, like, once again, here's my take on this, because someone else was bringing up this same point. It's completely inconsistent. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's take a look. Hold on. Easier said than done. If you actually consider the psychological pressure to it, on paper I could have walked away, but in reality I was made to believe I couldn't when Parlo said I couldn't leave after the fuck up I made. Keep in mind, Parlo said this first, not me, and that I thought I already done too much damage to stop now. Essentially a mental trap, intentional or not. It doesn't always have to be legal. The emotional / psychological part was the show I was talking about, and that part was glossed over. How does it even make sense to tell someone they can't leave because of the fuck up they made, even after they went through guilt and self-blame for the situation? Clearly establishing their emotional vulnerability, and now all of a sudden the context is switched into, oh, you can just leave because you weren't held by a contract. Completely fucking inconsistent. Okay, got it. So I'm not coming into this judging you, just to be clear. I don't have stakes in any of this. I'm just looking at this objectively. I would ask you, did you do any work for him after the October 3rd?
No, I didn't. I ended up realizing that when I was eventually in a better headspace, I realized that no, I did not want to do this.
So what were you trapped into doing?
What I was trapped into doing, like again, I was emotionally vulnerable at the time, so like I preemptively like agreed to it. Okay. So but like do you think I would be in the right headspace to like actually volunteer to it?
No,
that's the main issue.
No, I agree. Okay.
That's my main point. That's my main point.
But while I agree to your like feelings, I also don't think I think Parlo, if we're considering emotions here, is like you understand why he's angry, right?
Yes.
And I think he's saying certain things out of anger, and I think it's very different to say something out of anger and then actually do that thing or continue it. And because this was only 3 days ago, where he asked you to keep editing for him for 3 months, it's not nearly long enough to determine. And because no further work occurred after this, it's not really like determine it whether or not this was just a statement made out of anger, or if he actually pressured to keep you working for him for 3 months. Right? It seems like he might have just said something out of anger. And I'm sorry that you felt pressured in the immediate aftermath of it, but you were able to eventually, calm down and say, yeah, this isn't going to work. So you decided to leave. So it doesn't really seem like anything happened here.
But come on, what if I also brought up that he did hold on to this mentality for like even after 1 day. Maybe
2 days.
This screenshot was taken on October 5th. Yesterday was October 4th. So this happened a day after Parlo made up that proposal. So he was still insistent on that. From my perspective.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he's still telling you to do it for 3 months. Okay, he's using your guilt to get you to agree to do it for 3 months. And then what happened when you eventually said no and decided to stop working for him? What did he do?
I gave him can you at least let me explain like what happened before I eventually came up with the closure statement?
Take all the time you need, man.
Okay. So after that, during all of this, I was screen sharing a video to upload to Guamgo's YouTube channel, and Parlo was going over it, and while I was trying to pull up the video, Parlo was like Parlo was like still really angry about how what I did cost him thousands in revenue, even though he said that he wouldn't berate me or blame me anymore. And keep in mind, this was literally a day after the proposal was made, and myself blaming comments too.
Okay. So
And after that I had another voice chat where I kind of felt like like ending the relationship with Parlo. There were other people in the voice chat, Guamgo included, but Parlo was not there, and Guamgo was like willing was like he was really open about whether I could just end the end the relationship between me and Parlo, and he didn't really have a problem with it. I even sent him this uh, closure statement to review before I sent it to Parlo. And I did include in this I
hello? Sorry, you're cutting out.
that was attempting to control me, and okay, I'm sorry.
All good. All good.
So you know about you want me to repeat on the closing statement, right?
Yeah, sorry. Also, I can tell, I don't know if you're like a little bit nervous. There's no need to be nervous. I'm just here to, figure out what's going on. I'm not pressuring you or anything. I'm trying to understand your side, so no need to be nervous. If you are, take as much time as you need.
Mm-hmm. So, and the voice said that me and Guamgo and others had with Parlo when Parlo was not there. I eventually went to his DMs and typed up like a closure statement. I asked him to review it. I basically asked him to review it. Hold on, actually let me provide more context. Just like I'm writing something.
All good.
This was sent before I wrote this closure statement. You want to look into it?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, I'm just finishing reading this first thing you sent me, and then I'll take a look at the second thing. So if you want to keep explaining, feel free. Sorry, just bear with me. You did write a lot.
But just a brief overview of like the whole closure statement. I did include that it was essentially
Hello?
couldn't leave any of that. And
so I'm sorry, dude. You cut out again. After you said it was essentially, you had gone silent. Sorry.
Sorry. I did include how what Parlo did was attempting to control me when he said that I could not leave for 3 months. Keep in mind, I was not the first person to include anything about leaving. He's the one who said it himself.
Okay. So, do you think, even though this did occur for multiple days, do you think the anger of, losing his like only source of revenue in the middle of a legal battle, to be clear, could be like something that induces anger in him for several days and potentially gets him to say things that he might not mean or maintain in the long run? Like, just because he said you have to work for 3 months doesn't necessarily mean that he was going to force you for those entire 3 months, right?
I mean, that's reasonable.
Yeah. So although I understand your perspective and that you are literally just, taking what he says as fact, right? And I don't blame you for doing so. I think that when I'm understanding his perspective as well, and I understand the emotions you're in, I get it. It feels shitty to fuck up like that and then, get braided for it. But I'm also understanding his emotions and why this is like going to be a super high stress situation for him, and why he may say things that he doesn't necessarily mean, that are unprofessional. And I think that you also have to kind of understand his perspective, and that he might not have meant to, or he might not have actually forced you to work for him for a full 3 months. Now, do I like the way he's speaking to you? No. Do I understand his anger? Yes. So is it going to lead to me making super harsh judgments against him, taking everything he says as 100% fact, things he was actually going to do to you? Or no, probably not. Now, what I would then ask is, for the non-payment agreement, what was the meme he had sent that led you to believe you weren't going to be paid?
It was, I'm gonna pull it up. Where is it at? Let me find it. It should be somewhere. Yeah, I do agree. I do admit that this statement was kind of over exaggerated.
All right, this is okay. So this is what led you to believe you weren't going to be paid.
Yes.
But you can now admit that this doesn't actually mean you're not going to be paid.
Yes.
Or this might not necessarily mean. Okay, got it. So I understand why you're upset, why you felt pressured. Ultimately, you were able to say no, which I applaud. I think when you're working, I used to be an editor myself. You need to be able to like assert yourself, and not be able to say yes, be able to say no, because ultimately it is totally your choice. And I'm glad that you did that here, even though you initially felt you were unable to. And I don't like the way Parlo spoke to you, but I don't think it's like it indicates that he had clear intentions to not pay you or force you for a full 3 months to continue working for him. So I think that you're justifiably angry, but I don't know if there's any real allegations here where it's going to be like super relevant to the public making a judgment of Parlo. So I don't think you're wrong. Just to be clear, I think you have a right to be angry. I understand. I just don't think that it, is going to be like a big allegation against Parlo or whatever.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, I will. Okay, so can I go over like why I came out about this?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm gonna repeatedly state this just so it's as and you guys heads. I am completely responsible for how I came up with the situation. But this is what eventually led me to the conclusion that maybe I must come out about this, because the rhetoric felt as if I was like the rhetoric. Do you owe this guy anything? Like, what did stop you from coming out from what stop you from what was saying what happened? And before that, I said something that it's something about a relationship that's like really really bad. But instead of like asking whether I really want to come out about it, considering how risky it was, that seemed more like pressuring. That seemed like more like pressuring instead of like really like more like allowing me to like assess whether this would be the right thing for me to do.
Yeah, it sounded
But
like.
however, that's Templeton saying that. But for me, once again, I am completely responsible for the way I came out about the situation. Everything that followed through was my responsibility.
Yeah, and hey man, I appreciate your willingness to call in and talk about this. Not a lot of people do, and I appreciate your willingness to like own your mistakes, and that's why we make mistakes, to learn from them. And ultimately, I'm sorry this happened, but I think if you continue your work as an editor, this is just going to be a lesson about you can always leave when you want to, even if you do make a mistake. That doesn't mean you're in debt to your employer, right? You always have the right to walk away. You always have the right to say no. And sometimes these like professional matters can be handled privately. But I understand you. I understand why you're upset. I understand the mistakes that you did make. And I think that, it's just a lesson learned.
Mm-hmm. But like, can I at least include like one last thing?
Yeah.
Because can I at least include how the Templeton stream was really biased when I tried to.
Yeah, I haven't watched his stream yet, but you can say it, sure.
Okay. So you know how like I was saying stuff like I was like self-blaming and self-hating because of what uh because of what I did. I submitted an empty appeal, something that could have been easily avoided, which is the main reason, which is probably one of the main reasons why I felt like I couldn't trust myself anymore and all that shit. So from that, would you come to the conclusion that I was not the first person to volunteer to do the proposal that Parlo made?
That you're the first person to volunteer. Sorry, for what?
To agree to the proposal, to come up or like volunteer to the proposal that Parlo made, like was the first person to volunteer.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the stream yet. I mean, I'll take a look and I'll DM you my thoughts on that. I have not watched the stream yet, so I don't know who else did volunteer. Once again, I'd have to look into that, but I can get back to you on that one.
Can I send you at least send you the transcripts and all that stuff, just basically showing it?
Yeah, I'll take a look at all that, and then once I get up to date on all this, I'll allow you. You're welcome to. I do have to go do another call with somebody, but if there's anything else you forgot to say or want to say after I've looked into this, you're always welcome to call back in tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Mom. Best
That
of luck.
sounds good.
Peace, peace.
All right. See you later.
Okay, so I'm gonna call now the person that I guess had reported Parlo to the police. Yo, what's good, Mom?
Or testing the mic. Or hello.
Hi. Just gonna start, how old are you, real quick? Just want to double check.
16.
Okay, you're 16. Got it. You reported Parlo to the police?
Correct.
So I guess my question for you would be, what do you believe Parlo did wrong? What do you think the consequences should be? And I guess what motivated you to contact the police?
Well, at first, I'd just like to bring up about the reason on why I did it, first of all, obviously. In sense about all this 2023 bullshit drama that he had and etc. with like all the self-harm things that he sent to minors and etc. I thought that he changed in whatsoever, so I did nothing about it until like, this whole situation with Dupe and etc. This is where I had to, step in because it's not the first time that he has been, sending those type of fucking shit to minors and etc. And obviously, of course, that made me to report it. However, there will be something else that we'll mention because there has been like a quick change to this whole situation, which I'll mention later on about it. But yeah, that's a bit of the reason on why I decided to report Parlo for. But yeah, that's a bit in general.
Got it. So you said he was talking to other minors like that. Can you elaborate a little bit?
To be more specific, I've been sent by 70 of the others about other situations. I do not remember the names, but I can remind myself about the situation that happened. Where I will just say this allegedly, okay? I'll just say allegedly, just in case like this thing goes twisted or whatsoever. But he has sent to someone self-harm to, I think, either around like a 13 to 15 or around there. That was like one of the first things that were brought up in the allegation. And I think Parlo did apologize later on. And I'm pretty sure he has said to himself that this thing will never produce again or whatsoever. But this is just another lie because this has happened again, unfortunately.
Okay, got it.
So.
And my other question would be, do you believe that Parlo knew the age of Dupe when he was talking to him? Dupe's real age?
No, of course not. Of course not. Parlo did not know about Dupe's age. However, Parlo has ignored or even did not take reasonable steps to verify his age.
I agree with you. Did you include though that Parlo didn't know the age in the police report?
Of course. The emails that were shown on Glongo's video were follow-up conversations.
Okay, that was in the original report. That was in the original report.
Follow-up conversations.
Yeah. By chance, do you have a copy of the original report?
I've asked I did a follow-up on the website, and I asked the old investigator that literally like had the whole conversation with me. For now, I haven't yet gotten the transcript. I don't know why they're ignoring me, but this is where I'll bring this up right now. So I did a community post just an hour ago, I believe, or just a few hours ago, saying that I was not actually apparently responsible for Parlo's arrest, because I've made a Twitter post too about it. I've said that someone else actually stepped in during that time, because on Guango's video he mentioned about bomb squad were appear with fully tactical geared officers, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and for that to happen, the report that I would have sent will have to include the part where Parlo oh, Parlo has a weapon, oh, Parlo has a bomb, and etc. But of course I did not include that. Obviously from the emails that I was talking to the investigator, there was no mentions of it, obviously. In that case, someone else on, I hope you know who Seda is, whatever the fuck his name is. That malicious dude who was forging evidence against Parlo. Yeah. His community is well known, really well known, to maliciously forge evidence on Parlo, and has done a lot, and I mean a lot of bad things. And I've heard that one of the members in there were threatening to SWAT different people. An example, Ubuntu, this is one of the members, or I think a staff on SATA server, because Ubuntu was the person who threatened to SWAT Zero, the person who was mainly calling out Parlo. Do you know who Zero is?
I don't. I'd have to update myself on that situation. I'm gonna have to look into all this.
I'll just tell you who he is.
Yeah.
So Zero is one of the people that was friends with 77 at that time, and he was basically the dude that was publicizing the allegation in response to anything that got into against 77, Zero, and anyone else included into the 77 movement thing. And apparently now he's gone from the internet. I don't know if I'm able to publicly say this, however, but he was, all I know, what I can share was he was threatened to be swatted, and he was, I think, either doxed or someone has this personal information that led him to leave the internet. So this is who Zero is. He was basically a commentary dude, basically, or number one, but he left the internet later on.
Got it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep all the, unless you have the original police report though. I know this is a brief conversation. I don't think there's anything else for us right now. But I want to leave you with this, buddy. You're 16. Do not get involved in this world until you're older. Go do real life shit, okay? Do real life shit.
I understand that perspective. And I really do, of course. And honestly, if I hadn't, stepped up in that perspective, I don't think anything would have changed. Either way. Which obviously, again, I'll just say this again, and I'll clarify more in this situation, because I don't think anyone would dare to even check my post about me claiming that I was not responsible for Parlo's arrest. So Ubuntu, that person, he has said that he has used a burner's phone on the website or whatsoever, to basically swap Parlo with it. I have to hold DMs with him. And basically him admitting to all of those actions and basically spreading misinformation to the police, which I think, based on those information, what he said, would lead to the actual reason on why Parlo received a bomb squad team and etc.
Got it. Okay, well that guy sounds horrible. But yeah, this is handling these kinds of allegations. I'm sorry, you're just too young. You're too young for it. If I were you, I'd just go enjoy enjoy your life. I would not be doing any of this.
For sure.
Yeah, thank you for calling in, man. Appreciate it.
Okay. Also, Bringer wants to be called in. Do you think you can do that?
Who is he and how old is he?
Let me ask him real quick. He's gonna respond to me in a sec. Bringer, fucking answer. He's 18.
Okay, got it. I'll call him one-on-one. Just to be clear, I don't like having minors on my platform generally. Just for certain reasons, I didn't know you were a minor calling you originally. But I'll
Oh,
call
no,
I'll call
don't
him
worry.
one-on-one. Just send him my Discord, and I'll give him a call. But I appreciate you calling in. And by the way, if you do believe that there's something going like wrong with a minor online, yes, please contact the police. If you genuinely believe there was something wrong, you had every right to do that. I'm not gonna sit here and blame you. It's like if you think something's wrong, you might as well say something, right? So I don't think you did anything wrong, as far as I know. And
No, all I did was basically in good faith. I'll just say this out. What I did was obviously a good faith. I had no malicious intent to, harm Parlo. I don't want anything bad to happen to Parlo physically or anything like this, especially to what happened with the bomb squad and everything, which is really bad to hear about it. So,
yeah,
in general, yeah.
I don't think you expected that. All right, best of luck, man. Take care. Peace, peace.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't know he was 16 going into that. I probably wouldn't have spoken to him. I was going in with the intent to debate him, but he's 16. I'm not gonna fucking debate him. He sounded honest. And if he does believe that there was like something fucking wrong, he had, it's good. It's good to speak up. It's good to say something about that. But this other guy wants to call in. Hold on. But yeah, I mean, God, I forgot how young his community, like the Roblox S community. Of course, they're fucking young as shit. I just didn't realize. Hold on. I mean, he's 16. I think he's old enough to have like that combo, but I just don't want to be the one to do it. There we go. All right. Yeah, so for people saying I'm not giving enough pushback, nobody said that, to be clear, but someone will say it inevitably. The first guy, he seemed to, I was either speech impediment or some kind of something going on there, and I didn't think that he was a malicious person, and I wasn't going to berate him or debate him over that. I think he was angry, maybe like took certain angered comments by Parlo literally, and it should have just been like a private ending of the professional relationship. It didn't necessarily need to be public. I don't think he's like a bad guy, and the second dude was 16, so I wasn't gonna fucking like sit there and debate these guys. Anyways. Someone else wants to call in. Sorry, are you the guy that Nats said wanted to call in? Hey, are you the guy that Nats said wanted to call in?
Associate Nats came up, and I wanted to add I just wanted to add more of our point on the dupe situation, and then I wanted to talk about. I'm assuming you already know about the self-harm situation with Parlo.
Yes, I've heard briefly about it. He sent self-harm to a minor or something.
Yeah, when he was 16, he had a little run-in with your buddy Smaggledaggle on Twitter, and over the Lisa gaming files situation, which caused him to have a mental breakdown, thinking that people wouldn't take him seriously. And then because of this, he went to a group chat with a bunch of minors. Actually, he tries to claim it's just one 13-year-old. It actually happens to be a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old, and another 15-year-old, if I believe. Which I don't believe the last two were that bad because he was 16 at the time, once again. And in this group chat, he would get on voice call, and then he would just start cutting his wrists and streaming it to these minors, saying that nobody else takes his mental health seriously.
Just to be clear, he's a minor himself at this point, though, right?
Yes, he was a minor himself at this point.
Yeah.
But not. I mean, by UK law, you're still a minor at 16, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, of course you're still a minor.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So he's still a minor. Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like this guy's like mentally unwell at this given point in time. Probably was not making like rational decisions.
Yeah. But I don't really criticize him for the fact that he sent that. Like, this is still when he's a child. He's still mentally unwell. But he once again did it to dupe, as Nats was talking about, because sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm talking fast. I'm just trying to get through this.
No worries.
on Valentine's Day of 2024, I believe, Parlo had another mental breakdown. This because for some reason, I guess he was sad that he had no bitches or something, even though he had a boyfriend. I still can't fathom why he was breaking down this day. He was just lonely, I suppose. But we have a bunch of messages of him in his own Discord server saying that he wants everyone else to feel his pain and stuff. And sorry, I keep talking fast.
No worries. Just keep going.
He sent self-harm to dupe when they were believed to be 17 and he was 19. And we had when we got in contact with the victim themselves, they said from this point on, it kind of felt like they became like an emotional crutch to Parlo, if you can get what I mean. Like it stopped being a relationship and more like Parlo mostly putting on all of his emotional struggles on a dupe.
Yeah, just to be clear.
And this is especially, I mean, we can criticize Parlo in hindsight now that we know that dupe is 12, like more criticizable. Like not only did he not take proper steps to investigate this person's age, he then also sent self-harm to this person that he didn't even verify properly the age of.
Well, yeah, but these are at the end of the day, these are ultimately like the age issue and the self-harm issue are going to be two separate things, right?
I know it's just still about. I still think it's a valid point to bring up. No.
Yeah, of course. But when you're like talking about the group chat, for example, you're emphasizing, oh, it was with minors or whatever, right? When you're emphasizing minors, you're typically talking about some kind of illicit engagement between an adult and minors. But Parlo himself was a minor at this given point in time, so I don't think like emphasizing that they're minors is like. I think it might be unintentional. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose. It might unintentionally be misleading about like what the actual accusation is, right?
Would you still believe that Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off again.
No, all good.
You still believe the age gap between the 13-year-old and the 16-year-old is not something that should be brought up?
The age gap between were they in a relationship?
No, they were not in a relationship. I'm saying when Parlo initially sent his first wave of self-harm.
No, I don't really think the age gap's going to be super relevant there.
Okay.
I think if you want to criticize sending self-harm in a group chat, you can absolutely criticize that. But that's gonna and people there worry. But he was also very young himself, so I don't know if that's really going to be super like the age gap's going to be irrelevant.
Okay. Sorry. We only bring it up in relation to that because Parlo himself said that he was going to take accountability for this and take proper mental health breaks and be able to go to and he was going to go to a mental hospital for this type of stuff. And then he's still doing it when he's 19, 3 years later. And so we more bring it up as just a pattern of his poor mental health and that he can't properly handle himself around his own friends.
Okay, yeah. And just so we're like, I'm an understanding, just because he said he wasn't lying. I don't know if you're saying he's lying when he says he plans on to get help and not do this anymore, because this is clearly something that's being done out of some sort of mental health episode or distress.
No,
and he's probably not being rational.
Said that it's out of. Yeah, he himself said that his actions during that time were not rational, and we all believe him to that extent.
So I agree that's an incredibly traumatizing thing for a minor to see. But I'm also and the 13-year-old part is relevant if I'm assessing the impact that it would have on seeing something like that for the 13-year-old. But when we're talking about this, we're talking about Parlo's guilt. And I think the 13 part isn't really going to be relevant when we're assessing Parlo's level of guilt when he was 16 at that point in time. So I don't think like he's more culpable that because this person was 13 and he was 16 in this instance. So I don't know if it's going to be like a super relevant thing to bring up.
Yeah, okay. That was mostly what I wanted to bring up with. If you specifically just care about the dupe situation, I would just leave it at that in regards to your Parlo drama. There is like all the other stuff. Like there's the defender things, there's the like the homotopia things, but I'm sure you don't really mind those ones, right?
I mean, I can look into if you ever think there's something I should cover on this or whatever, just feel free to send to me. And I don't like to sweep people. I'd love to cover it if you think it's relevant.
There's like the only thing I would care about is when he had relations with Defender UTTP and he still hasn't properly explained that one. I am waiting for his video, his full explanation on why he did it. At this current moment, he's given little to no reason. His only reason is that he says that Defender was working as a police informant against the UTTP, which is hard to believe considering that he would publicly air this in a voice call in his own live stream to 500 people, which would be actively ruining the investigation if that were to be true.
Yeah.
Would you not consider that to be like
It's probably fake. Yeah,
incredibly negligent?
It's probably fake, but what it also could be is this guy seems gullible as fuck, and this is the excuse that other guy could have given him, and he might have ran with it, or this guy sent him proof that he had filed a police report about UTTP, and Parlo thinks that equates to being like an informant in the way he used it, right? But also,
Apparently,
he could be lying. Could be lying too. I don't really know the guy.
Yeah. Apparently, Parlo's only. I'm pretty sure you could ask him himself. I don't know if you're gonna call in with Parlo at some point.
Yeah,
but,
they said he'll call me tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I would press him mostly on the Fender things, and I would mostly ask him about the board gamer thing, and then I think that would be your best line of argumentation with him.
Okay, sick. And if you want to send me more on that, you can. Just to double check, because you're in my server now. You're 18, right?
Yes, I am 18.
Okay, all right, cool. Just like
Parlo is my birthday, so he too can confirm I'm 18 if you want to double cross.
No, sick. I just know I'm not really with your guys' community. I know there's a lot of younger people in there.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'll bet this like Defender shit. I'll press him on anything you think would be worthwhile pressing him on. Just shoot me a DM. I'd be happy to. And yeah,
Yeah, and if you call him tomorrow, I'll be happy to give you information that contextual information that you need regarding the Parlo thing, since I know it's so convoluted for you guys.
Perfect.
I can understand it from an outside perspective.
Perfect. Sounds good, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, man. I appreciate calling in.
Take care. All right. Well, it's probably gonna be a stream, guys. It was a good stream. A lot of things happened. We got to see that video. Apparently, there's a bunch of shit about Parlo I have to look into, because I gotta be honest, I'm out of my realm with any of the 2 million allegations against him. So I'm definitely gonna look into those, and I'm gonna question him on it. When I speak with him, he's agreed to talk to me. But I hope you've enjoyed today's stream. I want to ask that you do not send hate to any of the people I've spoken to for obvious reasons. Don't send hate to people in general, but especially them. I don't know how I feel about that guy. I don't know how I feel about anyone involved in general, right? This is like a situation with a million different fucking facets involved or whatever. And it's a lot to absorb for an outsider, but I think we went through a lot of it. I think we did a pretty good job. Parlo's agreed to talk to me, and I will figure out what is going on. But yeah, thank you guys, as always, for watching. Thank you for helping us. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you for helping us hit goal 3 times. GG's with the 5. Aiden, can you fix Mike? Sorry. Belinda with the 2. Belinda with the 2. Confetti. Thank you so much for the confetti, Belinda. Big donor, dude. Appreciate it. Well, thank you guys. Let's see who I can send you to. Go enjoy my good buddy, Thickers. Peace. Bye, guys.